What's up, guys? Lewis here. I'm a health and fitness coach helping entrepreneurs and high performers. In this video today, I want to drop some absolute sauce for you guys. I'm literally giving away 5+ hours of free content to help you in 2026 become the very best version of yourself. And why am I doing that? Well, over the last 10 years, I've not only invested over £100,000 into myself, my development physically and mentally, and with my business, but I've also coached and helped over 750 men become the very best versions of themselves. And I know for a lot of you guys, you might not have the investment. You might not have the cash sitting there to go all in yourself and just invest. So I want to make life easy for you. I want to give you as much free value as humanly possible so you can steal my mental syntax, understand my habits, understand how I coach my clients, understand the exact processes, frameworks, and systems we use and deploy to our one-to-one clients so they can become absolute savages in every single aspect, so they can operate in body, business, life, and relationships like the man they want to be. So guys, get your pen and paper out, be willing and ready to take some notes, plug the fuck in, let's fucking go. See you in the inside. Strap the fuck in. But phase number one, if I was literally starting from ground zero, I would just focus all of my energy, all of my intention, all of my assumptions, all of my alignment, all of everything I could possibly fucking give to my health. I would get so locked in to build the most undeniable motherfucker possible, like GTA character design. Lean, jacked, athletic, masculine physique, single-digit body fat, vascular forearms, tight waist, supple chest, boulder fucking shoulders, and a fucking mountainous back with nice, strong, athletic legs. I would literally just spend 90 days carving myself into the most fucking undeniable person possible. Why? Why would we do that? Why would we start with the physique? Why not build the business, go e-com, do this, do that? Fuck doing all that, you know? You got to build self-respect. You've got to respect you. If you can't respect yourself, no one else is going to respect you. How do you think that's going to go down relationships, business? Because these are things that are part of the jigsaw puzzle. You know what I mean? If you're staying up to date with the videos, if you look at your life jigsaw puzzle and you're putting all the wee bits and bits and bits in, you've got the missus, you've got the car, you've got the business, you've got the wealth, you've got the money, you've got the travel, you've got everything. All the hypothetical outcomes, guys, you've got them all. But tell you what, how are you going to get that if you're not the fucking man? So many people dream of having the riches, the outcomes, the desires, the wants. The 99.9% of guys think about this on their hashtag vision board, but they've not became the man that is worthy enough of achieving it, right? If you are literally, 20s to 30s right now, and you're like, I want to be a millionaire. I want to do 7 figures a month. I want to make £500,000 this year. I want to be a billionaire. I want to drive an Aston Martin. I want to live in a castle. You're not fucking 8 figures yet, bro. You're literally, your life is not worth 8 figures. You've not installed enough respect or value into yourself to be worth 8 figures. And it's quite blunt, the way I'm putting that. It's quite blunt. But you are not the man yet, right? So the game plan is always become the fucking man. Undeniable across the 4 Ps, brother. Your physique, your purpose, your productivity, and your physical and mental performance. Those are the core 4. Lock them in. And I tell you what, once your physique is dialed, you get in, run a little bit of a stabilization phase, run for a bit of a recomp, a tidy up, strip the fat, rebuild on a reverse diet, stack some tissue on. You've got it, maintain it, hold it. I don't go up and down with the physique anymore. I just hold steady and just get stronger and leaner as time goes on, stronger and leaner. See, when you're just like a high performance guy, you don't want to be like 200 plus pounds bodybuilder, fucking looking like a condom stuffed full of walnuts. It just doesn't look good. I want to be a lean, athletic, chiseled guy, solid jawline, great aesthetics, looks great, top off, looks even better with the suit, the shirt, you know what I mean? You want to optimize for that as much as possible because that's going to just have that ripple effect in everything that you do in the office, the bedroom, the boardroom. You see where I'm going with this? Then number 2, right? Number 2, you would have to create daily structure. right? And you can't really have this without that. You can't really have a great physique if you don't have a daily structure. That's why it's so important. Productivity, right? I would structure your day into 3 separate days every single 24 hours because you're starting from scratch. You got to fucking work here, brother, right? Me work in the morning, we work in the afternoon, B work at night. The 3, the me, we, and the B. Okay? Very, very simple. You work on yourself in the morning. You wake up, piss, hydrate, caffeinate. You've weighed yourself in, stacking some wins. You do your journaling. You do your assumptions. You get your AM alignment locked in. So you're aligned with North Star, mission and vision. You're clear on where you're going, what you're doing, and who you need to be to achieve that. You'd study for 45, 60 minutes on a high leverage, thing, like a fucking how to build this or how to build that. You just study, you immerse yourself in something you need to learn straight away, right? Then you go a walk. No distractions, audiobook on, just listening, absorbing. Could be like, The Secret, The Power of Now, reality transurfing, something along those lines. You're tuning in, getting your thoughts, your actions, your beliefs, your behaviors all fucking flow and synergy. You're literally installing the fucking mindset, rewiring your subconscious beliefs first thing in the morning. And you're not eating food, guys. You're fasted, right? That's another wee fucking habit. You're fasting. You're literally removing decisions in the morning. It's all focused on growth. Be like me work, building the best you, right? And then go train. Either get cardio in or get a weight session in. First thing, bosh. Afternoon is the wee work. You're going to work your fucking ass off from like 8 a.m. to like 6 at night on the highest leverage, cash generating, business building, client acquiring fucking work that you could ever do. You're just going to just put all of your emphasis on anything that is going to move you forward. I'm not going to dive into the details. That's where the real sauce is, but you just literally focus from 8 to 6. That period of time, how many hours is that? 10 hours? You're going to spend 10 fucking hours grinding and grafting on building something that's going to give you money, make you money. Then 6 till 10. All you're going to focus on from there is self-reflection, working on building assets to the business, delivering some of the extra stuff that you've been working on during the day, reflection, unwinding, walking, and eating. You literally need 2 meals a fucking day, right? 1 big meal post-workout, 1 big meal in the evening. Don't worry about eating during the day. Keep it simple, right? Then you got to build influence, right? In 2025, influence is absolutely key. You need eyeballs, you need marketing, right? Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, doing what I'm doing right now, although I'm literally like a small fish in a very big pond. This is influence. This is me educating. This is me providing value. This is me taking time out of my day that, quite frankly, I wouldn't rather do anything else. I fucking love doing this. I want to get better at it. I want to improve this craft as much as possible. But you want to gain influence. You want to either provide value, education, or entertainment to mass audiences every single day. You want people to hear you. You want people to see you. How are they going to get to know about you? Like, I hear this all the time, but you don't want to be the world's best kept secret, so get yourself out there. Chap doors, hand out, you blast the emails out, get email addresses, make lead magnets, put your calling card in little local businesses. For all I know, I was actually speaking to a client about some old school marketing today. He was like, should I do that? I'm like, fuck yeah, do that. I think that'd be quite interesting if you could be like the very best in your own town. Because you're starting from scratch. You're going from 0 to wherever you want to go. And another thing that would do is maybe step number 4 is like actually avoid chasing aesthetics. Avoid burnout. Avoid social validation. Like, remove the need for, I need to look this perfect, amazing way straight away. If you play the long game, you're going to be in shape for the rest of your life. So why not just surrender and submit to the fact that you can just take your time and refine? Then burnout, I wouldn't even try push too hard. 4 a.m. till 10 at night, I think every day for 90 days is a great amount of work to be doing. A great life to be living. The days are long. You've got your process, your mindset, you're developing. You're going to build a lot of discipline, a lot of character along the way. you're building a high income skill, you're helping a lot of people, you're providing a lot to a marketplace. I think it's very fulfilling. You won't really feel burnt out. You're getting, 6, 7 hours sleep a night. Perfect. If your health style in, your food style in, you've got that autophagy going on for the fasting, you're only having 2 meals, you're not going to feel bloated and bagged up, you're going to feel great. And then that's going to minimize the burnout. And then the social validation, like if you start gathering or garnering some level of momentum and you're building confidence and you're getting somewhere with this thing we're talking about hypothetically and you're doing well, if you look better, you're making money, you're building a social presence, you're getting eyeballs, people are going to start wanting you. They're going to start pulling at you. They're going to, let's go do this, let's go network here, let's go. No, fuck that. Fuck the networking, fuck all that shit initially. You're in your 90-day growth sprint. You got to go bullseye focus. You got to be laser focused. You got to remove all the subtraction. No vices, no porn, no junk food, no drinking, no pleasure chasing. You can go flex with the homies once you fucking hit the fucking peak, when you're at the top. But for right now, you're not at the top. You're at the bottom, right? So you need to work like you're at the bottom. You got to be the hungry wolf at the bottom of the hill here. And that's what I really do think so many of you guys need to operate like. You guys might have it too easy. You might think it's all going to be good. I even speak to a lot of my CEO clients and they're like, yeah, I just want to optimize for getting my monthly recurring revenue sorted. Okay. And they say, because once I know I have that, I'll be safe. It's like, no, you're never safe in business. One bad month could fucking take you out completely. It can. Right? And yeah, you might have a wee war chest, we tucked away sludge fund or whatever you want to call it, but one bad month could knock you in your fucking arse. So you've got to grind, you've got to hustle. Every single day is day one, not one day, day fucking one. So that's my honest advice, guys. If you're stuck at the beginning, run this. And if it resonated, if it landed, if this video to you was like, you know what, some good stuff in there, kind of made sense, yeah, drop me a message on Instagram. I'd actually just love to connect, love to chat, drop us a follow, watch my daily habits on stories and stuff like that. And just stay engaged with the YouTube channel, drop a comment, like, subscribe, do what you need to do. And I'll see you in the next one, guys. Much love. Next up in this mega course, I'm going to be running you through the TD5, which is the 5 daily non-negotiable essential habits every high-performing man has to install if they want to stay lean, jacked, healthy, and have their testosterone ripping 365. Guys, I really hope you enjoy this video. Can't wait for you to operate from a place of full consciousness, knowing this is the only 5 habits you actually need to win at life. Get stuck in, enjoy the video, and I'll see you in the next one. Yo, what is happening, brothers? You made it this far. So today, we're going to be covering the daily 5, the only 5 habits you actually need to master your fitness, your freedom, and your fulfillment. Guys, life used to look a little bit different for me. And if you're watching this right now, you know yourself, you're not one of the average guys. You're not one to compare yourself to your current friend group, your mates at work, the guys that are just playing it small. You know you are built different. You want a better quality of life. You feel that you're making some nice moves in the right direction, but yet you've not fully cracked it yet. And for a long, long time, guys, I've wasted a lot of time, effort, energy, money, stress, understanding, unpacking, building and creating the life I've truly wanted. And believe you me, I have invested upwards of £150,000 into my personal development. I really have, with mentors, coaches, personal brand coaches, mindset coaches, everything to unpack, unravel, and deploy the identity of who I've now needed in my life, which was the best version of me, so I can show up, so I can serve, so I can live my dream life. Because I think there is a societal construct that is pressed upon us from a young age, things that we must do, things that we need to do, things that we don't even choose to do. And then it leads to a life of feeling trapped. Your fitness takes a hit, you don't like how you look nor feel, and the overall fulfillment and the quality of your life in which you truly want to have is non-existent. So with that being said, guys, I want to dive in today and give you the sauce, the real breakdown, everything that has worked for me, everything that is going to work for you, and everything that you can implement and walk away with from this video to really take it to the top and live your dream life. So phase one, guys, this is about building the elite identity, becoming the man that you would admire, becoming someone you would respect, someone that you needed when you were at your darkest, at your lowest. So we can build the mindset, the habits in the body, something and someone that you would look at and be so proud of to be. Almost like creating yourself like a GTA, making the most ideal character, because in life, you've got to look at it like a game, right? And your current beliefs will shape your external reality. And if you believe you cannot change, you cannot be, you cannot become, then you will never embody that next outcome. So guys, before this system that I'm going to show you today, I was just another lost man. I was a guy, I was a boy, you could call it. I was broke, I was stuck in cycles. I pretended to enjoy waking up late, scrolling on my phone first thing in the morning, chasing dopamine with weed, porn, cheap food, telling myself that one day I'll get there, one day I'll do this, one day I'll achieve this. But I was just wasting every single day. I had zero structure, no purpose, and I talked big but moved small. I always had all these ideas, all these grandiose, dreams, we could call them, but nothing ever changed. My actions never correlated with the outcomes in which I wanted, even though I was actually still doing some things that were growing me, like training, like focusing on my diet, like doing all the things you're probably doing right now, but getting little to no return. The gym was inconsistent for me. Although I was showing up, I wasn't showing up, if you get where I'm coming from. My word, it meant nothing. I was always breaking promises, not only with myself, but with others. I had fake confidence, fake energy, and it was like wearing a mask every single day. It was destroying me. And behind it all, there was a loud, gnawing sense of self-doubt that I just tried to cover every single day with noise and distraction. No vision, no accountability, going from paycheck to paycheck, feeling horrible in my body. I wasn't a man, I was generally just a passenger in my own life. Fast forward to now, guys. I'm operating on a different reality. I'm in the highest frequency I possibly could be. I've got a clear mind, clear vision, and I've built a business that prints while I sleep in terms of makes money while I'm living my life, because I stopped chasing pleasure and started building discipline through my own story, through building my personal brand, through becoming someone I would respect. I live every single day in full alignment, peak physical shape, the sharpest I've ever been mentally. I move freely between Dubai, Bali. I'm actually going back to the UK in a couple of weeks for my sister's wedding, some client photo shoots, and some masterminds with my elite CEO clients. And I've essentially got an element of financial freedom, which feels incredibly powerful considering I was over £10,000 of debt not so many months ago. I wake up early every single day, train hard, think clearly. There's no weed, no junk, no noise, no vices in my life. I move every single day with certainty because I know who I am now. I know what has built me. I know what is going to get me from good to great on a consistent basis. And I know who I am on the deepest level and what I'm here to do. And I want to show you guys exactly how you can do that in your own life. I want to show you guys how you can become who you said you always wanted to be. And that has allowed me to now help men all over the world every single day step into that same power, step into who they now need to be, using the Daily 5, the system that took me from low value and lost to sovereign, clear, and unstoppable in everything that I do in my life. So there's 5 non-negotiables that you need as a man for self-mastery and peak performance, and I'm going to go extremely deep on these, and the outcomes will be explained as we dive in. But there's 5 simple things you need to be doing every single day, guys, if you want to truly master your mindset, your body, your fitness, your fulfillment, and your freedom. And step number 1 is basic mindset calibration. Every single morning, we need to show up with a new mindset. Not yesterday's, not tomorrow's, but today's. We only have today, day one or one day. We need to eliminate all forms of mental clutter and install a code of clarity, focus, and execution. Tools that I am using and have been using: journaling, strategic inputs, identity rewiring, taking assumptions from above. Once you are completely aligned and you are following these habits, you will be in the highest frequency possible. That way, it's going to allow you to be in a position to take universal downloads, understand the world, see it differently, feel it differently, and move differently inside it. And that only comes from creating assumptions over your own life and becoming him now, becoming the man you've always wanted to be now. There's a quote that goes around that says, you don't have to have it to be it, you have to be it to have it. And I live my life directly in alignment with that. And as the laws of frequency goes, when you're in an enlightened state, an abundant state, the world will reward you with what you seek the most, because what you seek is seeking you. And that puts you in a position where you can own the quality of your thoughts, your thinking, your beliefs, your actions and habits, which create the mindset in which you truly want to own. Movement before mind, daily movement before screen time, every single day. You have to ground yourself into your body. You have to let your mind move inside your body. So walks, mobility, breath work, sun. For me, every single morning, I will run anywhere between 3 to 10 miles. It varies depending on what I'm doing that day or what the program is set. I follow a program for my body and for my mindset every single day. And I move every single morning. I chase my breath. I chase the sun, I chase movement, and I move with it. I allow that flow to allow me to ground myself, to move, to perform. It is almost like turning the engine on for the day and stacking a massive internal personal win. Then there has to be the fasting control. You have to leverage dopamine, because when you're hungry, it equates to clarity. You will have a higher level sense of self. You will be more in tune, more aligned. You'll develop true discipline through this controlled fasting and intentional eating window. And you can implement intermittent fasting, planned refeeds, and obviously live your life and diet around low inflammatory foods. Because when you're in a fasting window, you'll have a higher secretion of growth hormone. You'll become more insulin sensitive. Your stomach will shrink internally. Therefore, your demand for more food will be lesser. And you can stay lean 365 and have a powerful athletic body and eat the foods that you love while getting leaner, building muscle, and feeling incredible every single day. And I will dive into that deeper as we go. And then I've managed to build in a strategy and system that allows linear progression through and through every single week, time and time again, with my progressive resistance training strategy, which is heavy weight, low reps, and perfect form, using strength as the anchor. As a natural lifter, you don't need to train more than 4 times a week. 3 times a week is the ideal, focusing on full body strength building. That way you will not run into any of those crazy appetite spikes off the back of your workouts. You can actually build muscle week on week. You can gain strength week on week. And you will find yourself that you do not grow inside the gym, you grow outside the gym. I used to train 7 days a week, twice a day, trying to build my dream physique. And all it left me was feeling burnt out, lacking in building strength. My body wasn't changing. I was feeling exhausted, heavy, running into injuries. There was never deloads. There was only just pressure put upon myself. And I always used to think more is more. More is going to bring me more, but less is more at this stage of my life. And especially being a natural lifter, you need to be thinking more logically rather than training or competing to these bodybuilders that are on steroids and can recover better, have better genetics, whatever it may be. And as guys, you don't want to have a bodybuilder physique. You want a lean, athletic, powerful physique that turns heads when you walk into a room, that girls find very attractive. And we can work on the ideal aesthetics through building your body by design rather than default, just by doing all this junk volume. And then there's flow optimization. We need to find your edge, guys, and stay there. Once we're in flow, we can replace dopamine with chasing purpose. You know, we want to always lead with purpose over pleasure. There's got to be deep work blocks, nature, solitude, and task layering. So you're always wearing one hat at one time, and you can be in a state of peace and flow and either operate in the current job you're in or build the business you want to build with alignment. rather than feeling like you've got the golden handcuffs and you're completely chained to your laptop or desktop all day, just grinding and grinding and grinding, hopefully for something new to change. We can implement the flow optimization strategy to allow you to have the most high level cognitive function and get probably 4 days of work done in 1 day just through this strategy. So mindset calibration, guys, every single morning there has to be a daily process to remove mental fog, reset your focus, and remind yourself of who the fuck you are and what you're building in this earth. This is where you can take assumptions from above, because this is going to allow you to remove that reactive, mind cluttered, no direction, dopamine chasing, plethora of fuckery that you're in right now. This is where burnout and comparison tend to start. That's where the inconsistencies tend to start. When you're not reassessing who you now need to be today, because it's a game of daily course correction. This is what we do with every single one of our clients, is we have to affirm our values, our standards, and who we now need to be today to live a life of abundance, to live a life of complete transcendence and alignment to achieve the level of success that we want. How it does work, there's got to be a daily journaling process. We need to solve certain problems, certain issues. What is today's problem? Always ask yourself that. What are you avoiding? What are you committed to? What are you grounded to? What are you anchored to? Who do you now need to be for that? And that's where the PM and the AM priming come into place. So you can align and resolve every single day. Identity reminders, again, the assumptions. Are you the type of man in which you now need to be? Who is that man? Because it's never how do I do this, it's who does this. So it's about stepping into the who, not the how. Tight input control, no social media scrolling first thing in the morning. We remove all distractions, phone on airplane mode, be completely uncontactable as much as you possibly can so you can be on your mission, your purpose without any derailing, any distraction for the day. And having our top clarity rituals dialed in for every single day so the outcomes are clear and we can align our behaviours with that success and those outcomes. Movement before mind, this is where we deploy the low intensity cardiovascular work of the day. You will live longer, feel healthier, burn more calories, clear more steps every single day, become a fat burning furnace, and essentially feel very inspired by your own actions every single morning when you can remove that digital stimulation and go into physical stimulation through creativity, through moving your body, through tuning into an audiobook or podcast after your morning assumptions and moving into a state and place where you are breathing, turning into a high functioning machine and doing the movements that ground you. It could be a run, it could be a walk, it could be breath work, it could be some mobility or yoga, but anything that takes you out your mind into your body is going to be absolutely essential on a morning to prime you, to activate you, to stack a big physical and psychological win so you feel aligned with the very best version of you. You have to live your life as if you are in a movie and you're handing your movie script to a director and you want to be able to watch that movie back and be inspired. And the guy that I want to be would be inspired if he ran every single morning. He moved and he grooved. I used to love movies growing up. I used to love seeing it, even in Cheaper by the Dozen. I think the first one when the dad goes out running in the morning to clear his head before going home and he's running around the farms and the fields and stuff before he goes back to see all his kids, all 12 of them, I used to be inspired by things like that. I always am inspired by those who do the things that not average people do. So again, if you do the opposite of average, you become a savage. And that is what we now need to focus on in the morning. And so far, this morning routine is only taking up to 20, 30 minutes of your day. And that's if you're grounded and waking up early because you're aligned anyway. So fasted control, this one is where we can really look at physique optimization, composition, grounding, and using a fasting window to sharpen our focus, improve energy, develop impulse control, and leverage dopamine. Because when you are waking up in the morning, grabbing a bowl of cereal, even though you're not hungry, you're eating out of habit, it's only going to lead to a massive insulin spike, causing constant snacking, emotional eating, dopamine chasing, and killing your overall willpower. Willpower is the most important thing, especially over the first 3 weeks of any dieting phase or any quote-unquote change habit cycle. 21 days is how long it takes to get into flow state. And if you can really build in the fasting window from the start, it's going to build these restraints, this clarity, and this discipline into your life, allowing you to run either 12 till 8 or 11 till 7 every single day, one structured high protein refeed consistent meal post workout after you've done your big session of the day. You can avoid the sugar and the junk throughout the morning and afternoon and deploy something very nice and on the evening. The way I like to do it is, I track my meals the night before. I eat in a fasted window, 12 till 8, and I have a Magnum ice cream lolly and a 2-finger Kit Kat at night time pre-planned into my diet. So every single day I can have that snack. It could be cookies, it could be ice creams, it could be a muffin, it could be anything you want, but if it's planned and tracked into your diet app before, every single day is a cheat day. Every single day you can eat the exact food you love while staying on track, and then reverse engineer that. Every other meal is your whole nutrient dense foods, plenty of fats, balanced with carbohydrates, plenty of protein, anywhere between 150 to 200 grams of protein per day, allowing you to retain and build muscle. And then the carbohydrates and the fats, especially for a natural lifter, are key. When you're on steroids, you don't need as much, dietary fat. That's why they'll get leaner faster, because you can pull fats down lower. But when you're a natural lifter, you need more fats for hormone regulation and production, because we have to produce it all internally and naturally as it is, without having that assisted matrix of adaptogenics and pharmaceutical drugs that would enhance our aesthetics. We have to do it the hard way, I guess, guys. But again, I even wrote down a quote: to succeed without risk is to win without glory. So again, the way I look at it is, by taking the long road, you will always learn more about yourself. And especially being a natural lifter, you want to preserve your youth. You don't want to fall into the trap of taking steroids too early or young. Otherwise, you can inhibit your chance of you having children. Your skin will degrade, you will lose your hair. The list goes on and on and on. I know there's a lot of people out there that believe that not to be true, but I'm on the other side where I believe that to be true. So I'd rather you guys do it the healthy, more natural approach that allows you to eat what you want in regulation with your diet, your macros, your bespoke growth habits, and drop the body fat effectively and build the discipline naturally. Progressive resistance training. So as I've said before, I used to train 7 days a week, twice a day, conditioning, strength, CrossFit, everything, thinking more would give me more. But in reality, when we have a high focus on what natural lifters truly need to build a world-class, strong, athletic, robust physique, we can focus on our heavy compound lifts done with intention and mastery, so we can actually build an aesthetic, athletic, masculine physique, allow our recovery to be so dialed in that we're building more muscle tissue than we would if we're doing traditional 5 or 6 day splits. Training essentially is a metaphor, consistent progression, tight form, and pushing limits. It will work extremely well for you guys, because if you can get into a 3 to 4 days per week lift session focusing on full body or upper lower, your main lifts being your squat, bench, press, deadlifts and chin-ups and dips, you will have a higher secretion of growth hormone. Your insulin sensitivity and recovery will be far more improved. You will rest more, you will have less hunger spikes or less need for food, therefore fat loss and dieting for an aesthetic physique will be easier, and you will be able to scale and build week on week by factoring in deloads as well every other day, because you're only training 4 days a week on an on-off cycle. And training in that kind of fasted, semi-fasted state will keep you sharp, keep you light, keep you progressive, and allow you to get leaner much faster, build strength much faster. As I've touched on, the growth hormone secretion will be more within your favor when you are in a fasted state and you give your gut that time to rest. And the physique you will build by doing this will be a dense, strong, movie star body. The traps, the shoulders, the tight waist, the nice chest, the ripped abs, the athletic legs and the vascular arms. Everything that we want will happen by doing this, because you're focusing on the real bread and butter, the real meat and potatoes, and you're tracking everything, you're lifting in alignment, and you're getting stronger, rather than just doing random fluffy bodybuilder workouts with loads of junk volume, feeling crap, eating crap, and looking crap. A cool thing as well, I will touch on this, is another wee anecdote. When you are only training 3 to 4 times a week, you have more time to focus on other things, like your running, like your lifestyle, like your work, your business, building activities, your relationship. So you never really fall into the all or nothing category. I just want to add that in, which is amazing for your psyche. Flow state optimization, guys, this one's key. A lot of people talk to me and say, you always seem to be in flow, Lewis. You train like a savage, your eating looks really fun? How do you manage to do it? How do you manage to do this? It comes down to flow state, guys. And you need to live your life by design rather than default, and reduce distractions as much as possible, and then increase your time in deep focused states of output, aka flow. That is why I fast. That's a thing that will help. And because I'm not always beaten up and smashed from my training or my running, or feeling foggy and groggy for trying to consume 500 grams of carbs because I'm trying to build muscle or something, it allows me to operate like a real modern man. It allows me to operate like a real sovereign operator in life, body, business, and every other aspect, because most men are distracted and overstimulated. Flow is where peak performance happens, where you feel in a state and place where there's clarity and purpose and you don't feel like anything's missing. And you need this daily if you want to operate your absolute best. So there's always going to be deep work blocks, 90 to 180 minutes with no interruptions whatsoever, no phone, just clear, dialed in, task batching and time blocking, eliminating junk via dopamine, no phone in the morning, no endless notifications always distracting you, stealing you away from the task at hand. So you can focus and work on the real needle moving tasks in your business and life. So you can work in just solitude and silence and have that creative output over constant consumption. Even when you're in the personal brand space, it's very, very easy to look in your phone and see someone else has posted this, so you feel you have to post that. And in reality, it's like if you're aligned, you're uninterrupted, you can be in complete authenticity and flow and really do say, think, feel, and perform the way you know you would want to if you were your own best asset. So outcomes, guys, I would never tell you this entire flow if I didn't give you the outcomes. These are things that I have experienced from following this process and this blueprint of the Daily 5. You end up with mental clarity on command. There's no more mental noise. You are clear. I never have a noisy brain. Before in the past, it was mental. I would literally be so distracted, stressed, anxious, thinking about 110 different things. Now I'm just complete flow. I'm just here when it's now. It is happening to me, for me, right this moment, and I'm in love with that feeling. You wake up knowing exactly every single day what needs to be done. You execute without resistance, and you're no longer guessing. You're leading your life in alignment. Discipline does become your new default. It almost becomes inspired intention when you're actually inspired and you intend with the outcomes in which you want. You can reverse engineer them and behave your way into the success just through the growth habits, the daily do's. And you don't negotiate with yourself anymore. There is no inner bitch. My inner bitch is gone. He's dead. He does not make any noise anymore. He's about this small. He's tiny. I can't listen to him. You don't need motivation. Your standards run the show. So your habits and standards, you've set a new standard for yourself, and you can show up no matter what, because that is who you are now. You have became the man you've always wanted to be. You listen only to above. You only listen to that person in which you currently are acting like now, because you became him in this moment in time. And that is where the confidence really starts to shine through, and you start building on top of those growth habits every single day and becoming someone that you would massively admire, because his habits, his word, his standard really, really holds a show. Outcomes, again, once mastered, level 3, this would be, you get elite level physical shape. Leaner, stronger, sharper. You look great in a t-shirt, look even better down by the beach. There's no guesswork, there's no burnout. Your body becomes a weapon, aesthetic, high-functioning, toned, chiseled, lean, movie star physique, almost like you're Brad Pitts from Fight Club. You've got that, ripped six-pack look. You're strong, kind of wiry, athletic. You just look insane, but you're strong and powerful. You don't just look good, you feel dangerous. A lot of guys say to me, you are an absolute beast. You've got an insane genetic. I don't have good genetics, guys. I just train the way I train, and I've done it for so long now and had the results, and it's like when you're in this place and space, guys, it's like you are becoming a top 1% man. You have a top 1% physique, because the work and the way we now do things based upon how we coach our clients with like specific styled muscle group splits, working on more the traps, the side delts, with the mechanisms in which we're putting in place, how we're dieting them, how we're doing this. It's like, you just show up and you look, and you've got this energy, you've got this feeling. You can look someone in the eye that works with me, and you're like, he's got something about him that I don't know, I've never seen before. And it's that raw energy, it's that raw physique. It's just strong, shapely, and it's not doing it the way you've maybe been commonly believed to be true with the old school style of the bodybuilding, the volume, the this. It just makes no sense to me. It's about optimizing the strength, the testosterone, the recovery, and having that less is more mindset. So outcomes, again, once mastered, bulletproofing your habits and structure. There's no more on and off cycles, no burnout, no reactive weeks. Again, you have a locked in system that stacks momentum day after day. Monday and Saturday are no different for me. It's a day where you wake up, you run the blueprint, you align, you get to your highest frequency. Your lifestyle makes success automatic. You can literally live a life in your own terms, train every day, make money every day, feel good every day, catch the sun every day, get your steps in every day, become a fat burning machine every single day. When you have these structures and habits in place, and that's what we build for every single one of our guys, is this success system, so they can literally just start dropping fat, feeling great, moving with fucking style, having that aura that every man really truly desires, and literally living a life of alignment and success, because the habits are now the thing that backs up the behaviors, which keeps the outcomes inspired and aligned with the person you're now being, because you're only aligning up to your best self now. Flow state. Once you're in flow state, guys, you know how to enter the zone on command. It's literally like click of the fingers, like deep work. I've just got back from my morning run. I filmed the first YouTube straight into this, created this PowerPoint presentation in 15 minutes, put it together, just want to sit down and spend some time. I'm not distracted. There was no friction before. I just was like, let's deliver, let's do this. The creative output is always there. Powerful decisions are always being made, and you operate from flow rather than friction. When there's too much friction in your life when it comes to training, diet, business, relationships, you'll find a way to self-sabotage and hide from it. That's why I built this structure. That's why I built this system, because when we remove friction, there's flow, and you can't have success without speed, and you can't have speed without subtraction. So remove all the noise, remove all the shit that does not serve you, and then you're going to make those hours feel like minutes, because you're just in that amazing stage and place in your heart and head where you're aligned, and output triples and everything feels so dialed in. And guys, it's these habits, you need these in your life. I truly believe you need these in your life if you want to take it all the way. They are the most magical thing you can put in your life. So freedom from addictions and vices. I obviously used to, have a lot of vices: drugs, porn, alcohol, social media, self-sabotage. My days literally would flow like that. That was my old daily 5. But now through the willpower, you're never going to be able to willpower your way out of these negative pendulums, these cycles, these vices. You can only get through them with a massive identity upgrade, where we teach you, coach you, and guide you to become the man that can only outgrow the old version of himself through the belief systems. Because as I said before, your internal beliefs shape your external reality, and if you believe you will always be a failure, you will never be a winner. Because winners win and losers lose. If you are a winner, you will become a winner. If you think like a winner, you will become a winner. If you act like the actor of the best Hollywood film, you will become the actor of the best Hollywood film. If you act like someone who has the best physique, the best flow, the best nutrition, and you believe all of this to now be true, you begin to run the show as if you already are him now, and then you can behave your way to success and renounce everything that is not serving you anymore. Number 7, total lifestyle alignment. Work, training, food, routine, downtime, all work together to support your evolution. For me, I am always working. For me, I am always training. For me, I am always eating in alignment. For me, every decision I make is moving me towards my North Star mission and goal. There is no more inner conflict. I'm living aligned with my purpose, my mission, and I move like a man who's already won. I feel it. And still, I show up hungry every single day like I've got nothing, even though I feel like I've got everything. And that is the two sides of the coin to master. To feel like you've got everything you could ever possibly want because you became the man already, but to know you've got so much more to help, so much more to do, so much more people to serve, so many more things to conquer, so much more to life, Max. And I believe these 7 outcomes will come true if you follow all of these 5 steps, guys. The daily 5 is literally the thing you have needed, the thing you've been missing, the thing that you've always wanted. And I really, really do look forward to seeing people take action from this. As always, guys, if you've made it this far in the video, this is your calling, this is your time to lean in, take action, and do something you thought never possible, to do it the right way, to do it the easy way, to play life in your own terms, and to max out in every aspect. Destroy average, become undeniable, and live a life of complete flow state. Guys, my number is below in the description here. 07585709198. Hit the number. Let's chat on WhatsApp. Let's see if you are ready to implement one of my blueprints. It might be tier 1, 2, or 3. It might be VIP, fitness, mindset, and lifestyle. It might be elite CEO if you want to scale up the personal brand. Because you cannot build the business if you've not built the man. The man always comes first. It's not how, it's always who. Let's get into flow state. Let's build a physique. Let's master the mindset. Let's take this to the top. Guys, I love you. I hope this was super insightful, super helpful. All the 5 basic things I do every single day to build a world-class physique, build a life of my dreams, live every single day like it's the best day ever, live that dream state, make money, make impact, have an amazing quality of life, financial and location freedom. You can have it all as well. And that is no joke, no lie. You've seen where I've came from, you've seen what I've done in a short period of time, and now it's your turn. Guys, I believe you can do this. It's a belief of mine that you can do this. Anyone can do this if you follow the daily 5 and you have the right people around you. You invest in the right people, you have the right mentor, the right coach, the right guidance, and you are truly willing to take it all the way. It looks simple, but there's hard work involved. But I know for a fact it's easier than the life you're currently living. Guys, I'll see you on the next one. So next up inside the mega course here, guys, we have a snapshot of one of our team masterminds with some of our fitness VIP clients. This is a full deep dive on male responsibility, stepping into high frequency, creating assumptions, and embodying the mindset of a high performer so you can win, dominate, and thrive in every aspect of your life. I really hope you enjoy this one. It's a bit more raw, it's a bit more organic, and there's a little bit of a group share in there. So guys, plug in, sit down, and feel like you're part of the community, and I hope you enjoy. See you soon.
Yes, boys. Oi, oi. Oh, we're all good in the hood. Oh, we're all good.
Trips.
What's happening then? Wednesday, Wicked Wednesday's coming in hot. How we all feeling? Drop a little comment in the chat. Scale from 1 to 5. 5 being I'm on the fucking top of the world, 1 being I'm not what I want to be. Big Scotty S in the bike, man. I'm gonna mute you because it'll be noisy, but I love to see him hammering it, man. Big man's like 50 pounds down. Guy's an absolute killer. Absolute killer. Nice to see you, Cammy Shearer, man. Top's looking dope. Please excuse me while I get the macros in, gents. Crack on, crack on. Nice. Tight wee room today. Tight wee room today. A lot to speak about, but again, deliver it as short as needed, as long as possible. Or sorry, as short as possible, as long as needed. Is always a nice frame. We got some numbers coming in, Ross. 4, love it, man. 4 from Cammy, 3 from Sean. Hope this spine is okay. You'll get big Sergio on that back in no time for you, brother. But right, cool. Energy's not too bad across the board, which is something that I like to see. Got big Lewis in as well. Lewis is one of our clients. He actually came out to Bali the other day. He just flew out. Guy's a savage. Probably won't mind me saying, but him and his missus broke up, and I was like, "Ah, dude, come out to Bali." He was like, "Okay," and he just came out. Fucking love it, man. Absolutely fucking love it. That's unreal to see.
Yeah, fuck her, bro.
Where are you at the moment, Lewis?
Mate, I just got back to the villa just now and I've been out all day. I'm just fucked. Like the sun just absolutely ruined you here, man.
Yeah, that's why I sit in the back cave for the majority of the day, man. I love it. I love it. But team, let's run on something. I always like to lean in with some mental frames first and foremost, right? And you can just tap away any number, any letter, whatever, if you agree with me in the chat once I'm running through this. But see in life, right? Remove having a great body. Obviously, a great body adds to everything. Remove having loads of money. Obviously, having loads of money adds to everything. Remove having all of the external shit. Imagine it all. Get it all gone, right? If you had the clearest state of mind, you just optimized your life for peace, you weren't going through any internal hell, any mental battles, any doubts, fears, anxieties, would you class that as like a peak goal? fire in the chat for me, but I wanna get clear on this. If it's just like a could be a yes, it could be a no, could be anything, just so I know. Yep. Cool. Cool. Yep. Bang on. Hell yeah. Cool. So this is an interesting one, right? Because obviously there's like a construct that we've all got kind of driven into our head. Whether we know what's right, what's wrong, what we should believe, what we shouldn't believe, what's good, what's bad. But when did we actually decide in our own life who was going to actually, like, who was going to be the dictator of whether we're happy or not, whether we're in peace or not? Because everything we tend to get pissed off at is always external, right? It's always something that's detached from us. It's never something that's it's internal, right? It's always what we perceive to be as a bad thing. It could be a bill hits us, it could be a friend says something, it could be whatever the fuck. I don't know. But usually you get triggered by life. And the only way you can be untriggered by life is if you become absolutely fucking bulletproof, right? Absolutely fucking bulletproof in your own mindset. And the only way you can actually do that is by optimizing for peace. And the only way you can actually optimize for peace, guys, is through having a really solid inner dialogue. And I don't know if a lot of you guys have this inner dialogue where you're almost in a strange little conversational loop with yourself every single day. If you don't have that, not everyone actually has that, right? Which is interesting. But see if your thoughts are inherently negative, whether you can or can't do something, whether you will or won't. If you can optimize to have a delusional sense of belief and a delusional sense of like a fuck yeah attitude with everything you're trying to do, it's a very high test mindset. Put it that way. It's a very let's kick in the fucking door and win kind of mindset. But you can actually trick your brain into believing you can do anything and speaking to yourself like you're worth doing anything. And that's what I want to try drive home today because the biggest difference between the ones who lose and the ones who win is the person who won was always the guy, not the smartest guy, not the most talented guy. There's so many people we probably look at. It's like, how the fuck is that dumb fuck made this? Like, how the fuck is he doing that? I'm so much more intelligent. Like, you know yourself, you're cut from a different cloth already. You know yourself, you're a switched on person. You've been through more battles than ever. I'm going to tell Scott off to stop on muting himself, man. Who's on? Fucking everyone get muted, man. You put me off my flow, fuck's sake. But like the ones who actually win are the ones who have a crazy delusional sense of like, yeah, I'm just going to give it my absolute all and my best shot and believe that the only outcome is success. Like, see, when you walk past a car in the street and you really want the car in the street, there's going to be a part of you that says, I'll never be able to have that car. I'll never be able to get there. But then there's going to be a part of you that's like, yeah, I'll get that car soon. I'll be there very, very soon. So it's like it's almost that kind of that conscious auto suggestion I spoke about the other week. And it's like, remember back in Scotland, we're all from Scotland here, when someone says yellow car, and if you see a yellow car, you get like a deed arm or something. That's literally how your brain works. If you start to imprint what you want to see, what you want to believe, what you want to feel, over time, it will almost like you're dropping sand into water. It will slowly just run to the bottom and start gathering, start gathering, start gathering. And it will just start building and building and building and building, like sheets of paper almost. If you laid one sheet of paper on the floor, it looks like fuck all. If you lay 1,000 pieces of paper on the floor, it's a big ass pile. So this is why every single day you have to actually practice a positive mental attitude. Because you can't hate your way into success. Yeah, a little bit of pain will get you started. A little bit like, fuck me, I'm bang out of shape. I look like a burst bag of haggis, and I know I need to get my arse moving. 110%. I used to be in a lot of pain when I started trying to get in shape for the first time. Skinny, fat, little pink inverted nipples, little red face. Shite. I hated how I looked. I really wanted to be confident. So I had to make some big moves. 10 years down the line, a hell of a lot's changed. I've got this like delusional, undeniable sense of I can fucking do anything I want. And that's just came from stacking those bricks day in, day out for a long, long period of time. But that pain, that problem, that shit I was in at the start is not the same pain I'm in now. It's a different type of pain, but it's a more controlled level of pain because I actually have to look for pain every single day, right? Because you can't have purpose without an element of pain. There's no reason to push forward. It's like you've got heaven and hell. Heaven's at the top when everything's rosy, you're winning, you're on point. Hell's at the bottom when you've got the fire so hard under your arse, you got to take action. But see, this kind of midpoint when life's just okay, neutral, fuck neutral. Fuck just being okay. We need to get up, we need to elevate, we need to be in a really high frequency. And you can only be in a super high frequency when you're aligned with your North Star mission and vision, which I'm always going to hammer home. But when your goals run out of timeline, when your goals run out of steam almost, and you maybe lose all the body fat, or you get in the best shape of your life, or you tick X box, a little part of us dies inside, right? It's almost like we get domesticated. We feel like we've reached a new peak, and we're like, this is the peak I've always wanted for so fucking long, and I'm so happy I'm here. So we start slowing down. We start slowing down in the actions. We start slowing down in the habits. But when we really test ourselves and find out that peace of mind in which we truly want, we're only actually ever happy when we're chasing something. We're only ever happy when we're in the pursuit of actually becoming someone new. Because every 3 months, if you're not becoming a different version of yourself, I think you're not growing fast enough. And you get further and further down this loop when it's like every day you become a new person. You're trying to refine, trying to refine, trying to refine. Because it's only when you get caught in the mud, when you start staying sticky, when you're not chasing something, when you're not moving forward, when you're not actually progressing in something, that's when you're going to slow down. A lot of people say, once I get there, I will be happy. And it's like you're going to be happy for 5 to 10 minutes. And it runs away from you. It just becomes a distant memory. So if I can give you one thing to operate from, a lens to operate from going into the next part of this year, is like create the level 10 version of you and base it from a state of peace of mind, and understand what gives you the biggest peace of mind will always be your own self-development. When you are pursuing something challenging and wanting to become someone that you never thought possible. Because you're never going to rise to what you need in life. You'll fall to what you want. And if your wants aren't even that fucking big, you ain't going to escape them. So you got to want more for yourself. You got to want the craziest outcomes. Because even if you fall short of the craziest outcomes, it's still further ahead than just setting an average standard for yourself. So wouldn't it be true if you just start thinking bigger and bolder and badder about who you are, the man you could be, and where you want to take this life, then the results you're going to get are going to be exponentially different. Because I think it was one of my coaches, I think it was my coach that said this. It's like, it was either my coach or it was Bob Proctor that said this. I get confused between the both of them sometimes because they're so wise, but he said to me, it's like, Lewis, if you want different results, change your results. Think deep on that for a second, right? What results are you actually chasing in life? What does it look like when you're there? Is it the status? Is it the car? Is it the body? Is it the this? The list can go on and on and on. I don't know. We're all after something. But see if you set a crazy fucking outcome, crazy result in which you're truly gunning for and like you really want it, it's something you look at every single day, it's something you feel every single day, you're going to get that result. Because you always get exactly what you intended to get when all your conscious thought goes into it. You really, really do. And that's when you can see the reflection of yourself in the mirror from who you truly are, when you're like, fuck, I got what I got based upon what I wanted. You know? It's like, see, when you walk into a shop, like Cami, I think you just bought the book Reality Transurfing. I I don't think it's arrived yet, but if you've read the
No,
book,
Amazon's not that fast.
yeah, if you read the book Reality Transurfing, which I would recommend everyone explore at some stage of their life, it's a very heavy personal development book and it's actually quite hard to understand, but once you've listened to it or read it like 30 times, it makes more sense. Yeah, 10 out of 10 book, 100%. There's a part of the book, right, that talks about going shopping. And it's like when you go shopping and you don't know what you want in your mind, nothing in the shop, you never feel like, yeah, that's mine. That's truly mine. But see, when you know what you really, really want, and then you walk into a random shop and you see exactly what you really want, you're like, fuck yeah, there we go, I've got it. Boom. It feels like it's already yours. You've already made the decision that that thing is yours before you've actually got the thing. So you feel like you own it already. So when it comes to your goals, you have to feel like you own them already. Like it's already happened. It's now just a timeline that you're operating on before you reach that destination, that outcome. And that's where the confidence comes from. And that's how you get over the setbacks in the short term. Because every single day you're gonna eat some big ass shit sandwiches. Life is gonna fucking hit you, boys. And it's gonna hit you very, very hard. It might, Sean messaged me this morning, he was pushing on the leg press and his poor old back's fucking blown out. Yeah, no, no idea. No ideal at all. But it's like every single day there's going to be a problem. It's like, what is today's problem that we have to face? Are we going to be someone that only focuses on the problem and let it like completely capsizes, or are we going to stay aligned with where we're going and keep on gunning for that? Because you'll overcome any challenge in any battle and win the fucking war long term if you know why you're in it, where you're going, and who you need to be to get there. It's always going to be the case. And that outcome, that result of achieving this, desired result, it's almost like Scott Sutherland, he's on the bike, you don't need to hop on, but when he came on board, he never thought he could be in shape. He didn't. And I've had to bang it into his eardrums week after week. You're going to do it. You're going to do it. You're going to do it. You're going to fucking do it. And he messaged me the other day, like, I can't believe I fucking done it. Like, I didn't. This is a physique that I've tried to get since I was like 19 or something, which is nuts. But then it's like, he just had to have the right belief system, the right pathway, and played the game long enough. And it's going to take time for everyone. It takes longer for some than others. But when you play the game the highest level and you fully optimize for peace, which I'm trying to get at here, and you surrender to the fucking long-term fucking mission and just say, you know what? I submit, motherfucker. Take me on this path. I am here for the party. I'm here for the ride. You never quit. You never even think about quitting or doubting yourself. It's the people who have a time horizon like this big that think they're going to conquer the fucking world in 12 weeks. They're the fuckers, man. They're the idiots of the world. They're the absolute cunts that literally get fuck all, man. It's crazy. And yeah, you can make progress in a time frame and we all still set ourselves challenges, but that's like a stepping stone for the longer thing. Like, see, at the start for me, I used to struggle with this, hands on heart. I'd get in like well mad shape, only to like get out of shape, and then be like real fucking all in on run this marathon to not run again. Or like I'd quit one vice, whether it be smoking, and I'd start fucking drinking. It was always like hopscotch with like good, bad, ugly, left, right, purple, blue. It was never like, Lewis, come on to fuck me. You know exactly what you really, really want. Optimize for it and play the long game, and all the shit will just have to fall to the wayside along the way. Stop trying to like pacify yourself. Stop trying to slow yourself down. Stop trying to self-sabotage you from just being who you actually want to be now. Because see, when you install the mind of the guy who has what it is you want and act as him now, then it's just a matter of time before you're fully embodied in him. And this comes down to like the clothes you wear, this comes down to how you style your hair, this comes down to how you dress, how you eat, the type of amount of hydration you have, how you style yourself, what aftershave you wear, whatever it is, everything's down to like the little 1% character developments, the little tiny course corrections you make that feel authentic to you. And if we loop it back to reality transurfing, it's like, right, if you you've got like say £100 in your hands, and you're like, I need to go buy something today. And you go into a shop and it's like you're trying all this stuff on and nothing feels right. But you like you felt like you had to spend your energy, spend your money because you made the decision you had to do the thing. But if it's not for you, it's not for you. You know, I even said to my friend Christian the other day, he's out here in Bali at the moment, really successful guy, really switched on dude, high performance athlete, fit as a fiddle. And he was like, Lewis, man, I'm kind of battling something at the moment. I don't really want to do high rocks and this shit anymore. And I was like, bro, alignment beats goals if the goals aren't aligned. Like, think on that for a wee second. Like, see if you really have a goal that you're aligned with. You're always going to achieve it. But if you're unaligned, but you've set a goal, you're never going to hit the hook. You're never going to hit the goal. You know, it's just really first principle thinking when it comes down to that. And it's like, oh, fair enough. So you're never going to hit an advancement with your, let's say, your physique if you're playing in safety mode. You know, if you're only playing just to maintain, like, and this is again, I'm just going to loop it back on personal stories. If I wanted to be bigger and stronger, have more muscle mass, but I had a limiting belief in my head saying my best weight to be is 70 kilo, 80 kilo. I'd never fucking build any more muscle. Because a part of my brain believes that I need to be at that weight to be happy. Whereas if you detach from that and can move forward and sacrifice and again submit to the long term and be like, well, things that have to change. I need to be eating a fuck ton more. I need to be training a fuck ton more. I need to be sleeping a fuck ton more. I need to be supplementing a fuck ton more. Everything like then you start understanding the pathway because the path illuminates as you walk it when you finally commit to the next evolution. Because the things that got you here will not get you there. And there's always a new enhancement. There's always a new strategy. There's always a new plan. Although the inputs might be relatively the same, it's a different mindset. It's where that stream of consciousness is going with the inputs, which is a really fucking mad thought. A really mad thought. 'Cause it's like, really, are we controlled by our subconscious mind, our conscious mind like this? It's like, yes, we really are. Everything's in the head. If you don't think you're ever going to pull it off, you never will. And that's all predisposed beliefs that have been installed through family, friends, upbringing, setbacks, traumas, problems. The list goes on. But then again, if you deep it, it's like, okay, they were experiences and things and thoughts that now happened. Lewis, run for your call. Then can't we now create new experiences that influence our behaviors, our thoughts, and our actions going forward? That's what you got to look at it like, and that's why I'm so big on character development, personal development, because it's never usually an external problem we're having in life. It's an internal problem in which we've not managed yet. Something we need to let go of, something that's anchoring us down, some kind of thought pattern, some sort of bad juju that's weighing into us. And if we were finally to just release that, then it makes the rest of the things more frictionless because you surrender to the actual fact that this is the new pathway. So trying to, walk up a hill with like a weighted vest on. It's like it's going to be hard, yeah, but you're playing it on hard mode right now, just having this weighted vest on. Carrying all this stuff from the past. I think I spoke about it maybe 2 weeks ago with you got the past, which is the past, you got the present, which sometimes isn't the best, but you got the future. That's a new chapter for you to write and create yourself. How you decide to infuse that thought and that outcome is going to be based upon how you believe in yourself now. Doesn't not the circumstances you're experiencing now, but how you want to believe yourself into the future. I'll maybe use, just Cammy Cormac, for example, just because of your circumstances with the back and stuff, you've had to like take a hiatus with training, right? So it's that fucking is triggering. Like, see, if I was told, like, you got to take 12 weeks off training, 16 weeks off training.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a bit of a slap in the face. Has been a
Yeah.
bit of a slap in the face. And originally I couldn't understand it, and then I spoke to kind of physio and stuff like that, and they're like, "Look, mate, like your best bet is just take the time off just now, eat as much food as you can. Do you know what I mean? And just relax because if you go back to training now, you're never going to be as fit as you potentially could be. if you just took the time to heal and rest and recover. So as much of a slap in the face it is, you just need to kind of take it on board.
Yeah.
Circumstantially, however, like yeah, with regards to mental health, output, input, routine, systems, everything's changed.
Yeah.
Everything's changed. Even sleep. I need an extra hour of sleep at night just now because I'm recovering. So even like those kind of things, you've got an immediate knock-on effect. An immediate knock-on effect. But certainly mental health's been a kicker. I like going to the gym, exerting myself, staying fit, cycling, stuff like that. All because I do feel as if obviously it's good for body and mind. But yeah, certainly the last couple of weeks have been tough, but manageable, manageable,
Mm.
manageable, and surprisingly productive.
And you're getting there because you're like, right, you now know the pathway, which is rest and recovery.
Uh-huh.
If
Uh-huh.
imagine you, this is kind of like the premise of where I'm trying to go with this was like, imagine you just got your surgery, for example, and they said they didn't give you any aftercare, like any kind of like, this is the mindset you got to have. You kind of got to surrender to the chill time and just it's going to be this amount of time. Imagine you just got stuck in that limbo
Oh yeah.
and
Hmm.
you didn't know if you could do this, you could do that, and that's what pickles everyone's mind when they're transitioning from one place to the next place. They get caught in limbo. They don't know the clarity. They don't know the next steps, and it's like they can continue working extremely hard in this neutral limbo place, but nothing seems to change, and it's like you're on this spinning wheel, and it's really difficult. But until you just like get released off the wheel, you're like, boom, I'm off again. I know where I'm going, and that's when you feel that peace of mind. So it's always going to come right back to like optimize for as much mental peace as possible. What like you don't need to be as stressed ever about anything that's happening. You can give less fucks if you want to give less fucks. 99% of the battles we're facing are predisposed through our own mind, which again we can course correct and change your just a different lens on things. But there should never be any reason for you to doubt your ability to become who you want to be. Because no one's actually ever told you you're not allowed to get that thing. And that's what I really want to hammer because I was a fucking degenerate stoner for a long, long time who self-sabotaged every time something went right. I tried to break up with my missus as many times as possible, as I possibly could over the last 8 years. Fuck knows how she still stayed around. I've been through more different styles of haircuts than you can imagine. I've tried to recreate myself so many times, and it's always failed. I've always made massive, massive successes with business only to burn it all down the following month. I've been there, done that. And like probably over the last year and a half after whatever, it's finally a state of like peace of mind. And that's not came down to it's just more trust. It's just more trust in myself than I've ever had. And I don't know where it's came from. It's probably obviously the consistent actions and the work, but I'm saying this to you guys now just to fucking trust yourselves fully. Like anything you could go for. And that's why you got to know your pathway. You got to know the outcome. You got to know the belief. You got to have it all installed. You got to feel it in your fucking chest. It has to be in your front of your mind every single day. You got to run at it. You got to fucking run at it because if you don't run at it, no one else will. And then we all know the fear factor of speaking to maybe relatives, family members, or the bloke down the pub that said he coulda, woulda, shoulda. And we never want to be that guy. We never want to be that fucking guy. But lads, we'll wrap up for the time being. Just in my little rant, that's kind of what I wanted to speak about more than anything else. Let us know in the chats or feel free to unmute if you have anything you want to jam on that I can give you some like one-to-one here. Sean, I've still got your back stuff to do later on, champ, which I'm going to get
Don't
round
worry, mate. Don't worry. I'm
to.
just fucking soldiering on, mate.
Good lad. Good. But I've got it in my diary anyway to tweet for you, so you'd be sweet to just get a
Yeah.
little big Sergio have at you tonight.
Mate, I got too cocky on the fucking leg press this morning, thought I could do something I couldn't, so that's what it is.
Yeah, absolutely sandwiched, man. Absolutely
I
toast.
just mate, I was so happy it was on the seventh rep and I managed to push it up, otherwise I'd been trapped there at 4:30 this morning.
That's
Oh, yeah,
nice.
I'm
No,
gonna go and get sorted, so Have a good one, guys. See you later on.
Good seeing you, champ. Godspeed, mate.
Right.
Get well
Bye
soon.
bye. Bye.
But yeah, anyone else want to jam, feel free. And then Mr. Shearer, I'm hopping on with you next anyway for one-on-one, so can do that. We all good? You ready to fucking send this week hard? You got something on your mind, big dog?
Yeah, I think like I was actually thinking on this morning, like, and it touches base on a lot of what you were speaking about. It's like you don't need an easier life, you just need a simpler life.
Yep.
If you can do the hard stuff, but simpler. That's like the same energy that you're speaking about. Like, just have that fucking mentality for the things that you actually need to do, and then fucking R, rest and recover, so you can do it again.
Fuck yeah.
Like, and I think I think I've been like so misaligned with trying to just do shit for the sake of doing stuff, and like feeling like you're obliged to like do more, and probably with like the way that like modern masculinity is going, where it's like this super immature, like you should be working fucking 100-hour weeks and doing the most like fuck rest. I think I've been so misled by that that it honestly just wasn't working. And now I'm in a place where I've identified that and trying to just do what matters. It's a lot smoother. And like I've got that like internal kind of voice calmness. It's coming, but it's not there yet. Like I can feel it is there some days, other days it's not. But then that like internal happiness of I'm not where I want to be, but I like where I'm at.
Good. Mate, that's actually such a powerful share, man. It's like law of detachment. It's like you know the goal you want and you know you're going to get there. Why don't you just enjoy the ride? Like, just enjoy the peace of mind knowing you will arrive at your destination because you've chose that destination. No one else has chose it for you. And it's like when you optimize to do less better at the highest level, you've got peace of mind because you look at your to-do list and you stop comparing yourself to other people because the people, I was speaking about this yesterday, the people that are the most frantic and the most busy and are always like, oh, I've got just like something's always going. It's like fucking use a journal or something, you fucking muppet. Like,
Yeah. Like if the sacrifice for a 20K month is happiness, fuck test levels, depressed, anxious, like in a state of chaos, then pushing for that 20K month doesn't put you in a better position. It just
yeah.
it just makes you've got more money, but you're not better off for it.
And if it's a fast win, it's going to be a fast lose with the things you've just touched on there. And in almost as a reverse way, if you're well rested, high test, you're doing potent tasks, you'll land 20K months. Like it's like the thing people think they need to do to get the thing is usually like far less than what's actually required. But again, just a deeper stream of consciousness, a higher level of potency, and then detaching from it. Like not ruining your own credibility with yourself by being needy is always going to be a winner. Like I always look at it like the needy ex-boyfriend that wants to check back. She's just going to get repulsed by you if you're always fucking popping up and being like weird in chats.
Yeah.
Like I think like Lewis that was on the chat a minute ago, he done the most baller move. He had like a day of sulking, and then he was like, "Oh, by the way, I just landed in Bali, man." And then I went an hour long walk with him yesterday. I was like, "You're a fucking G, man." Like, just like I went to JD, bought like a whole fucking new attire of clothing. I've signed up at the best gym. I'm going to lock in and fucking finally whip this physique up. He trades on fucking crypto and uh, day trade and stuff, and he's just going to print money and fucking get in shape. And it's like that's the best revenge you could ever have, ever. And it's like on your own terms, you know. And it's so easy in this world to look out at what everyone else is doing or what should be done or could be done. But if it's not right for you, don't fucking do it, man. You know, that's what I feel. Because there's so many ways to skin a cat, and some people use the wrong weapon. Use like a butter knife and hack at it for a week and make an absolute mess of it. Poor little cat. Or you can use like a samurai sword or just not kill it in the first place. Just don't skin the cat at all. Maybe it's not your cat's skin.
Yeah, fair.
Dark thoughts. But yeah, fuck it, man. Let's fucking go. This has been sick. This has been sick. Everyone, thanks for hopping on. Short and sweet for a Wednesday, man. Let's wrap it up. Cammy, you just want to hang tight in this call. We'll keep on. Actually, no, I'll send you a new link because I'm recording this. And I'll just run that. But guys, let's fucking go. Rest of the week. Let's win. Let's fucking dominate. Have a good one, chaps. You're all killers. Love seeing you as always. Let's go. Let's go.
Tell you what. Next up, we're coming to you live from the podcast studio, and I'm going to be running you through how to get. Next up, we have a video live and raw from the podcast studio over in Bali, and I'm going to be running you through a full breakdown and framework on how to get over adversity and how to leverage your biggest losses to become your biggest successes. Guys, this is all part of the story. This is all part of your breakthrough. Enjoy this little snippet of content. It's going to be absolutely world class for you to take on board and just understand my whole perspective and understanding of what to do if you're down and out and you know you've got more dog in the fight. I'll see you in the next one. Hope you enjoy this little snippet of content. Let's go.
Oh, let's go.
Tell you what, fellas, rock bottom looks different to everyone, but my rock bottom was fucked. It was close to going to jail, close to suicide, close to killing myself. 3 fucking mental things happened to me over the course of like a 9-month period that changed the entire course of my life. I woke up one day back in my mum and dad's house in a single bed with all my fucking school shit in it after I'd moved out, got the car, got the missus, went to the different city, living the high life, living the good life, making good money, 6 figures for the first time. All this good shit was happening. But after these 3 fucking unique wake-up calls that I was served from the big man above, you know, that was rock bottom for me. I remember feeling so exhausted, nervous energy through the roof, anxious as could be, burnt out like a crisp. A lot of people talk about burnout. They're not burnt out. They're just misaligned, honestly. They're just a bit stressed, which is not real burnout. But I mean when you actually hate yourself so fucking much to the point that you don't even want to wake up in the morning. And you're so ungrateful for every single thing you have around you. That's burnout. When you can't even do the things you love anymore, that's burnout. When all that you seek is vices, women, porn, escapism, that's burnout. When you're always searching for an easier route, that is burnout. Guys, I could go on for days with this list, but there's something that you really need to understand. And that's when you hit rock bottom. It is actually the best thing that will ever fucking happen to you. Because all of those little things that I spoke about just a moment ago, they're just little things. They're part of the bigger picture. And those 3 incidents and the backlash that came from all of them turned me into the man I am today, gave me the wisdom, the knowledge, the know-how, the experience, the skill set, and the wisdom to not fuck this life up. To not fuck it up. And if I ever fuck it up, then to deal with it very fast and hard and take full ownership and responsibility. Because, guys, there's going to be something that happens to you. Maybe in a month's time, a year's time, maybe it's happened. And you're waiting for it to happen almost, or you're still dwelling on it because it has happened. And it's left you for dead. It's completely shook you sideways. And you identify as someone who's burnt out. And you continue living in that false fulfilling prophecy, waiting for someone to hand you a new life on a silver platter. Guys, you've heard it before, not from me, but from many other top dogs in the self-development space. But no one's come to save you. No one is coming to save you. Rock bottom, guys. You can't go any lower. So you better get fucking good at climbing, because the only way out is up. And I tell you what, the minute you see the sunlight off the back of rock bottom. Your life changes for good. And think about it. Think about it. If you were to climb out the deepest, darkest hole you've ever been in, the grit, the determination, the muscle, the strength, the confidence, and the will that you would install within yourself would turn you into a fucking Adonis, a freak beast, a man on a mission. And you know yourself for good, forever, that the path that you have now forged for yourself, you can only stay on that, the straight and narrow, my brother. Because if you continue on from what you've once came, you will therefore become someone that you never thought possible, because you actually know there's no lower than you could have been. Rock bottom's a bitch, yeah, but I tell you what's a bigger bitch. Living in it for the rest of your life. I say that to my clients all the time. If they dig themselves a little bitty hole, I'm like, yeah, dude, nice hole. Grab my arm, let's get you the fuck out of it. Because, guys, what you doing down in the dark, man? Down in the dumps. You've got one fucking life to live, and if we're lucky, we're hitting 80. And it's so easy these days. So easy to win, to be successful, to get what you actually really, really want at the touch of a button. But why is it you continue living this lie? Yeah, you might have made some fuck ups, similar to me. You might have screwed a few things up, pissed a few people off, made some bad moves. But at this stage of the game, brother, are you going to really be the one that lets that, be your full identity, be your full aura, be your full presence? Fuck that, man. Fuck that for a laugh. You're so much better than this shit, bro. And you sometimes need to stop being a gay little pussy victim bitch. Grab life by the balls. Change your course, change your habits, change your actions, change your fucking tone. If you don't like how you look, change it. If you don't like how much money you make, change it. If you don't like the check you have, dump her, change it. Don't like where you live, change it. Everything can change when you decide to change. And no one really deeps it that much. See, from the outside looking in, no one really gives a fuck. See all the things that happen to me, no one thinks about them apart from me, really. And maybe the other guys that were involved, but life fucking moves on. So you got to sometimes just get to the point you sometimes just got to get to a point in your life, guys, where you just say, you know what? I'm hanging up my hang-ups for the first and the last time. Goodbye, Felicia. I'm moving on with my life with pace. And it starts with the pen and paper. You got to write down your mission goals. You got to assume the life you want to live. And you got to act in alignment with that shit every single day. You got to reach for the stars, guys, because I tell you what, when you're in that deep, dark hole at rock bottom looking up, they do seem so far away. But they're never going to get closer if you don't start reaching. And you got to put yourself in a position where you back yourself, you trust yourself, you like yourself enough to demand a better quality life for yourself. Otherwise, you will piss in the wind and just fucking soak your shoes. You just will. So, the simple truth behind it all, rock bottom is not the worst thing in the world, it's the best thing in the world. Rock bottom is the exact course correction you need. Rock bottom is where you really find out who the fuck you are and who you need to become to change it. Guys, as always, short and sweet from myself today in the studio. It's nearly time to go. I'll see you in the next one. Much love. See you soon.
Yo.
Next up, we're running through the natty test maxing protocol. This is the surefire way how to 10x your natural testosterone as a man. In this video, I'm going to be sharing a full blueprint on training, nutrition, mindset, habits, and how to install this blueprint seamlessly into your life so you can have a lean, strong, aesthetic physique. Next up, we're running through a full blueprint on the natty test maxing framework. This is the exact blueprint that I've installed personally to take my testosterone from 332 nanograms per deciliter to 869 nanograms per deciliter naturally, without jabbing my ass and without taking any endogenous hormones. So guys, this is going to be a full breakdown, the full training, the full nutrition, the full mindset, and why it is so essential as an entrepreneur, as a high performer, as a man to max out your stats with your testosterone. I really hope you enjoy this training, and guys, plug it, play it, steal it, run with it. You'll see massive results very, very quickly. See you on the next one.
See you soon. Yo, what's up, brothers? Hope we're all good. So, appreciate you all opting in for the test maxing protocol as a natty. The reason why I'm putting this together is down to one reason, right? was a point in my life, probably around 25, where I experimented with things like SARMs and some anabolics, a bit of Anavar, a bit of clenbuterol, and whatever it might have been. And yeah, the results were quick. I got some quick wins. But quite frankly, it fucked me up. It fucked my blood work up. It put toxicity into my liver. And it completely skewed my body's ability to recover, to respond, to feel good, have proper levels of consistent energy, a controlled mood. And it just really set me off path, and it fucked with my physique, it fucked with my health, and it put me in a compromised position, let's say. And why am I telling you the honest truth first and foremost? Well, you might have done some shit that's fucked your health up, and you might have not looked at your bloods. I got my bloods done, and I had like liver toxicity, calcification, a little bit of an consistent heart rhythm, like all the shit that you don't want for a young guy. So I got quite scared, and I went on a bit of a quest to restore my health, improve my testosterone naturally, and clean everything up, clean my skin up, clean my health up, clean my confidence up, clean my energy up, and just get back to, or even better, not even get back to, but get into the best spot possible in every single domain and aspect. So I'm going to run you through a full blueprint in which I put together, and I appreciate you opting in, and I'm trying to give you as much value as possible, because some people might just send you a fucking ebook, like, yeah, eat this, do this. Some people might just, send you a random little thing that they've not even done themselves. Anyway, I'll run you through this full flow because I'm quite proud of what I put together here. But you might not even realize your testosterone's off, right? Or it's tanking. But see, if you're waking up tired, your energy's crashing by noon, your mood's volatile, you feel numb, you feel not very good day to day, right? Your body's holding on to fat no matter how hard you try diet, how clean you try to eat. Your energy's not in a good spot for months and months and months. Your strength is stalling. Your mind feels foggy, unfocused, overstimulated. You feel anxious, wired, like the list goes on. Your sleep is all over the place as well. And you're not very resilient to stress. Anything can put your belly up and put you in your back very quickly. You snap quick and you crumble earlier in the day. You're just always fatigued, always getting sick, always getting ill. Something's missing, something's generally up, right? And this is how I generally felt. Everything that I've just wrote down there is how I felt, because it's not the way you should operate. If you're anywhere between your 20s and 40s, you should generally feel pretty fucking good. And if you really want to dial in your identity, your performance, your clarity, and get your self-respect back, it's going to come down to testosterone, because testosterone is the core male hormone. If your testosterone is amplified, if it's maxing, and you've got the right systems in place, you can drop fat very, very quickly, build muscle so much faster, look better, feel better, perform better. And think about what ROI that's going to have on every other aspect, your business, your relationships, your social life. You're going to garner more status, more respect. You're going to have more confidence, more energy with everything you do. So therefore, you're going to become a machine. You're just going to start amplifying everything that's already going well in your life and going to the next level. Or even areas that you're not doing well in, you will now have the energy to fix them. So we always fix the root cause of the problem. Because the real issue, right, what we're facing here, if you're running on low drive, like I touched on, emotional instability, low grit to do hard things, low focus, low confidence, low mood, low drive, it's actually a bigger health issue than you think. And people just think, oh, I've got a bit of eczema, I've got a bit of this, I've got a bit of that, I've got low energy, I've got brain fog, I feel a bit anxious. It's like, all of that can be corrected by improving your biochemistry, aka your testosterone. So if we don't want you to be collapsing on your own weight going into 2026, we can't leave this unfixed any longer. So I would recommend getting your bloods done. And when you get your bloods done, something to consider and look at more than anything else is, right, your doctor or the clinic that gives you your bloods will say, yeah, they might be in average range, but average compared to what? See, average compared to the normal UK testosterone, it's like that of a fucking, like an old man's. It's like 300 nanograms per deciliter. I managed to get mine personally from, I think it was around, 300 to about 890, 899. So you're shy of 900 nanograms per deciliter naturally, guys, which is insane. So I'm pretty much in anabolic territory, like almost like I'm taking steroids naturally, where I've managed to get my hormones. So if we can run you through the same blueprint, the exact thing I've done, then hopefully it can put you in that position where you feel like a fucking savage again. You just generally feel locked in, dialed. You feel like you're moving forward at pace. You're dropping fat. Your testosterone ripping. You're building strength in your sessions again. You feel super confident, and we get your power back, bro. So we'll kick off with some low hanging fruit, which will be the supplements, right? So vitamin D3 plus K2, I would recommend 10,000 IUs of vitamin D per day. Make sure you take that with K2 though. Otherwise, calcification will happen and you'll hold a lot of water retention in your body. They work synergistically together as supplements, okay? Magnesium glycinate on a nighttime prior to sleep to restore your body of essential vitamins and minerals so you can flush fatigue from your body so you wake up feeling good the next day. That can be partnered and paired with zinc, which will have very similar correspondence to what I've just touched on there. Omega-3, so you're getting DHA in, which is great for, it's almost like a precursor to testosterone. So if you're getting DHA in, you're going to find that that's going to have a massive effect, because like fatty acids, cholesterol, is actually not a bad thing. You actually want good fatty acids and good cholesterol, which will be a precursor to testosterone. Then Shilajit, which is like a Himalayan rock, something I've taken for years now, even before it was like super popular and stuff. Shilajit, it's got pretty much every effective vitamin and mineral in it, all 87 of them in it. It's like a goo, you put it in your coffee, or you can just raw dab it if you're a savage, if you like eating dirt. Tastes disgusting. But it's amazing for destroying inflammation, because inflammation again is a precursor to poor testosterone. So if you're super inflamed, you're on a super high processed food diet, you feel all watery and stuff, that's just going to cause a spike of estrogen and cause you to feel horrible. So get the Shilajit in, that will flush water retention off the frame and improve your inflammation, gut health, cognitive performance, etc. Tonga Ali paired with boron, creatine, and D-aspartic acid. All of these together will open up your free testosterone, make you stronger, hold water retention in the right places, aka intracellular in the muscle, and especially like I touched on there, your free testosterone. Everyone has testosterone, right? But sometimes your testosterone's all caught up in your gonads, up in your fucking balls. So we can get on the supplements that open the free testosterone. You'll have more testosterone to build muscle for energy, etc., rather than just for when you wank into a flannel on a night time because your missus won't touch you. So proper diet and nutrition standards. We want high quality fats, good quality calories. A lot of guys do actually undereat. I'm managing to stay lean at the moment right now, sitting around 90 kilos, about 3,000 calories per day. All super high nutrient dense food, again, because I've done the work and I don't really eat bullshit. Carb timing for cortisol and control, with test optimization. Again, you do need carbohydrates. A lot of people do opt for the kind of more meat diet or the carnivore diet, but that'll fuck your insides up over time, trust me. You need carbohydrates for quick fuel energy, and then gut health support for hormone balance. I'll run through exactly the whole diet of what you need to follow, or what I personally follow. Strength training is very, very simple. Big compound lifts, progressive overload, no junk volume. We're not trying to like cook ourselves and overly fatigue ourselves. We want a nice high quality stimulus and have that consistency over intensity over time. But obviously intensity matters, but because we're only going to be training like 2 or 3 times a week weights, your free testosterone will naturally just drive up because you're getting stronger. Cardio, 2 types of cardio that I'd like you to do, which is obviously 1 steps is your low intensity NEAT, and then your zone 2 heart rate based cardio, which can be cycling or a light jog. But then you can have your short, strategic, high intensity bouts. So a bit of HIIT training, whether it be on the bike or running. Sprints are great. Sleep and recovery. Have a pre-bed routine. A lot of you guys like just scrolling your phone and fucking rolling to bed. Go on your phone, smash your vape, set an alarm, and then have a horrible night's sleep. Pre-bed routine, shower, wash, tongue scrape, put these bad boys on. Put your Elton Johns on, your blue light blocking glasses. They will be absolutely essential to block the stimulus of the blue light coming from screens, devices, etc. Cool down your room. Make sure you've got like a nice, cool, aired out bedroom, and you're nice and warm coming out the shower. So it's almost that contrast therapy, which will make you all nice and snug and cozy. and release a lot of melatonin and stuff. Caffeine rules, yeah, 2 p.m. cutoff time. Don't be drinking coffees and cans of Monster and shit like that late into the day. Pre-workouts, no, cut them off. And then manage your stress, journal, reflect, learn how to breathe, do some meditation. All this stuff helps massively, and it's things that I do every single day. And then morning routine for hormonal priming. So we'll get to that, potentially get to that, but yeah, I'll get to that. Mindset of a high T man, right? This is again a big pillar. Mindset, boundaries, standards, discipline, stress control, purpose-driven lifestyle, and alignment over chaos, right? Testosterone is not just a hormone. You'll notice guys with high testosterone operate different. They walk into rooms, they garner respect. They operate in their day-to-day with efficiency, with confidence, and with a real clear-cut pathway and plan. When you've got low testosterone, you're easily unmotivated, you're easily thrown off, you're easily stressed, you're easily crying over a spilt milk, essentially. If we can really dial in the mindset by dialing in the biochemistry, you'll have a better mindset. It's almost like a back to front, inside out kind of goal here. So we get the biochemistry dialed in by focusing on the core pillars, then your mindset will improve, and vice versa. A full day of eating, right? This is fun. So this is kind of how I eat at the moment. So in the morning, wake up around 4:30 a.m., feeling well rested like a newborn cherub every single day. I smash my hydration with my electrolytes to restore plasma volume in the blood, because you're going to be super dehydrated. You've just went like 8 hours without drinking water and you have no sodium in your body, so get water and electrolytes in, and it gets your adrenal function stabilized and kick started, so you're not overly stressed in the morning. Then black coffee with Shilajit, mitochondrial activation, testosterone support, enhanced androgen signaling, which will be great if you're going to go train in the morning. And then I have some kefir with Ceylon cinnamon, raw organic honey with medjool dates, and then some. What else do I have? Yeah, I just have that. That's like my pre-workout morning meal. I have those 3 things there, which will obviously have the breakdown of why it works as well, stabilizing insulin levels, etc., getting some quick instant carbs into the body. Trading block, right? Post-workout meal, I'm having like 200 grams of 5% fat beef mince, 4 whole eggs, 30 grams of parmesan, salt and pepper, and some tender stem broccoli. Like, I really struggle to say this word, but cruciferous veg, that's what it's called, is like a estrogen clearer, so it's a precursor for testosterone. Gut bucket midday, which is like Greek yogurt, maple syrup, Ceylon cinnamon, again anti-inflammatory. Raisins are a boron source as well, so again you can get them naturally, and again the breakdown of why it works there is locked in. I have an anabolic elixir around midday for blood flow, which is pomegranate juice, apple cider vinegar, pine pollen, and 5 grams of creatine, and water. Obviously, incredible drink to have. It will clear you out, but it will make you feel phenomenal. It's almost like 5 coffees in one, with the energy you'll get off the back of that, because the amount of minerals that are in that will help with brain performance, and the creatine obviously will give you strength, and the testosterone signaling from the pine pollen will just work all in alignment with one another. Later meal during the day, I call this the blood flow bowl, which is sweet potato, grass-fed butter, sea salt, maple syrup, more cinnamon, and broccoli. So it's just, there's no protein in there at all. Like, it just digests quickly, it gives me good carbohydrates and energy, and that puts me nicely into a good spot where I can have more slow digesting nutrients in the evening, for like getting more steak in, more chicken, more eggs, parsnips, sweet potato, turmeric rice. I have a big bowl. And then broccoli for the dim, okay, and hormonal balance, okay. So dense proteins, diverse amino acids, clean carbs, improves your inflammation response with the turmeric, etc. It's all, everything here in this meal plan is dialed, guys. It's all came from the source. And before bed, I have a snack of ice cold grapes, because that's going to be a melatonin precursor, and it has great antioxidants and hydration without drinking too much water before bed, so you're not waking up to pee. And the quality of your sleep obviously improves your quality of testosterone. You could plug this full meal plan into MyFitnessPal and adjust the calories based on macronutrient goal, but they should align out to about here. So it's actually lower. Like I'll probably have about 260 protein today, 220 carb, and around 80 fat. That just makes me feel good. Like, it just makes me feel good. I try to optimize to feel good and let my physique be the byproduct rather than try to let my physique be the main focus and then feel good as a byproduct. Just doesn't work. And then everything that we've touched on here, why this day skyrockets testosterone, will be the meal flow and plan that you can implement straight off the bat to improve your test levels. So, training split, the strongest I ever got, the best I ever felt was training 3 times a week, full body. We've got squat, deadlift, and bench squat accessory day. I'm not going to dive into the workout with too much depth here. It's very simple to plug and play. We're obviously not taking into consideration like warm-up sets, which is fine. Obviously, cue yourself up for a nice clean warm-up, couple of priming sets, couple of blood flow sets, whatever it needs to be. But get yourself to a spot where you're nice and warm, and then you can tackle this training split. There is no fluff work here, there's no junk volume, but these are all the core lifts to actually build a strong kind of Hollywood Greek god physique. Yeah, don't need all the extra fluff that you see bodybuilders doing. If you're not a bodybuilder, don't train like one. I've always just operated with that kind of rule in mind. I've obviously been a bodybuilder at certain points in my life, but I would recommend just focus on these core lifts and you'll find yourself in a really good spot to have a dense, hard, athletic looking physique. They feel fit, strong and confident operating in day to day, and then some weekly rules down below. But guys, the reason I made this was to instill some wisdom, give you guys the exact process that I followed myself personally. No fucking about whatsoever. It's just generally what I've done, what I've implemented, what I've tried and tested over the last X amount of years doing what I do. And if you install this, you'll find yourself in a world-class position to improve your testosterone, get leaner, build more muscle, feel confident, get your mood, get your energy, get your mojo back, and feel on top of the world. So guys, I hope you have a good one. Any questions off the back of this, let us know. And this is the stuff that I install with all of my one-to-one CEO clients. So if you're looking to work with us one-to-one at all, just drops a DM back saying, yeah, let's get to work, let's partner, let's do something. And I can bespoke all of this for you, with you, coach you through the process and get you into the best shape possible, align you with your purpose, your mission, allow you to become more productive and perform at a higher physical and psychological level so you can operate in body, business, relationships and life like the man you want to be. So guys, I will see you in the next one. Much love. Let's go.
Next up, guys, we have another raw extract from the podcast studio back in Bali, and I'm going to be running you through why it is so important as a man to dial in your physique and build a world-class physique for that matter, for the status, the respect, the confidence and the self-worth in which it brings to you, your life, along with allowing you to tap into your purpose, become more productive and operate physically and mentally as the man you want to be. This is going to be a real clear-cut, raw deep dive. I really hope you take a lot from this. Had a lot of fun filming it and it allowed me to get a lot off my chest. So guys, I will leave you be, go crack on and enjoy it, and I hope you get a lot of value from it. I will see you in the next one.
If you actually want to become respected, there's one thing I would look to build before your bank account, your Instagram following, or your network. And that, my friend, is yours truly. If you are caught up in the fallacy thinking that having a watch, a car, or being in the best clubs, best holidays is going to be the thing that people gravitate to you towards because, then you're completely mistaken, my friend. People sense an aura, a confidence, a calm, a power every time you walk into a room when you have one thing dialed in, and that is your health, your physique. You've got that clean, masculine jawline. You've got that tight waist, broad shoulders, and you've just got a presence around you that speaks 100 words without saying one. Guys, building your physique is absolutely crucial for any man to truly develop at the rate and pace that they want. If you are trying to scale your business, have a relationship, have the outcomes, have the car, the watch, the luxury lifestyle in which you see documented on social media, but you've not actually built the man, then you're literally chasing the wrong fucking rabbit right now. All you should be focusing on for a 6 to 12 month sprint, and I mean this, it can be very, very quick for you to turn your entire life around. Some of my best transformations, we just had a guy
3 months into the process, he's getting married today, lost 40 pounds of body fat in 12 weeks. Think about where you're at right now. You might not be an average guy. You're probably a high-performing guy if you tune into my content. But imagine what 40 pounds of body fat off would look like for you. You would look undeniable. People would give you so much more credit, so much more respect, so much more attention. And you'd probably find it hard to deal with initially, but I tell you what, your identity will catch up with the habits, with the work, with the consistency of these new living standards. And I'm not going to drop all the bombs and give you all the sauce. I'm just here to hold the mirror up more than anything else and tell you a little bit of a positive reflection based upon not only my clients' lives, but my life. Everything changed for me when I got my physique right. I used to be a very skinny, scrawny, chubby, kind of skinny fat kid, you know, little kind of chandelier nipples, inverted almost. It almost makes me sick saying that. And there was a period of time, I think I was about 15 or 16 years old, a girl that I fancied at school grabbed my nipples when I was at the swimming pool and said, "You've got little boobs." Do you know how fucked that was for me? Like, gen up. Absolutely fucked. Since then, I went down the longest, deepest, most enlightening path of my entire existence. Back then, no chicks. I was always like below popular in school. Kind of like fit in, got by, but I didn't have like the looks, the aesthetics. You always saw those kids with like the ripped six pack in school. It was crazy. I was like not there, right? Why am I telling you this if you're like a 35-year-old man? Well, everyone has their own kind of fuck this moment. I've had plenty of them over the last 10 years, I'll tell you that. But the one thing that stayed ever present, ever true, and allowed me to continue moving forward at pace, not only build my physique, build my business, have incredibly strong, powerful relationships, and have a solid network, travel the world, have a place between Dubai and Bali, and live a life my own terms, serve hundreds of clients every single year, make a hell of a lot of money, and really live a life I'm proud of, came from that moment when I decided enough was a fucking enough. I hated how I looked. I hated how I felt. I just needed someone, someone to tell it to my face in front of a public audience. And there's a guy called Andy Elliott. You might be familiar. He's like a sales guy online. He fell down a very similar path. He was in his 30s, doing extremely well financially. Had the car, the house, his best salesman, and the car showroom. And he came home one night, and his missus just grabbed his hips, his fat overhangs, and just jiggled them. That night, he went and shaved his head and worked out in the garage for like 6 hours. I've heard it on countless podcasts, right? That was his fuck this moment. The question is, when is your fuck this moment? And it might not even be fat loss we're talking about. You might just be on the skinnier side, you need to pack on some muscle. You might just have all these vices and bad habits riddling your life that you need to cut. You might be in a bad, toxic relationship that is not serving you, that's holding you back from your mission and purpose. Whatever it is, guys, remember, as always, success loves speed. But you can't go fast without subtraction. So you have to be willing to remove, delete, destroy any little thing that's holding you back. Because when you look at your life as a jigsaw puzzle, and let's say every little square of the jigsaw puzzle was completely filled in, and you've got all of these outcomes and what we spoke about, all of these amazing dream outcomes, right? You're living the life, the travel, the location, time, money, energy, freedom. It's all perfect. You've retired the missus. You're exactly where you want to be. I doubt for one single second that you're out of shape when you get there. So what would have to be true now for you to achieve that later? Well, you'd have to be in shape. Because you'll never outgrow your personal development. You have to become the man. You need a solid physique. You need a strong level of confidence. The world rewards confident men. How do you build more confidence? Think about what confident men have. Strong, athletic, lean physique, powerful presence and aura. They are very good at communication. They are effective speakers, and they guide a room. They lead a pack. They take people through change, through their own mission, because they're hell-bent on becoming the best versions of themselves, so they inspire other people. If you want to be a leader, if you want to be cut from a different cloth, then you need to become confident. How do you become confident? Like I just said, you build the very best version of you. So don't go getting distracted, getting lost on this false fulfilling prophecy, chasing all this shit that does not actually matter, that won't fulfill you. It's very hollow and shallow. Even at this stage, I have a lot of the things I've always wanted, but I always go back to process. Early wake up time, savage hardcore workouts every single day, dialed in nutrition and macros every single day, coaching and serving my clients every single day, reading, reflecting, praying, all the things that grow me, all the things that have been growing me. That is where I am most deeply fulfilled. So stop looking out, always look in. Life is a mirror, not a fucking window. Guys, I will see you in the next one. If you enjoyed this content today, rate, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you soon. So in this next video, I'm going to run through the exact blueprint you would need as a man to actually build your body and why it's so important when it comes to operating like a savage in every single aspect, like your business, because I think body and business go hand in hand. It can't be one or the other. It's both done extremely well across the board. So guys, this is a full framework. This is from when I was living in Dubai, and this was all of the lessons I learned from being around some of these extremely high net worth, high profile guys that were just dominating in their e-com businesses, that were dominating in their dropshipping businesses, they were just dominating in their coaching businesses, consultants and businesses, and I just took so much away from them. So I built this amazing little mini course for you, put it all together slide by slide, and hopefully this allows you to shift your paradigm perspective when it comes to being the man you want to be and the life you want to live. Guys, hope you enjoy it. See you in the next one. Yo guys, what's happening? Lewis here, coming at you all the way from Bali, Indonesia. I've just came off the back end of a big personal brand push over in Dubai, where I've recently set up my business and was just finding my feet in a new foreign country. And for a lot of you guys out there that run your own business, you will know all about that. So a little bit of a change of pace. I'm sitting in a surf shack right now and living a completely different lifestyle, but I wanted to hop on today because I came to the thought and the realization I've helped over 500 men since I've been coaching, all CEOs, execs, ambitious 9-to-5s, and I've seen a common trend and problem of so many of you guys. And if you're really someone that values their health, their business, relationships and family, then this video is for you, because I'm out here. I've taken my partner, my fiance. She works for me inside the Peak Performance Project. She is like my PA, VA, everything, life management, and also my emotional support person, because we all know what it's like running a business. But I'm here to jump on today to run through how to build your dream physique, master your mindset, and achieve true lifestyle balance as an exec, CEO, ambitious, career-driven or focused 9-to-5er. So guys, please strap in because I really want to give you as much value as possible today. So success starts with you. I have been in the industry now for 10 years. And as a coach, I have seen every up and down, left and right, purple and blue that could possibly come out of anyone's mouth when it comes to running a business. And I understand this as well, but running a business, managing your health, your physique, your fitness. And we have to realize that your self-worth will equate to your self-worth, and you can put all the hours into your business, managing the finances, the staff, the team, the calls, the early mornings, the late nights, whatever it may be, trying to get that deal over the line, taking that call when you're knackered and have to jump straight into that sympathetic state just to close the deal, whatever it may be. So I get it, right? And over the last 3 years, I have came up with a formula, I have came up with a method that's allowed me to stay sub 10% body fat year-round, live a life on my own terms, eat out, and have an incredible social life, look good, feel good, and have amazing levels of testosterone, confidence, energy, and generally just get more stuff done in business, in relationships, in family, and regulate my stress and energy so much more. And that has came down to the simple principles in which I'm going to run you guys through today, and the methods in which we will be teaching and talking about inside this little video. As you can see, living the lifestyle here in Dubai at Sushi Samba, no, Asia, if you're familiar, looking over the beautiful marina.
Lovely dinner there. And then, boom, physique shot inside the gym. That is how I look year round. Jacked, lean, high testosterone, healthy, good quality skin, no spots, no tired eyes, just ready and rocking, looking good, feeling good. And then more of a candid lifestyle shot with a little bit of a flex and authority status kind of energy to it. But guys, if you're anything like any of the other guys we work with, you've probably been like me in the left there. Sore head, out of shape, pale white skin, feeling stressed and pressured with 110 different things to do. But then we obviously want to pivot and build the very best physique, mindset, and lifestyle possible so you can be like me in the right. Shaved, smiling, jacked, lean, feeling and looking the best I've ever been, you know? And this is the challenge. What is actually holding you guys back right now? Your calendar, right? It might be full of meetings, but you can't even schedule 45 minutes for yourself. There's something definitely going wrong here. So I see a lot of guys struggle, especially in a professional pursuit, CEOs, execs, etc., 9-to-5ers. They lack time due to career and family demands. They, get up in the morning, look after the baby, off to work, 9 to 5, get home, the commute, the travel, the stress, the noise, time spent. Then you got to spend time with your missus. You got to work on the connection of relationships. Then you got that low energy. Days are bleeding into one another. Your time, attention, energy, and effort is spread way too thin, and you've got extremely poor lifestyle habits, and it's leaving you overwhelmed. And there's so much other conflicting fitness advice out there that you don't even want to start because you're like, what do I actually do? It's all nuance. It's all silly. It's always hypothetical. It's this guy does this guy does that. What the hell do I do? And again, you being a high performer, you know that, you're ambitious, you're doing extremely well in your career. You want the black and white. You want this or that. You want this is the right thing, this is the wrong thing, do this, not that. Simple as I'm that kind of way inclined as well. And then what happens is you tank your energy because there's so much stress and pressure, 110 different things to do, that you feel guilty, you feel shameful for neglecting your health. And your relationships tank as a byproduct. You don't even want to hop into the date nights, wear nice looking clothes. You want to cover yourself up when you're at home. You don't want to, have sex with your partner because you're just not feeling and looking your best. And then that's impacting your self-esteem and confidence in the boardroom, not just the bedroom. And that can massively impact your level of success in your career. So the vision, guys, we need to understand to live a life on your own terms, you need to have a vision, a mission, and understand exactly what the alchemy of you looks and feels and sounds like to a granular level, right? So imagine this for a little moment, guys. Imagine you're waking up every single day, hyper energized, before your alarm, confident, feeling strong, focused. You had a lean, healthy physique that you're actually excited to look at in the mirror. After your shower, you're like, yeah, you can almost affirm to yourself that you are who you say you are. You're proud of your physique, it boosts your productivity, your mental clarity is amazing, because you're balancing the nutrition, the lifestyle, the macros, everything to the T, and it's super effortless. It's frictionless almost. And then you finally achieve that balance you want, relationships, family, career, performance, everything's on the up and up. It's brilliant. And then when you take care of you, you show up better for everyone else. Have you ever heard the quote, you got to fill your own cup up before you serve others? It's completely true. The better you become because you're at the center of your own life, the better every other aspect of your life becomes as well, because you're showing up better for it. And people always, what would I say here? They look out rather than in. Life's a mirror, not a window. Look at yourself and see what you need to change. Rather than trying to sort everything else, change you, change the world. So there's 3 pillars, guys, to a very simple transformation that we need to unpack here today on this little Venn diagram. So mindset. We have to develop a resilient, strong and focused mindset. We have to carve and create the routines for a balanced, happy and energy-rich lifestyle, and then create a world-class elite physique to build strength, drop the fat, achieve a lean athletic look so you look great in your shirts, great on your quarterly holiday, and you can generally show up as the man you want to be. Because people, right? People judge. That is just the nature of the beast in this day and age. You walk into a meeting, a consultation, a consultancy, boredom, whatever it may be, and you just get looked at straight away. And if you're 30, 40, 50 pounds of fat, overweight, people will judge you based on how you look before how you speak. So think about that, guys. People have that face value mindset. So if you want to truly dominate body, business, lifestyle mindset, you have to become the best version of you. It's simple as that. And I do not know anyone with an incredible mindset with an incredibly poor body. They're just faking it if that is the case. So we need to know that these 3 areas are hyper achievable for you with the methods I'm going to run through in this video. So on and on. Why this works, right? Why this system is going to work for you. Your physiology, right? So your body, how things work. You know, your blood, your energy, your lungs, your health, your muscular skeletal system, everything like that. All the sciencey bits and bobs, right? It all needs to be relative to understanding, right? That your 7-figure business right now does not matter if your body is running on fumes. Junk food, snacks, low sleep, all of that shit, you're tanking yourself. You're holding yourself back from being the best version of you. So we need to have regular training, optimized nutrition in check so you can have the body composition that allows you to show up as the man you want to be. And then psychologically, your strong habits will amplify the mindset component to give you confidence and discipline throughout every aspect of life. I always say to all of my VIP and CEO clients, it has to be across the board. You can't just have this and not have this. It needs to be across the board horizontal growth so you can stack it and build synergistically. Because your level of success will never outweigh your level of personal development. So energy management, absolutely crucial and key, and better health drives better decisions in life and work, because the better you look and feel, the better quality of thoughts and decisions you make. Just take these testimonials, for example. This is one of my clients, Nathan, absolute legend. Thought we'd share some absolute class news for me. I got quite a decent pay rise at work today, which I'm buzzing about, and it got me reflecting on the changes over this past year, how much you've helped me grow. So I thought I'd share this news, give you a massive thanks, mate, because I definitely believe the changes that you've helped me make contributed to this. This guy has lost over 55 pounds of body fat, completely reshaped his routines, habits, lifestyle, confidence. He's taken things to the top. And that's what we want. And another message from a very career-driven, focused, busy guy that travels up and down the country every single day and week. And he messaged me off the back of a consult call we had the other day where we were auditing his mindset, habits and routines. He said everything on point, can already feel the momentum changing, really time to lock in and push on now. The chat was greatly appreciated, Davide Lewis, really took a lot from it. So we taught him, coached him, and pivoted him into a high-frequency state, which allowed him to make better decisions for his following week, which has resulted in him feeling very aligned and positive. And we can see down here that if you generally want to be better across the board, if you're neglecting your health, I should say, rather than help, you guys need the help. If you're neglecting your health, there's going to be a massive drop in mortality by minimum 30%. Cardiovascular disease will increase by 35%. Type 2 diabetes will scale up to 40%. Colon cancer, depression, bone fractures, dementia. The list goes on. And if you truly value your business, your health, your family, you will put yourself first. You will put yourself first. So we have to start now. And how do we do that? We have to now focus on building the physique. The simplest step is the body, right? Committing. We have to have 4 strength-focused training sessions per week, right? I would do 3 full body workouts. This is how I structured it. I would not train on a Monday. Monday is like the sacrificial lamb in business, the busiest day. So I would literally just focus on habits and routine that day. Habits, routine, and nutrition. Make sure you have enough energy and bandwidth for the day, and you miss that busy gym rush on a Monday. You would train a Tuesday and Wednesday. You would take Thursday off. You would train on the Friday to wind down and buffer the week, and you would do active cardio over the weekend. 3 strength full body sessions per week, 1 active cardio day. This is the majority of my clients' program because it works so well. It is a sustainable strategy as well, and then we teach them the pyramid of success when it comes to nutrition, which is the pre-planning matrix and formula, which allows busy guys to have a strategy that is based around whole foods, nourishing their body from a health first system, and allowing them to have easy meal prep, strong, healthy, flexible diet and strategies that allow them to eat what they want, when they want, where they want, with who they want, whilst getting lean, which is incredible. And then we look to prioritize recovery. We look to make sure sleep, testosterone, active rest is all maximized, so your energy, grind, commitment, and grit is ready, and you're recovered every single day for proper cognitive function, so we can actually win. Then we have to master your mindset. Okay, we have to master your mindset here. We have to have a morning routine that tonics the mind and body to get you fired up for the day. You can't think your way into positive action. You have to act your way into positive thinking. So journaling, self-reflection, planning your day the night before for the following day, maybe getting up and going a walk or doing 20 push-ups, 10 burpees, 10 squats, but acting your way into positive thinking to get the mind ready for the day so you can actually go from gear 1 to 6 very quickly and accelerate your energy. Then we need to have time management. We have to have blocked out periods of time to eliminate distraction. The thing is, guys, success loves subtraction. The more you remove, the better you will be. There'll be less friction. So we time block everything. We know what tasks we're doing at certain periods of time. So we're not spread from pillar to post wearing many different hats. We need to be clear on what we're focusing on. And then we have to have that growth mindset, boys. We have to think long term, but you only win the long term by playing the short term at a high level. And it's not about being perfect every day, it's about the consistency over time and moving that needle and thinking, what went well yesterday, what went well today, and how can I utilize as evidence proof to stack the undeniable insight that I can now tackle, commit, progress this, scale this down the line. Because it's like yesterday's wins aren't today's wins, nor tomorrow's today's. We have to focus on day one mindset every day. So you're at a neutral point, stack wins, rather than stacking a deficit, so you have karmic debt to pay off. That's not what we want to be doing. Then optimize the lifestyle, guys. Energy management is absolutely crucial. Just be pre-planning our meals the night before, following the protein leveraging approach to make sure that is nailed every single day for satiety, energy, and fulfillment of proper quality macronutrients. Then we break down the carbohydrates and fats for a more flexible approach so you can sustain it. Then we break this into high energy meals that allow you to have better cognitive function, reduce body, hip and belly fat, and obviously maximize your aesthetics and shape. And then we nail the hydration component, supplementation, and make sure we're pre-planning family first every single week to schedule that downtime, that quality time to strengthen relationships. And remember, guys, what are you actually doing all this for? You want to give back to the family. You want to give your daughter, son, partner the best quality life yet, don't you? So you got to show up for them. They have to not be put at the back burner. And then every quarter, we have to plan our guilt-free, routined, social, balanced strategies. When are we going out? When are we meeting the lads? When are we having guy time? When are we down tools? When are we chilling? When are we going for a couple of drinks and maybe a cigar? Or going a little lads golf trip? Something along those lines. We need to have these things in the diary, in the books. Because a balanced calendar with time for your training, time for work, time for family is only going to leverage your success because you know what you're aiming at. Because you're paying right now for convenience with your health, guys. Taking the easy route in the short term is only going to corrupt you on the long term. So success stories, this stuff works, guys. This stuff works. Success in family, career and fitness across the board. All of these men here, Big Jordan in the top left, 70 pounds of fat loss in 6 months, got shredded, became a dad for the first time, grew his business whilst running 2. We've got Big Jordan 2.0 on the right, 100 pounds of body fat lost, excelled personally and professionally and showed up as the man that he wanted to be, completely transformed his lifestyle, mindset and health. Kyle, he actually exited a negative relationship, got a promotion in his work and scaled his physique, mindset and confidence to the moon. Big Cameron, another coach who is scaling his business, impacting so many other guys and girls in the world through becoming the best version of himself and cultivating a strong, healthy relationship with his partner. Ryan, he is a single dad who is hands-on the tools and construction, and he managed to double down, remove the pressure, the guesswork, the thinking, and build a world-class physique and body and become a man that was valuable enough to meet the next best version of a partner he could possibly link up with. And then another guy here, Big Steve, who got shredded, dropped 30 pounds of fat, revealed his abs, and he's a single father as well of 2 girls. He is one of the higher up guys in Scottish Water, and he manages a massive team in many sites around the UK. This guy, all of these guys, they work 50, 60 plus hours a week, if not more. And they all achieved exactly what they reached out to initially achieve at the start. And we've done this under 6 months, guys. It is crazy. The proof's in the pudding. It works so well when the system is locked in. So your time is now, boys. You can have the physique, the mindset, the lifestyle that you deserve, that you want, but we have to start now. We have to start small and commit to one habit today. What is that going to be? The habit will be you taking action and saying yes. If you want to join the Peak Performance Project and have everything personalized and bespoke to you to help you succeed and have a fail-proof strategy and system in place in all areas of your life, you can book a consultation below with one of the links. Work directly with myself and the team to transform your life, physique, mindset, nutrition, lifestyle. Cultivate the mindset that you've always wanted. Live the dream life. Eat the food you love. Have the physique. Connect with other brothers. Connect with the right men that will hold you to a higher standard and start living a life on your own terms. Guys, this stuff, it will blow your mind how simple it can be, but you need the right method, you need the right strategy, and together as a team we can nail this, we can do this, and we can take this to the top. Guys, if you want to be elite, if you want to separate from the pack, now is your time. Hit the link below. Let's get to work, and I'll see you in the next one. Much love.
In this next video, guys, I'm going to be running through how to destroy the victim mentality. Not saying you're a victim, but I'm telling you what, we all have justifications. We all have reasons as to why we can't achieve the life we want to live. And in this video, I'm sharing from the horse's mouth, if that's even the saying. I'm sharing directly from my own personal experience, and I'm giving you the raw sauce and everything I've done personally myself to destroy weakness, destroy average, and become undeniable in my body, in my business, and in my life. And I'm sharing some raw truth bombs in this, so strap in. Hopefully it doesn't trigger you too much, but if it does anything, it's going to move you closer to taking the action you know you need to become the man you want to be. See you in the next one.
You might often hear me speak about the word alignment, but for you, you might actually not know what it feels like. In the same way it would be if you've never been in shape. You don't know what it feels like. You don't know how good it feels, right? You used to see these adverts or these things. It was like, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. That always comes to my mind. It's a weird one. Anyway, to the side. I was out of alignment for 5 years of my life. I had all the vices, right? Smoking, drinking, drugs, binge eating, poor standards, personally and professionally, dopamine chasing, scrolling on my phone, really bad boundaries with wake and sleep schedule. But I had these goals. I had a goal that was here, but I was operating here. You know, I've told you about this before, but your level of success will never outweigh your level of personal development. That kind of one. But I was out of alignment and I was caught in a chase. I was caught in a trance. I was telling myself these little stories every single day to justify why my current actions were okay. Why they were allowed. Why Lil fucking Lewis was allowed to behave this way because X, Y, Z. Because this, that, and the other. Because excuse. Why me? I was a victim. And the people who are out of alignment are, quite frankly, victims. They distract themselves with the news. They distract themselves with what's going on out with their current internal state. Social media, TikTok, doom scrolling, porn, vices, drugs, whatever it may be. They distract themselves. Why do I say this with so much conviction, fellas? Well, I done that. I was that guy. And I'm speaking only from authenticity. I'm only speaking from the heart here. Because there's only so long you can go down the path, living your life, thinking what you're currently doing is actually serving you and the net positive outcome and goal, mission, and vision of your life. You know yourself what you're doing is not serving you. So why did you keep doing it? Well, my friend, it's self-sabotage. You're actually scared to win. You're actually scared to be seen winning. Because you maybe have different angles of conversations approach you. You'll never really be looked at the same way again if you were to actually level up so fucking hard that it completely shook the system in which you're currently living in. So you're scared of success, number one, but you're also fearing failure. What if you do take action? What if you do say no? What if you do remove the vices, the negative relationships? What if you stop doing all the bullshit that's actually harming you? Well, you might lose a couple of little friends. And right now you're the best of a bad bunch, yes. But you might lose some friends along the way. You might piss a few people off, because life's a mirror, not a window. And any time you level up, you will only show other people around you what they're not fucking doing, which puts them in a little bit of a compromised position, my dear friend. So think about that. And there's also a couple other things. Maybe a self-worth issue. Maybe a internal kind of lack of self-respect in which you have for yourself. Maybe you like being a pessimistic victim. Maybe you actually do, because there's a curse, right? Just itchy chin here. There's a curse in which victims have. Victims actually love being victims because they always have a reason not to win. This happened, that happened, he said that, she said that, work's crazy, work's super quiet, I'm not making enough money, oh, I'm making too much money, I want to push forward, oh, I want to pull back. You've always got a fucking card up the sleeve, don't you, mate? You've always got something to say to justify why you're not taking action. It's these kind of guys that say things like, oh, fuck having a Ferrari, man. It's just for guys with small dicks. It's like, where's your Ferrari, bro? Where's your Ferrari? I can imagine, right? See, if I pulled up in a Ferrari one day and said, mate, you can have this for $5,000, you'd find $5 like that and you'd buy it from me straight away because you see the value, but you're too scared to respect the value, to actually go chase it yourself, because you don't back yourself enough, dude. You do not back yourself enough to follow through on something that scares you so much. And even if it's like simply building your physique, which is the most fucking surface level baseline thing every man should do, which quite frankly changes every aspect of your life. Building your physique, guys, is the gateway. It is literally the key. It's the unlock for every single other aspect of your life to thrive, so you're not just stuck in survival mode. And when you finally correlate all your thoughts, your feelings, emotions, behaviors, actions upwards, always reach up, guys. Side note, always reach up, never down. Victims reach down. You start taking action based only upon the man you want to be rather than who you currently are. Therefore, you build confidence. And that's when you start destroying average. Because as I said, I used to be the victim. I had all the excuses. Even though I was doing kind of okay, I was still a victim, and I can call myself that because I've grown from it. And I look back and I was like, fuck me, what the fuck was that guy doing? And I could tell, man. I could tell. It was all lies. Didn't matter. I didn't care. You know, I used to like set goals and smoke a lot of weed and do a lot of shit. And if I still pulled the goal off, I'd be like, well, I done it when I was high. Or if I failed, then I was like, well, I done it because I was high. I always had an excuse, right? And if you're operating right now with all these excuses and not serving you, think about how much shit you're leaving on the table that you could be winning with. Right? Your family needs you to be better. Your partner needs you to be better. Your friends need you to be better. You've never been put on this earth to just be average, right? The opposite of average is savage. I think that's true. And the opposite of good, right, isn't bad. The opposite of fucking good is fucked, right? The opposite of great isn't bad. The opposite of great is good. So it's like the 3 tiers. It's like 3 fucking tiers. Up, down, a positive, negative, mid-range kind of thing. Why would you settle for good? Why would you settle for average? Why would you settle? Life has never been easier to make the money, to have the knowledge, to have the physique. It's never been easier, ever. When I started all this shit, I had to do all my macros on a fucking notepad and pen. I had to like scroll through like Arnold Schwarzenegger's encyclopedia of bodybuilding to find workout splits. I had to ask my brother to write me workout programs on like the back of a Tony Macaroni's notepad and pen. Like, guys, I've done it all. I've bootlegged this entire fucking life. I've winged it. But the biggest thing for me was actually just removing the excuses, removing the entitlement. So I'd be more grateful for where I was, who I was, and what I can have. I started lining up only. A line up only. Reach for the fucking stars. Be delusional with every single thing that you do. Otherwise, you will live a life you grow to hate. And that, my friend, is worse than death itself. Just living in the mid-ground for the rest of your life. No thoughts, no feelings, just full of excuses. Just always going through the motions, plodding along, always validating your own bullshit and not taking action. Guys, I could go for days here, but my time's nearly out. I'll see you on the next one, fellas. Let's go. Let's get it.
So in this next video, we're running through a raw education loom breakdown on how to rewire your mindset to step into high frequency performance. This is something so many men look over, right? Because let's say you're here and your mindset's here. Your mindset is not serving you. We have to align you with your mindset and your goals so you can synergistically become who you said you've always wanted to be. And in this video, I'll break down all the lessons learned from listening to guys like Neville Goddard, Bob Proctor, all of the daddies of self-development and laws of the universe. This is going to be a really interesting training for you. So strap in, listen up, take notes as we go. And I tell you what, guys, you're going to come away from this knowing exactly what to do to rewire your psychology so you can become who you've always wanted to be. Let's get it. Let's go. See you in the next one.
You guys, you need to understand that mindset is absolutely fucking everything. I'm recording this right now at midnight. I had to get it off my chest. I had to dive in and share this sauce, this wisdom, this real talk, because I've been speaking to a lot of you guys recently, clients, DMs, and what's missing is the mindset. 9 out of 10 times you guys lack the mental syntax, the actual ideology, the real understanding of how to rewire your fucking mind so you can literally blow the lid off your life and live a fucking powerful one. I say this, guys, I mean this. I want to rewire your brain this evening on this loom video, on this presentation in which I'm diving into. And if I knew this stuff when I needed this stuff 3 years, 4 years, 5 years ago, this shit's better than school, this shit is better than the education system, and guess what? You're not going to go into debt watching it. So let's just dive right in. It was Maxwell Maltz that said this, but you cannot outperform your self-image, right? Most people in life, they're going to always obsess over these tactics, these strategies, right? But they don't actually have the mindset to show up and pull off, to command the action, to sustain the action. They burn out, they drift, or they fucking break, right? Because if I gave, let's say you've got a millionaire and then there's a tramp in the street. Both men, both two different people. If I gave 100 quid to either one of them, they would both spend it differently. They equally both have the same amount of money, but one person has different traits, different mindset, different operational standards to use that money, right? A bit of a strange analogy, 100%, I know, but you got to think this way, right? We are not the same. We're not all the same. We have flesh, we have skin, we have hair, nails. We're guys, you know. But you need to understand, when you deep this, it is what goes on between the ears, which is absolutely everything. If you truly want to get to where you want to be in life, your mindset has to be dialed the fuck in. You want to be building that bulletproof mindset. So in this presentation tonight, guys, as I say, this is about mastering the root, your mind, your beliefs, your identity, your actions, your thoughts, and giving you a fucking masterclass on how to sharpen up the headspace so you can absolutely dominate in life. So why is mindset actually the cornerstone, guys? Your mindset is the operating system behind every decision, emotion, and action you actually make day to day, week to week, month to year. If your mindset is broken, your life will be broken. How do you actually respond to adversity? How do you show up in the face of adversity? How consistently can you even show up? Can you string a few days of good habits together? Or do you fail and crumble after one day of tracking your macros? What goals you believe are even possible for yourself? Do you actually believe you can have six-pack abs? Do you actually believe you can build the business, right? Because your life right now is a mirror. Life's a mirror, not a window, as they say. But your life is a mirror of your current mindset. If your mindset is broken, if you do not have the belief systems in check, you will never amount to anything in life worth speaking about. Trust me, you can't build a skyscraper on sand, guys. You just can't. Tactics are windows and doors. Mindset is always going to be the foundation. If you want to build a structure high and mighty, you got to make sure the foundation is dialed the fuck in. If you want to build your physique, you want to build your business, have an amazing relationship, a quality life, it starts with the mindset. So faith. I honestly believe faith is a catalyst of inner certainty first and foremost, and I'm not speaking about religion, guys. Faith is the belief in the unseen, the outcome. The results in which you want have not yet happened yet. How you now get there with your mindset. If your mind is set in the wrong way, your beliefs are locked. Therefore, your identity and mission have to exist. They have to be clear as water before the evidence comes. You need to understand that you just have to be it to become it. You have to be it to have it rather than have it to be it, right? And this is what is actually going to fuel the consistency component before the result. You can't show up if you don't have faith in the outcome. There is no reason to do fuck all in life if you don't believe you're going to get somewhere with doing these inputs, these actions. Because without faith, you're going to rely on emotion. You're only going to take action when you feel good, when you've got motivation, when you're locked in, bro. These fucking emotions, right? They're super unstable. Leave the emotions for the women, boys. Please and thank you. Because if you have faith, right? Faith in God, a higher power, universal frequencies, downloads, whatever it now may be, that's fine. But faith in your identity, in your call, and see that purpose, that drive, that thing that you hear when you've crushed a fucking huge workout, you've nailed your macros, you're dialed in your habits and your processes. That faith, guys, that faith in the process is what aligns you up and out, so you can compare vertically and get clear on what it is you want, the life you want to live. Copy the traits, install the thinking of those who have what you want to have, and dial in, because you can't get those universal downloads if you are not clear on the process, the day in, day out non-negotiables, the mandatories, every single solitary goddamn day. And according to your faith, be it unto you. And that was Matthew 9:22, Bible verse that I thought was very, very relevant for this point of the slideshow, guys. So alignment, right? The secret to inner peace and outer power. Alignment, your thoughts, values, actions. You can't have real alignment unless those three core components are in harmony with one another. When you're completely misaligned, you're always going to be burnt out. You're going to self-sabotage at any bend when things get a little bit tricky. You're going to feel empty even when you are being successful. If you're stacking money, if you're driving a nice car, you've got the nice watch, you're going to just feel fucking empty if you're not actually aligned with the man you want to be. The purpose in life is to build the very best version of yourself. Build the man that you would admire and give him back to the world. Because see, power, it doesn't just come from force. It comes from congruence, conscious congruency. You have to be aligned with the thought processes, those universal downloads, that authentic voice of God, faith, the process. That is it. Simply become him now. So questions I would always lean into when you want a bit of an alignment check, guys. These are things I run through and cover with my VIP clients and my personal daily assumptions. Are your goals actually yours? Get clear or not. Some people say they want £1 million, but do they really want £1 million, or do they just want financial stability? And that could probably look like 5k a month, 20k a month, 50k a month. It doesn't have to be $1 million, guys. Are your habits aligned with your vision? Every single day you have your habits. They're either good habits or bad habits. You might have a hypothetical someday real soon, maybe I will goal in the pipeline that you're not actually bought into because you don't believe you're going to achieve it. And you got to realize that your actions, your habits will be the core component, the driving factor, whether you get there or not. So if they're not aligned, guys, your habits, your wake up time, your hydration, your supplementation, your training, your nutrition, your mindset work, your journaling, if it's not aligned, guys, it's not going to impact the vision in any way, shape or form. You know, And when you go to bed at night, put that weary old head on that pillow. Do you sleep well with the decisions you made every single day? That's why I'm doing this video, guys. You need to understand that I'm doing this video today because I knew I had more in the tank, had more to give. I didn't max out today. I'd done everything I needed to do, but I didn't max out, so I'm here again recording more content. Why? Because I feel that I have to serve. So I can go to bed off the back of this, have a shower, wind down, and sleep easy, knowing I get to do it all again tomorrow. And that's alignment. So paradigm shifting, guys, you need to understand this. If you want to destroy the old you need to go through a pretty brutal paradigm shift. Paradigm shift is a set of unconscious mental programs that control 95% of your actions. 95% of your thoughts, guys, are subconscious. If you live in a house full of cookies, biscuits, ice creams and cakes, guess what's going to happen? Your diet will be fulfilled and full, or whatever word I'm trying to say, of cookies, ice creams and cakes. It just will, because you're automatically going to make decisions based upon your environment, what's around you. And most people don't change because they never update their programming, their software, And if you really want mindset mastery, you want a bulletproof mindset, that motherfucking bulletproof mindset that you just have faith-driven, undoubted alignment with everything you fucking do, then you got to run the paradigm shift framework, right? So define your current identity story. What wee stories do you tell yourself? What little beliefs do you say? Oh, I'm not a good public speaker. I can't do YouTube videos. I can't make money because I had a bad upbringing. Mum and daddy didn't love me. Like, whatever the fuck these little stories are, write them down. Ask yourself, do these serve you right now with the current quality of life? What outcomes do you want? Really reverse engineer it all back. Do these little beliefs actually align with that outcome? If the answer is no, bin them off, man. Replace them with upgraded standards, guys. Because the only way to transform your life is to shift your mind. Bob Proctor, the man himself, said that. That guy don't lie, man. He ain't playing no games. So understand these 3 questions, guys. Get fucking deep on this shit, right? Get so fucking deep on this shit. And think on it, sit on it, write on it, journal on it, and don't stop writing until you've made yourself a fucking story up that actually buzzes you, that gets you out of bed in the morning, that moves you. You can't have a good mindset without structure. Structure, right, guys? Your mindset loves it. It needs order. It needs alignment. See, when you're scatty, spread from pillar to post, it's going to ruin you. It's going to burn you out. It's going to knacker you, right? So structure is not restrictive, guys. Discipline is freedom, as they would say. It gives your mindset a platform to thrive. Consistent inputs done on the highest level. Because chaos, right? Chaos every single solitary day, guys, will just breed anxiety. All the people I know that have anxiety are very scatty, messy people. They have no standards. They do not plan their days. They do not journal. They do not lay their clothes out the night before. They play life on hard mode, put it that way. They're very emotionally reactive. If something bad happens to them, they roll over. They go bellies up. They freak the fuck out. And then they essentially just miss their potential every single time. They're guaranteed success in every single one of these aspects. They might already have the physique, but they're struggling to be a fitness coach because they're scared to take action. They might be going for that job promotion, but they didn't apply for it sooner than they should, and someone else that's lesser than them took it. Because you didn't plan, you didn't create the structure, you didn't align with the outcomes. So you need that mental sovereignty. And that's why I've created the daily 5 framework, right? It's so simple, guys. You do these 5 daily habits. That's all you need to do every single day to win. Mindset calibration in the morning. Wake up, align, morning assumptions, read and reflect. You do your push-ups. You either go your walk, that is the movement before mind. Before you start your day, guys, you got to serve yourself first. You got to get something locked the fuck in. You got to line up. You got to faith. You got to be driven by faith, essentially. You got to align yourself with that mindset calibration. Take those assumptions from above, from God, Him, fucking self. You got to get out. Whether you run, you walk, you do the burpees, the push-ups, the heavy hardcore strength training workout, and you do it all fasted as well. You sacrifice food for the short term so you can feast after the famine has passed. And that is a sacrificial law. Why do you think all these other religions fast? like during Eid or Ramadan or all this kind of stuff. They fast because it brings them closer to alignment. It brings them closer to the authentic voice of God. It just takes them out of that lackadaisical, bloated, overfed state and pulls them closer to their conscious. That's what we can do every single day. Progressive resistance training every single day. You got to put pressure on yourself to grow. You got to demand growth in every aspect. And progressive resistance means in body, business, lifestyle, relationships, always bend the rod, always push the needle, guys. Do it with a system, do it with alignment, and that will put you into a state of flow. And you can optimize your flow state regimes based on what you have on for that given day, your growth habits, what needs to be done for business, the big levers that have to be pulled, so you can actually take and make the ROI required every single day to win. So how do you, I want to rephrase that, how you do anything is how you do everything. You might be thinking, nah, I don't wipe my ass the same way I make my money. Trust me, you either fold the roll up nicely, take care of those sweet cheeks, or you scrunch it into a ball and make an absolute shit cake of it. Trust me, you do one or the other, and I'm sure it correlates to the life you're currently living. So micro decisions shape the macro identity. Every little small, subtle habit, good or bad, will move you closer or pull you further away from the life you want to live. It will. How much water you drink, how much sleep you have, what supplements you take, what exercise you do, what food that you consume, what habits do you have, top to bottom. Because see, sloppiness in small areas, it will breed into everything. I hate feeling sloppy. I hate living in a messy house. I hate not being aligned. I hate not smelling nice. I hate not having my hair done. I hate being scruffy and sloppy. It's not a good look. It makes me feel out of alignment, and I know it's the case for you guys as well. Because see, when you're in that stage, that place when you are hyper aware, you realise that see, excellence, it's not like a mood, it doesn't just come now and again, it's a method. There's method to the madness. You have to actually align and do the practices which pull you closer towards that state of being in mind. So make your bed, guys. Make your bed like a king. And it was Jordan Peterson said, don't try to take on the world until you've made your fucking bed. A lot of you fuckers don't even change your bed sheets, never mind make it. Lie in a stink pit. Speak with clarity and command. Even when I'm doing this video, I know I've made some mistakes with my vernacular, my articulation. It happens to me. It's late at night. These things happen. I've had a long fucking day, I guess. But hey, I'm pulling it off. This is me leading my life. This is me putting myself closer to the burner, challenging myself to do what I said I wanted to do. Hold your posture like a warrior. Every single day, chest up, shoulders back. Pin them. Pin them. Actually show up like someone you want to be. Otherwise, you're going to be crowded over like a fucking prawn cracker. Low confidence, low cathartic kind of frequency. It just looks horrible, you know. And then with your training sessions, guys, treat them like a boardroom pitch. What clothes are you wearing? How do you set up your training day? Do you just go in with a fucking rusty cup? Or do you go in with your hydration, your electrolytes, your belt, your wrist straps, your sleeves? Are you ready to train? Do you know the exact workout split, the exact numbers, the exact rest times, the exact weights that you have to hit? If you don't, guys, you're just missing the mark when it comes to your physique development. You need to know every little needle mover that needs fucking pushed or pulled to drive the boat forward. It is as simple as that. You can't fucking fake success. You have to just become someone who would be successful by acting like someone that has success. So setting goals and having direction, guys. Without a clear target, I mean crystal fucking clear target, you're just moving. You're just moving through life, kicking the can down the road. You're not progressing. You're not moving the goalposts further because you're not even reaching the first goals that you set yourself. You're almost stagnant, right? You're just coasting, plodding along, going through the motions. So you need to identify what type of goals do you currently have? What is your vision goals for a long-term identity? Who do you want to be in 10 years' time? Think about that, motherfucker. Play the game like GTA. You got to gamify everything you're doing. What performance-based goals do you seriously have in check? Monthly milestones. How far you're running, how much you're lifting, what body fat you're losing. Get clear on that. Process goals. What are the daily behaviours, the daily actions, right? Because you go inside out and back to front. Internally, what are the daily non-negotiable habits I must follow through and do every single day to become the man in 1 week's time, 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, 4 weeks' time that has everything this motherfucker today would be able to pull off so I can be him now. Act like it, right? This is how the law of assumptions, the law of manifesting works, law of attraction, right? See when you're like horny, guys, and you think about sex and you get like a wee fucking hard on. That's how life works as well. It really does, right? See if you are always one of these guys that's like running away from pain, like I need to lose 10 pounds of body fat, right? You're telling the world that you have body fat to lose, therefore you're in pain. It won't reward you for that. See if you act like someone who's lean, strong, jacked and confident, even if you don't have it already, your brain will subconsciously tell your body that's who you are, behave like him, therefore your actions, beliefs and behaviours will align with the outcomes in which you want. Write these down today. What do I want to become in 12 months? Not who, what. What do I want to become? It's a verb. What does my daily behaviour need to look like? Every single day, get super granular. Wake time, sleep time, supplements, assumptions, cardio, training, work, meals track, planned, reflections, everything. Dial the fuck in on every aspect across the board. What's one habit that you need to delete straight up today? If it can be done now, do it now. What habit is holding you back right now? Because it's probably lingering around like a bad smell when it comes to you making change, and it corrupts you. For me, for a long time, alcohol, drugs, pornography, all of that shit. I've been there, done that, wore the hat, and I had to remove all that shit. Otherwise, it would kill me down the line. So guys, you need to understand now we've dove into quite a lot of depth here. The keys to sustaining the unbreakable mindset is very, very simple. You need to anchor into your purpose. It's got to be bigger than you. You can't just do all of this for yourself. You got to think, you got to real fucking go deep on this, but your family, your future, your name, your bloodline, what are you doing everything you're doing for? Is it just for your ego? Or is it actually for people you give a fuck about? Because I tell you what, your gratitude, right? Your gratitude is in direct reflection with how much you serve other people. The more grateful you are, the more you destroy your ego, and that's the way it should be in every aspect. Control the inputs, guard your ears, your eyes, and your company like your life fucking depends on it. There's going to be vampires every single fucking day that want to steal your energy, lower your mood, lower your vibe, pull you away from your mission and goals. Never compromise on your mission and goals, guys, for little fuckheads. Never take advice from someone who doesn't have the outcomes and results in which you truly want. You got to train daily, mental conditioning, visualization, journaling, meditation, breath work, non-negotiable every single day. You got to build the mental reps in, do hard things often, volunteer yourself into the discomfort. Sharpen that will every single day. Be the person that will expose themselves to the fire to get burnt every single day. And you will come back more calloused, you will come back stronger, you will come back more aligned, you will come back with more lessons, and you will continue to win and win and win and win and win so fucking big that you don't even believe what you're up to. Track and reflect. Self-awareness is your feedback loop. As I say, I track absolutely everything. I track about 20 things every day right now across personal relationships, business results, and I move those forward 5 core areas per 4 core pillars. It's a pretty big sheet, but I do believe it helps me move forward because, like, I think it was, he was the richest man in the world to die. It was Rockefeller, 600 billion he died with. And he said the difference between me and you is I know my numbers better than you do. Think about that. Track everything. Because discipline will equal freedom, says Big Jocko Willink. And the more dialed in you are, the more free you will be. So recommended books, guys, for mindset mastery. Number 1, Atomic Habits. Very simple, basic book on mastering your habits, understanding the compound effects of habits. Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. Incredible book on psychology, rewiring your mind. Think and Grow Rich, again, about, millionaire thinking, essentially having an enriched mindset. The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. I didn't actually read all of that, so I'm not going to dive into that, but I have noted this down because I made this slideshow previously. which maybe takes a little bit of my authority away because I've not read the full book. To be honest, even going through this right now, I'll hold my hands up. I've only read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Reality Transurfing, The Mountain Is You, and the top 3. The War of Art, not fully read. Reality Transurfing's got to be the best, guys. Do you know what? I'm just going to speak about this one because this fucking book here, Reality Transurfing, this book here will teach you how to bend the laws of the universe and think the way you now need to think in every domain and aspect on the most lateral plane possible so you can win in everything you do. You can enrich your mindset. It's been probably the most powerful book I've ever came across or read. If you don't want to read the full one, there's Transurfing in 67, which is a shorter based book. Same principles, but again, very, very powerful. Very, very good. So mindset is everything, guys, before we wrap up on all this. But you don't get what you want, you get what you are. If you are a high confidence, high charisma, high energy, dialed in, lean jacked motherfucker that has aligned, incredible habits, great relationships, great vernacular, great skills, that does not miss, that is always looking to push the boat, demand more from himself, you will have an amazing quality of life, undoubtedly. Mindset mastery is not an achievement, it's a lifelong discipline. And once you align fully with realizing this, you will only gain the access to realize that if you master your mind, right? If you master your fucking mind, you master yourself, guys. Your fitness, your finances, your relationships, your identity, your legacy, everything, guys. This is more than just being happy. This is going deep on the motherfucker. And most men will never win, not because they lack potential, but because they lack mindset. Become the rare one, command the mind, control the world. I believe that to be true. So guys, I will see you in the next one. A little bit of a longer one for me. I hope you enjoyed this. Rate, comment, subscribe below. And if you want to jam on any of this, I would really appreciate to see your comments in the chat below. Much love, guys. See you soon.
So in this next video, I'm running through a raw education again on Loom with the screen share. This is going to be the exact framework and protocol I would install if I had to start over from scratch again and knew nothing. This would be the exact framework, roadmap and blueprint to put in place if you're just getting started or you've just been out the ring for a little while and you know you need a clear plan of action to implement to get yourself winning, grooving, smashing and just thriving in life again. Let's get it. Let's go. See you in the next one.
Yes, fellas. Hope we're all good today and welcome back to another motherfucking video. As always, buzzing to have you with us on this little adventure. So I'm going to dive in to the exact process today, the exact mission, the exact blueprint in which I would actually run through if I had to start all over again. If I wanted to reset my physique, my mindset, take it all the way to the top and kick it off from day one. This is exactly what you guys need to know. So you can like cut through all the noise, the bullshit, and just steal my blueprint, steal my method, steal my mindset, so you can start moving and operating like an absolute G. Because if you're like anyone out there, this is probably going to be another video you watch and it's almost like self-development porn. 99% of you, if you even make it through this video, will just be like nodding and agreeing and being like, yes, very actionable, very interesting, I'm doing da-da-da-da-da. But none of you will take action. And that's what separates the boys from the men. The 1% of guys that make it through this entire video take fucking notes and action it and actually operate and move forward and take it to the top. You guys will be successful for the next 6 months and beyond. I promise you that. You'll be able to build a business, you'll be able to build a physique, build a mindset and stack that internal self-worth so you can be the man that does not miss and become undeniable in everything that you do. So first and foremost, guys, we need to dive in to mastering yours truly, the man in the motherfucking mirror. There's obviously me on the right-hand side looking jacked, ripped and lean. I'm going to pop my head on top of my own head. But guys, so many of you will focus on the external way too much. The money, the status, the respect, the freedom, the women, the cars, the travel, all of that good stuff. And it's great, I love that you have ambition. But there's no fucking way in hell that you're going to get to that level of success if you've not mastered yours truly. You need to become undeniable in your own mind, your own habits. You need to stack that self-worth through the self-work. Otherwise, everything that you set your focus on in terms of external success, the things you truly want outcome wise, you'll never get there without the high quality inputs that actually draw the line in the sand, that show you the value you've installed in yourself through becoming undeniable, and everything you're doing will externally reflect to the external world. Because this is the thing, life's a mirror, not a window. Everything that you truly want, the answer's already inside you, and you can only ever hatch into that answer once you've actually became the most aligned, high frequency version of you. And it's like universal intelligence. Once you are aligned, you will have these universal downloads, the thoughts, the feelings, the actions, behaviors, the beliefs, the insights will all start making more sense. So number one is daily discipline, guys. You need to master the early wake up times, eating clean, nailing your macros, stacking fucking wins, and trading like a savage. We can expand on that as much as possible, but so many guys, right, they can't wake up early, right? They don't understand the value of waking up early. No, it's not just about flex on social media, showing that you're locked in. No, it's not just about like sacrificing your sleep to build some discipline. It's literally about buying yourself time, buying yourself that peace, that mind space in the morning so you can work on tasks, projects, and get yourself regulated, inspired, and aligned for that given day, when you can journal, reflect, read, plan, set your goals, hit the gym, prep your food, set your macros up for the day, and start stacking that forward momentum so you can go from win to win to win through the day and not be chasing your tail. Because guys, if you're working a 9 to 5, if you're building your own business, you know time and energy are the two biggest assets that you have. And quite frankly, you might feel you don't have enough energy and you don't have enough time, but if you nail habit number one, guess what? You get more time and you get more energy back. And it might feel difficult initially, but I'll tell you what, once you've stacked that and nailed that and you're waking up early, you're crushing the growth habits, similar to any of my VIP clients and CEO clients, they all get their individual growth habits dialed in, you're going to start winning at a very fast pace and rate. Number two is cutting vices, guys. Success loves speed, but it can't go fast, right? You can't go fast without subtraction. You need to remove all of the vices that are holding you down or destroying your identity. Every time you line up and want to become the next version of yourself, the next level version of yourself, you think, right, I've stacked 5 days in a row, I'm eating clean, I'm waking up early, I'm doing all these things, but fuck, then I've hit fucking porno on a Friday, I've ate all this junk food on the Saturday, then I'm going out in the sauce on the Friday night, and you're drinking all this shit, and you're taking all these drugs, and you're gone, you're fucked, you're just back to square one, because you've just broke so much trust and momentum. You've literally told yourself you don't value the future, you don't value yourself, you don't value growth because you keep caving on your own words. So you gotta cut the vices. Anything that you know is now distracting you, stealing your energy, stealing your attention, your time, your effort, the things that we just discussed that are the highest standards, the highest values for you, they now need to get binned, boys. They now need to go, right? And then you gotta advance forward. Think in fucking decades, right? The longer the time horizon, the bigger the thermostat. Water turns into steam when it's put under the right amount of pressure. When you have a long time horizon, you can actually grow and expand into the space like steam would once it has went from water's evaporated, it's expanded into a new form. You'll never turn into steam and expand into a new space and place if your goals are fucking average. You need to set long-term mission and goals. If you're chasing these little shortcuts and short-term goals, you're never going to build momentum because it's like a car, it's like a Ferrari. It can't go to 0 to 100 miles an hour in like a 1 meter track. You guys are setting goals like, I want to be fitter, I want to be healthier, I want to lose 5 pounds of fat, I want to make 1K a month online. It's like bullshit. You can do all that literally this week. This fucking week. So why are you setting yourself up for failure and not setting the mission, the vision, the goals high enough? You need to really expand your time horizon and allow yourself enough of a runway to build momentum towards that North Star mission and goal. And then you got to fucking operate from war mode daily. Every single solitary day. There can't be excuses. Excuses only sound good to you, bro. Excuses are not the answer. Action is. Every single day, relentless forward action. Failing forward fast. Imagine I told you you're only 10 failures away from achieving your dream life. Think about how fast you'd start fucking moving and failing. You'd go pretty fucking hard at it, wouldn't you? Number two, non-negotiable routine has to be locked the fuck in. Discipline equals freedom. If you do not have a routine, you are a retard. I am sorry, but you truly are. If you're waking up at random periods of the day, random periods of time, chasing your tail, not having a consistent wake and sleep schedule, of course you're going to be scatty, volatile, ratty, days bleeding into one another. Then you're going to be chasing your tail, spread from pillar to post and thinking, I don't have enough time or energy or money. And it's just a limiting belief. It's just some bullshit stuff going on inside your head because you've never actually sat down with a pen, with paper, planned your fucking day, journaled, set some goals and actually executed like an absolute fucking beast. You're playing like a baby right now. Then you got to train 3 to 5 times a week, non-negotiable. No excuses, guys. I train 3 to 4 times a week, full body, day on, day off approach, cardio in between. It allows me to keep my appetite suppressed, allows me to lose body fat, gain strength, build muscle, get fit, and maintain a lean, athletic physique year round. It is non-negotiable. 3 to 5 times is all you need. You don't need to be doing 7 days, double sessions, high rocks classes, running marathons. 3 to 5 solid workouts per week is perfect, strength focused, developing muscle, and gaining fucking size, guys. Like, a lot of you guys are skinny fat, and your physique looks fucking brittle and weak, snappable almost. You gotta build some density and be an absolute fucking Chad, straight up. You gotta walk 10k steps a day. That's gonna burn about 400 calories just walking 6 miles, 10k steps. You're going to hydrate like an absolute beast, 5 litres of water, non-negotiable every single day, and then eat clean and align with your macronutrients depending on what phase you're in, whether it be a physique development, performance development, maintenance, stabilize, build, thrive, mastery, whatever it is. Like, all of my elite VIP and CEO clients will go through individual phases based upon their needs analysis of where they're at. But again, it's about having the habits locked in and knowing what phase you're in based upon the macros you now need to consume, or vice versa. Then we got to be focusing on the mornings. When your fucking mornings, movement, breath work, stillness actually start. Like, I've never seen a billionaire, right? A billionaire rush. They're always like at peace. They're choosing to be at peace with themselves, their health. They're making tactical, lateral decisions. A lot of you guys don't think laterally. And that's why you focus so much importance on the day and become emotionally volatile if something doesn't go your way. It's a gay fucking way of operating. It truly is. You've got to be able to sit, breathe, and hold the space with yourself. And that's going to allow you to just stack momentum day in, day out like an absolute savage. When the evening, unplug, prep, and protect your sleep. These are the foundations for your life. There's no hacks here. No like little wild things to fire in or do, the golden bullets. It's the simple things done extremely well, which will help a lot of you guys just get to the end of the night, watch a couple of episodes of fucking TV, eat junk food, scroll on your phone, go to bed, set no fucking early wake up time or alarm, brush your teeth for like 13 seconds, then go to bed listening to like a fucking football podcast like an absolute simp. Sort your shit out. Number 3, guys, choose who you actually want to become. This is the thing in life. You can gamify life if you understand what you want. You need to have a real clear mission and vision. Otherwise, you're going to fall back to old patterns, beliefs, and behaviors. Literally understand this, but average goals get average results. I said it earlier in the slides. You got to get clear on who you need to become. Understand, imagine deep this for a minute. Imagine I clicked my fingers and said, right, we're 10 years down the line, you've got absolutely everything you want: physique, mindset, lifestyle, freedom, women, status, respect, money, all of it. Get clear on all of that. Feel it. Assume that it's been done already. Become the man now, and then behave your way to that success through reverse engineering all of the habits and steps which are required to actually show up with the identity of the man that you want to be. How simple is that? Follow it, do it, run it, go. Define how he trains, eats, thinks, lives, performs, sleeps, everything. You've got to let that identity bake like a cake in the oven. Every decision you make is a vote casted for or for not his ultimate life, dream, mission, and state. Don't chase motivation, guys. Build the alignment. It's like a radio station. If you're aligned with the wrong radio station, you're not going to hear the music you want. Align with the tunes you want based upon what you decide to believe to be true. Move towards it with pace every fucking day. Go all in the physical frame, guys. Like any of my fitness clients, these guys here, Big Sam, lost 100 pounds of body fat in 12 months. That's world class. Big Rui here. He in 16 weeks dropped 25 pounds of fat and got peeled. All my guys get peeled, ripped out their gills. Elite, masculine, athletic, aesthetic physiques followed my blueprints, right? But the discipline that you build inside the gym will bleed into every other area of your entire life. You lift heavy, you sprint, you get strong, you do hardcore things like the hardcore guy you want to be. You don't be going in fucking training like Jeff Nippard, doing all this science-based bullshit, fucking reverse band lateral pull shit. Lift some fucking heavy weights, get stronger over time, run fast, master progressive overload, and then track your food along with it like it's a weapon. The minute you master your macronutrients, guys, nail your macros. And if you want a video on how to nail your macros, I'm going to link one below in the description. Take it, steal it, run it, go. It is literally the gateway to your physique. When I started nailing my macros properly, it felt like I went on steroids because it just advanced how lean I was, how full I was, how strong I was, and how well I could manipulate my body every single day. And it's an absolute godsend that there's fucking apps on this planet like MyFitnessPal. But half you numbnuts don't even have 5 minutes a day to actually track and pre-plan your food. It's fucking disgusting. Christ. Then you got to train like your life depends on it. Every single workout has to be intentional. Every time, guys. Every time that you walk into the gym, even if you don't fucking feel like it, you have to demand growth. You have to force your body to adapt. You have to give yourself a reason to change your life. Otherwise, guess what happens? You stay stuck. You stay the same. You need to force an adaptation. You need to challenge yourself. Muscle is earned. Confidence is built through exposing yourself to the challenges that we fucking do every single day. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a challenge. Otherwise, it would be the path of least resistance. And you just stay soft and skinny and weak and feeble and snappable like the little victim. We don't want to be like that. You're not built to be average. You're built to be a fucking leader. So let's start leading your own life first. Remove the vices, guys. Vices lead you down a bad path. Smoking weed, strung out, bags under my eyes, horrible haircut, unaligned, crashing my car, in debt, everything, all the worst things you could ever imagine I have been through. I've nearly lost it all. You can't build a masterpiece while poisoning the system. How fucking potent is that? Swear to fuck, guys, delete the porn. Stop chasing simple pleasures. It will fuck with your testosterone, your dopamine sensitivity. It will steal your focus on actual having sex with high value women. And it's just going to corrupt your mindset and, lead you down a path of low fulfillment and lacking purpose and self-respect. Because you never feel good after a fucking chug, man. Fuck that shit. Quit the weekend binge cycles. I don't care if you're a weekend warrior, Monday to Friday, smashing it in the gym, training habits, and then weekend comes and you're putting fucking white powder up your nose and drinking yourself into oblivion like a fucking idiot. Fuck that shit. Fuck it. Because think about how, last time I drank alcohol, right? I've drank alcohol once this year so far, and I got drunk. I had anxiety for about a week. My sleep was fucked. My food was fucked. I felt awful. If I feel that way, best believe it, I bet you feel like that all the time. All the time. That was the most unproductive week I've had in years. Years, I tell you. And you do that every single weekend. Do you think that's going to move you towards where you want to be? The answer is no. Delete. Now. Kill the snooze button, right? Set your alarm for when you need to go to bed. Set your alarm for when you need to wake up. Guys, you need to get into a rhythm and routine of a solid wake and sleep cycle. Otherwise, you're going to kill your momentum. You got to wake up early and take that space and time to work on thyself. I've done a big video before on the exact me work, we work, be work framework from 4 till 9, 9 till 5, then 5 till 9 flow. Follow it, adapt it, implement it, run it. You will fucking build so much momentum. It is disgusting. You will destroy your competition with ease. And you're going to be winning at such a fast rate. Block distractions and dopamine leaks. Anything, TikTok, scrolling. If you're not creating content, right? See, if you're not a content creator, if you have nothing to share, get the fuck off social media. Honestly. Stop watching all these stupid videos of Goggins and fucking these MMA fighters telling you it's it's you don't need that shit. You're just self-development porn, vapping off, thinking, yeah, I agree, it's confirmation biased. Because you agree with it and you think you're doing it, then you tell your body that you're winning, you're moving, and you're not. You're not. You're tricking your body into a false sense of security, and you're telling your mind that things are good when they're not, just by doing this shit. The man you want to become doesn't need any of this stuff, so stop it. You got to focus on control as well, guys. Number 6, right? Control over perfection. Never let perfect get in the way of done. You got to move forward with consistency over intensity. What I like to say, right? I'm going to actually repeat what I'm saying. If you've got a marathon to run, but you sprint the marathon, you're going to get it done faster. I want you to not just think consistency. I want you to work with intensity and consistency. Because you're going to move fast, right? You're going to start ploughing it. And if you're adapting and embodying everything I'm saying so far in this video, you'll know that speed wins. Consistency is the overarching line in which you follow to get to where you want to be. You need to be nailing your food 90% of the time minimum. Not 50, not 60, 90% of the time. Otherwise, you're going to get half-arsed results. 50% in, 50% results. 90% in, pretty good results will happen from 90%. Train when you even can't be fucked, right? See, even when it's hard, when you don't want to, when it's cold out, when you're sore, when you're this, when you're that, train fucking hard. Keep showing up. That is how you build discipline, consistency. That is when you start getting stronger. When you don't want to do the thing and you do it, you build callus, you build momentum. Jocko Willink said it. He said it last night in a podcast I was listening to when I was at a walk. He was like, it's the days that you don't want to do jiu-jitsu or the days you get better at jiu-jitsu. Trust me, it works. Track sleep, recovery, and effort. If you ever redline, if you burn out, if you overextend, if you spread yourself too thin, you will crumble and go back to vices because it's the thing you've always used. Comfort, food, porn, smoking, drinking. Make sure you manage your energy and recovery. Otherwise, you will cook yourself. And this is never going to be a sustainable process. If you miss a day, guys, it's me being all fluffy with you. If you miss a fucking day, get back on it immediately. It's not about how well you can ride the horse, but once you fall off, how well you can jump back on the horse. That's what makes you a skilled rider. Okay? When people say back in the wagon, you can fall off sometimes to get back on. Call it a tactical reset. No emotional little victim stories as to 101 different things happened to me, and it was my job, my bird, my missus, my money, my energy, my friends, my dad, my sister, my trauma, my shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Get back on it, show up, shut up, and lock in, bitch. Rewire your internal beliefs, guys. The physique will always follow the mindset. I used to tell myself a lot of little stories, right? I'm not consistent because I'm da-da-da-da-da. Building relentless consistency comes from telling yourself you're building relentless consistency. I used to really struggle with public speaking, and now over the last couple of years I've public spoke in front of hundreds of people in an audience. I've now done close to like 600 plus YouTube videos. I show up on Instagram every single day. I coach hundreds of clients every single year. I have done my dues. I've paid them. I've worked for it. I've went all in. I've never let a limiting belief become my only belief. If it does not serve you, if it's a thought that does not serve you, delete it, change it, write it down, inversion think it. What is now holding you back? Okay, what one action can I do to not let it hold me back anymore? Simple, just flip it, guys. You're allowed to create your own thoughts. You've got a fucking brain. You don't need to be domesticated by this societal norm because your mum and dad had money issues or feared money, that you have to fear money, or your dad wasn't in shape, or your mum didn't feed you broccoli growing up so you don't like vegetables like a little fuck. Like, come on, guys. These are the things you tell yourself. And the thing is, like, if I always fall off becomes I always bounce back stronger. Anytime you get knocked, you bounce back stronger like fucking Rocky. It's not about how many times you get hit. It's about how many times you get hit and keep on moving forward, which matters, motherfucker. And then you got to speak like a weapon, like a winner. Announce it, have the vernacular, have the wisdom, have the energy, have the charisma, have it all packaged up nicely so you can have the aura and command the respect in which you want. Because your body is built in the gym, but your identity is built in your mind. Understand this massively. Ruthlessly audit your time, guys. Use Google Calendar. Ruthlessly audit your environment. Set up your house, your room, wherever you live for winning. You become what you tolerate, right? If you live in a shithole, right? And there's crumbs everywhere, pot noodles everywhere, booze everywhere, cigarettes everywhere, fucking horrible shit going on. I used to live in a fucking house with a couple of other guys when I was younger, and I used to take drugs and stuff. Minging. My mindset was awful back then because my environment was awful. You gotta have a pristine, clean environment ready to dominate and work, everything laid out clean and clear for you to operate and win. You gotta be one of those guys, like, be alone before you accept average energy. I would rather not have anyone around me than 5 people that were fuckheads around me. 100%. Watch who you follow on social media. Don't be following any negative people. See if somebody pops up in my story and they're doing like drugs or on a night out, like, I'm fucking delete, gone, bye. Never want to see that shit. I don't want to be pulled into that frequency of thinking that people actually do that. It's fucking disgusting. And then surround yourself with people that are driven, disciplined, and aligned. They got to be high operators, man, high performing guys. Whether it be money, freedom, status, respect, physique, energy, health. If they've got those areas covered, you lean against them. You become the worst out of them, so you can be one of the guys that leans against them, builds with them. You never want to be the smartest person in the room, otherwise you're the dumbest person, right? Always be around people that are better than you, operating like a fucking G every single day. Speak your truth, live the truth, and train like it's your duty every single day. Physical, mental mastery, guys. It's the way it's got to be. So, boys, I'll love you and leave you for now. I hope this was insightful. If you want to get involved, you want to work one-to-one, you want held to the highest physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, financial standard, work with me as a VIP or CEO client, build a personal brand, master your money and mindset, or build an elite physique, master your habits and take it all the way to the top, drop me a DM on Instagram saying either VIP or CEO, and we can get to work. We'll have a quick conversation. I'll see if you're a good fit, if I can even work with you. If I even want to touch you, if you're fucked, I don't want to go near you, bro. If you're fucking ready though, this resonated, this aligned, and you want to take it all the way, let's fucking do it. No more holding back, no more being a little sissy bitch. Don't do that shit. Guys, no pussies, no victims, no simps. See you on the inside. Much love, brothers. Let's go.
Next up, we have a sit down with one of our amazing CEO clients, Andrew Graham. The guy's a killer. Me and him sat down the other day off the back of a training session, first time meeting each other, and we went out for a beautiful lunch. And I was like, you know what, I've got the camera with me. Let's sit down at your jam, shoot the shit, catch up, and unpack you, your mission, your goals, how we've been working together, where you're going into 2026. And if there's any lessons and shares that you guys can walk away from Andrew himself, a current client, that can maybe put you in a position where you're thinking differently, feeling differently, and maybe even understanding what it takes to become who you've always wanted to be when it comes to your health, your business, balancing your life, and generally operating at the standard you want to be held to. So guys, I really hope you enjoy this deep dive with Andrew. It was really fun to sit down and do it. I love hanging out with my clients, and I really hope you walk away from this with a lot of knowledge, a lot of wisdom, and a lot of insight. All right, Mr. Andrew Graham.
Mr. Lewis McFarlane, what's that?
How we doing? So guys, we're sitting down today with Andrew Graham, one of our VIP clients. Guy's an absolute savage. Worked together for maybe 4 or 5 months.
4 or 5 months, yeah.
Yeah, and the guy's growth has been absolutely insane, not only from a physical standpoint, but professionally, in life, and quite frankly, every aspect.
Yeah.
It's been awesome, man.
Yeah, it's been class.
I just wanted to jump down today because we trained this morning, we're going to get some lunch, and we thought, perfect time to shoot the shit, catch up, and maybe you can give us a wee snapshot of your journey, your mission.
Yeah.
Everything you've been doing so far. So, who are you? What do you do?
The whole shebang.
Yeah, it was just a wee pulse check on
So, Andrew Graham, I run Taylor Digital Systems, which is an AI automation business, primarily in the property space, but I've now got clients in home improvements, different niches coming to me, so I'm more focused on having a niche skill set that I can use across different sectors than focusing on one niche. So build different systems and automation for businesses to help them scale.
All the confusing stuff.
All the confusing stuff, mate, yeah. I take it from chaos to control so that you don't have to
I like that.
get in touch.
That's a nice tackling.
Yeah.
To control, so you don't have to. I like that. So, obviously, it's been a massive evolution for you, massive amounts of growth, been going extremely fast. When you came on board initially, why did you feel like you had to get your physical performance on lock with the scaling of your business and stuff like that?
So it was definitely something that I was sacrificing as the business was growing. So I went full time in the business coming up to 4 months, so 4 months at the end of December. And it was, as I was getting busier, the physique, the fitness, taking care of my body was the first thing that was kind of going. Sleep was going away. Was skipping the gym, wasn't getting steps, was sat at my desk for 14 hours, and I knew that when that started to go, everything else performance-wise dropped as well. And I've always been active. I've trained Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, always hit the gym. And I think when we came on, I remember we had the call, and you were like, "What's your training plan now?" And I walked you through. I was like, "Yes, I do chest this day, shoulders this day, legs." And you were like, "Why the fuck are you training like a bodybuilder?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "I don't know." And you were like, "You're a business owner. We need to train you like a business owner." So I think that was like the biggest shift for me, was building the physique and the training into my lifestyle, not having it as like something that was conflicting with what I was doing.
Yeah, it's always got to complement rather than complicate.
Yeah.
See, when you are like operating on your own paradigm, like this is what worked for me before.
Yeah.
But you're a completely different identity to who you were.
Yeah.
It's like when you were maybe working a 9 to 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can train 5-6 days a week. It's part of like, it's 1 hour you can dedicate, because once you finish work, you're finished work.
Yeah.
When you're an entrepreneur, you run your own thing. It's 24/7, 365. You need to integrate like an operating system that gives you the competency in your body, your health, your energy, so you can perform better in business, rather than like, I'm going to blast myself in the gym to hopefully get like an ROI.
Yeah.
And then that takes away from your like life force energy for business.
Yeah.
You know?
So I think that's what I noticed as well, was that I was maybe doing like 2 weeks where I was like, right, it's okay, I can let the physique drop, I can focus on the business and grow that. And then I'd be like, fuck's sake, I don't like it. Like, I don't like this. I don't feel in shape. I'm not pushing myself physically.
Yeah.
And so then I'd be like, right, we're going ham in the gym. We're going to smash this out. I'm going to get strong, and then the business would start to drop. And I think it was that, like, finding the balance, and also just taking like the brain power away from me, and not having to constantly think about, right, I need to go to the gym. What did I train yesterday? What am I doing? What's my Mac? Like, all the stuff that was taking up noise and like cashing in my brain power.
And that's the big one, because your energy is like your biggest currency.
Yeah.
And it might, for a lot of people, sound simple. It's like, right, here's your macros, this is what we're going to set up. This is how you train. But even just delegating that can be huge. Yeah. And then actually having the standard being held.
Yeah. The accountability piece is fucking huge. Yeah. Sometimes I don't know why I message you, I'm like, fuck.
Yeah. But that's it, like a rising tide always lifts all ships. And if you're scaling your business, the way I look at it is like, you have to become someone who can handle the weight of that scale.
Yeah.
And a lot of people let the business fly.
Yeah.
They stay in the same paradigm or the same identity. And then once they hit this new glass ceiling, they've got months of catch up personal development wise before they even understand like how to hold on to what they've created. And that's when it becomes a monster that they can't control. And
the confidence thing as well, because obviously the majority of my lead gens came from in-person events and speaking to people face to face. And I think there's so many subconscious thoughts and perceptions you have about someone before you even get talking to them. Yeah. If they look in shape, if they've got, a nice smile, if they look like they take care of themselves, then subconsciously or whatever it is, you already think that they're going to be someone that's going to be dependable, and you're going to be able to lean on them, and they're going to give you the best results.
Massive.
So I think all of that, like, it's all those the tiny wins and the 1%, which are then allowing the business to grow.
Well, sure. Like if you walk into a room and you're carrying yourself well, people know you got your shit together.
Yeah.
And it's not even something they're like consciously not. It's a subconscious feeling. People are like, why is he doing better than me in business? Well, he's doing better than you just in life in general. It's like across the board, everything has to be growing simultaneously. And there's going to be periods of time where things dip off and whatnot, but like, see, if you're always in evolution, that's when you're going to win,
Yeah.
And for you, you're like, the way I've always built my processes, programs, I don't even speak about this massively, but it's always like a mind map in my head. So we've got the core four, your physique, your purpose, your performance, your productivity, right? That's like the overarching thing we're always trying to optimize for. But you came in, we ran through a stabilization phase. We got you like lean down, got you down nutrition wise, got your energy, got your productivity in a really good spot. You're very, very clear on your purpose, the impact you want to have in this life, where you're going to take things. Your testosterone's maxed out to the high heavens. And that's one of the biggest things as like a founder and entrepreneur. It's like your life force energy. If your testosterone is off, then you're gonna have brain fog, you're gonna have like cognitive issues, you're gonna feel tired, you're not gonna you're not gonna have that dog inside you that wants to grow everything.
Yeah.
You know, so getting that maxed out is perfect. So what we're kind of classifying you in right now is the build phase.
Yeah.
Where it's like you're not only building your business,
Yeah.
you're trying to scale that like a motherfucker. You're
Yeah.
like really trying to push on that, which is working successfully well. But building your physique, man, getting stronger, slapped on loads of fresh tissue, just being jacked in all areas.
Yeah.
Was it physically jacked and financially stacked?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking
about. And down the line, there's going to be the thrive phase, and that's going to be coming into the new year, where it's like, right, we've recomped the body, the business in a great spot. You got the team, you got the staff, things are flying, but that's when we have to like, you pull away all the junk again.
Yeah.
And it's like we sharpen everything right back up for whatever you have planned into the new year.
Yeah.
But where you're at in your journey, how you're operating right now, considering what you touched on when you started, what would you say are like some stark differences in terms of just like your life day to day?
So like the biggest thing with having you as the coach and just having that accountability piece in general, I think, is how dynamic it is. Like one day I can be sat at my desk, building systems, managing the team, following up, having sales calls, and that can be like 12, 14 hours. Or it can be I'm up at 6 and I'm out the door and it's in-person meetings, it's in-person events. So I think making sure that there's, obviously we communicate on what's happening and then we're able to tweak and adjust things to make me still accountable for what I'm meant to do.
Yeah.
And not just that instantly fall off the wagon, because it'd be so easy to just justify I can't do that because of X, Y, and Z. Or I think I was voicing on me like a couple of weeks ago and it had been I think I've been on the go from like 6 and I'd been up and on a train and through Edinburgh and back, client meeting, in-person event, and I sat down at my desk for the first time at like 8:30 and I was like, I'm done in. And I was like, but I can't message Lewis and tell him I didn't go to the gym. So I fucking went to the gym and felt amazing for it after. Like woke up the next day feeling fresh.
Yeah.
So I think like that's been the biggest thing when I first came on, I was still working full time and managing the business. And I think we just built a good foundation for what the standard is.
Yep.
And then when I went full time, it wasn't like going full time, readjusting to a new routine, setting a new start. Like it wasn't, everything was just a total refresh. I already had the standard and we were already working well together. So then when I went full time, it wasn't like a full shift in my lifestyle.
Yep.
I already had that foundation of this is what the physique and the lifestyle is going to look like, and the business is now in a different place.
Yeah.
I'm able to handle that because we've been working together.
It's a big one. A lot of guys always put things off.
Yeah.
You know, one day real soon, maybe I will. And it's like, no, integrate things now.
Yeah.
The storm will come.
Yeah.
Be like a bull, run through it rather than a cow that runs away. And you'll manage it.
Yeah.
You know, face the adversity head on. It's going to be tough, it's going to be sticky, but like you touched on one thing, which is being dynamic. And like the way I look at my life, I'm a coach, but I'm a business owner that has a fitness business.
Yeah.
Rather than a fitness guy that has a fitness business.
Yeah.
So I completely get it from being busy, being spread from pillar to post.
Yeah.
You're wanting to do as much as you can to max out with every aspect, and being dynamic with your approach to all is non-negotiable. Rather than this is the plan you stick to, if you don't stick to it, you're a fucker.
Yeah,
It's
everything collapses if you have to adjust. Because I think I voiced on you and I was like, I can't remember what I said. I said something like, I missed the gym today, but I'm going to go tomorrow. And you were like, you've not missed the gym. Like you've adjusted for your schedule. You've not missed it because you're going tomorrow.
Yeah.
Which is what this whole process is. It's not like if you don't do it if you don't have this rigid structure and you miss one, then you've like failed. It's adjusting it for what a day-to-day business owner looks like, which is obviously what you understand.
And that's it from like a psychology standpoint. If you can minimize any feelings of guilt and shame, which is like the lowest frequency stage you can have. If you have guilt and shame and you're carrying that and you try and do a sales call, you're going to feel lesser of a person. So therefore you're going to fumble the bag with a sales call or something, or just not really, I've missed the gym and I've had a shit day, so I'll fuck my meals off, and I've got this laundry list of tasks in the business, but I'll half arse it, and you start falling into like a rut. So it's always optimizing for no guilt, no shame, always high frequency, and being like, right, what am I being successful with today, even if this comes up and I can't achieve X, Y, or Z, what are like the micro habits that I can control? What was your AM process? Are you sleeping well? Are you hydrating well? What else can you do today to move yourself forward by just 1%? That compounds like a motherfucker. you know.
And even just a reset for the next day as well. Like making sure if it has been a tornado of a day, then the end of the day is still the same, so that tomorrow I've still got the AM process, so that it's not like it's not like a week of a tornado. It's just that one day that can be like that.
Because it's a lot of guys will maybe just look at it as gym, like chicken and bench press.
Yeah.
That works when you're 22.
Yeah.
And you can throw as much spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. But see, when you're like, right, I'm a high performance business owner, my calendar is more packed than a ton of Jaffa cakes.
Yeah.
There's so much going on. You need to have so much flow. You need to have so much wiggle room in your routine and just be super dynamic, you know. One thing that comes to mind for you, let's say going forward into 2026 with how things have been going so far, what do you really see yourself tackling?
Business wise, so obviously I'm working with John in my business course, so the growth has been insane so far, and that needs to continue, or I'm going to make it continue. So it's getting to the stage I want to get to next year with the business, which is obviously going to create more friction. It's going to be dealing with higher volume. So it's almost like stripping away to make sure that the standards and what we're doing is focused on that, and it's not adding more to the plate as I'm adding more in the business front. It's almost like making it more streamlined, so that there isn't. I'm not having to think about more and more stuff, and the brain power I do need to use can be dedicated to the bigger projects I've got going next year in business.
I like that. So it's like optimizing for the business, but making sure you're in the best spot possible to manage that. Yeah. You'll find as well, like things do become massively like you're a systems guy.
Yeah.
You have to almost systemize your life and be borderline autistic with it.
Oh, mate, so far beyond borderline.
Yeah.
Like everything's systemized. People that think I'm just going to automate my life away, because it's like how much can I improve efficiency?
Yeah.
Which is what I need to get to.
But with that mindset, that's what kind of separates guys.
Yeah.
That can pull it off and won't pull it off.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that can do get very deadly with the details. You know, and that's what we're going to try to optimize for as well from the physical standpoint. It's like right now we continue maxing out your stats from a health, energy, performance, testosterone, muscle mass, like everything's going to be so prime.
Yeah.
And you're going to feel very robust to handle anything that life throws at you.
Yeah.
Whilst, you know, managing relationships, lifestyle, travel, whatever. And then going forward, you're going to have a feeling in your head that'll be like, I'm ready now to like streamline things.
Yeah.
And that's when you can like shred a good chunk of body fat off.
Yeah.
Really, really optimize the physique. And then get super sensitive to like small wee tweaks.
Yeah.
Which will have you feeling like it'll be like you'll feel so dialed in, like cognitive performance, energy, health wise.
The awareness has been nuts. Like I can't remember when it was it maybe like start of October or like midway through October? And everything was going well in the business, like stuff was getting ticked off, sales were flying, clients were overall in a good place. Obviously you've got ups and downs with different clients, but I remember just feeling like I was mentally just all over the shop. Like I couldn't sit down and do like a deep network, and we were voicing on quite a lot about it. I was voicing on John the full day as well. And it was mad, because I think in the space of like 40 minutes, I got a voice note back from you and one from John, and it was the exact same message. Just on like, well, what's changed? Like, are you still doing these micro habits? Are you still doing your AM routine? Like, what you do? What's your evening looking like? Are you winding down? And you were like, it's a fucking hard 10 p.m. cut off. You're not allowed to work past it. When it gets to 10, write all your shit down in a notepad and don't do any more work. And I was like, right. And that was game changing. And I think the awareness piece, as soon as I start to feel that, fuck, I need to get this done, like almost like the kind of rush and the busyness happening, that's instantly what I fall back to. I was like, what have I not done today? Have I let that standard slip? Have I worked past 10 and not kind of downloaded everything that was going on for the day? Has my sleep not been dialed in? Whatever that looks like I'm so aware that I then need to readjust, and I need to be like, right, cool, tomorrow it's up, electrolytes, steps, daily stoic, quick write down of my thoughts, and then we get into work, rather than just being up, brush my teeth, sit on my laptop and be like, let's fucking go.
Yeah, there was even a point in my career I was like, what would happen if I just didn't sleep anymore?
Yeah.
Like, as an entrepreneur, you get to a point that's like, you almost go like psychotic.
Yeah.
How much can I grow this?
Yeah.
By
just a week sprint.
If I destroy my life mentally, physically along the way, what will happen?
Yeah.
But that's when you know you're about to red light, because you're like,
you're thinking like an absolute
Yeah.
idiot.
It's like when you wake up in the middle of the night if you've not had a good sleep, and sometimes I've woke up at like 3:30 and I'm buzzing, like I can feel my head going, and I'm like, maybe I'll just get up and start working. You know what I mean? It's like those thoughts where you're like, nah, come on, you've had about fucking 2.5 hours sleep, what are you doing here?
Early bird catches a
Yeah,
worm.
yeah, but that's insane.
1 o'clock in the afternoon, you're like bellies up
Yeah.
on the couch, absolutely smoked.
Yeah.
No, I love that. What would you say, like, well, maybe rephrase that. We communicate quite a lot.
Yeah.
Just, it's not super like, you must check in at this day, we must do this. Do you feel just having that flow, that kind of collapse and that feedback loop? Communication is just super effective just for unpacking things.
Yeah, I think at the start, obviously, you had to collect a lot of data on how I was operating, what I was doing day to day. So there was obviously a lot more check-ins, which gave us the understanding of how we were going to work together. And I think over the past like probably month, we've just stripped it back to what do you need to know and what do I need to know to continue this. And it's the workouts, check-in every couple of days. I've obviously already got like team members and kind of daily standards and weekly standards for stuff I need to send out to clients, follow up with leads. Like all that is quite systemized and it's all data driven. So I think like feeding another like data report almost was like, there was friction in it. I could definitely tell there was friction. So I think just going back to us just communicating and voice noting our calls and just having it more familiar, it's less of like a report and a fulfillment as more as it is like you're in my corner and you're supporting like the journey that I'm on.
Yeah, and that's one thing I've been trying to optimize for more. Is like personally for me as a coach, I don't like check-ins.
Yeah.
It's a massive fucking energy ROI drainer. Like when we can have that consistent feedback loop, we're shortening it as much as possible. We're taking collapsing how long it's going to take for like a lot of people wait for a problem to amount and then dump it.
Yeah.
But it's easier like that.
Yeah.
And just breaking through them really, really quickly. It's like success loves speed.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I think in the past 2 weeks you're getting voice notes when I'm walking back to the gym, because that's mostly where I'll like gyms and walks is when I'm free from the business to actually just let my mind wander into stuff.
Yeah.
And that's when I'm usually reviewing everything that's going on. And I'll usually have all these thoughts in the gym, and I'm like, I'll walk back for the gym, and you'll just get like and I was just like, so I'm thinking this, and like I'm wondering what you think about this, and with the reps, and you'll just get that, and I'll just wait on you replying, because I'm like, it's all out my head now. I don't need to think about it. I know you're the expert, and you'll come back to me with the tweaks that we need to make. So that's been like invaluable just for like sharpening it. Obviously at the start it was maybe like a big meander, and now we're getting into like a nice
That's what we want. That's what we want, just in that flow. And one of the big things we always want to like keep our mind focused on is like there's maximum standards, medium standards, minimum standards. See if you can stay in that ebb and flow. And over time just streamline it and it gets tighter and tighter, and it's just that consistent. That's when you're going to have the biggest amount of wins, like in every single aspect. When there's nothing that's volatile, and there's going to be volatilities. There always is. But you wake up and look in your email or WhatsApp in the morning, that could throw you off. That's why having that AM process is so clear to the mind. Right. One thing's on my mind as well, from like a mindset component. Is there anything that I've done personally for you that stood out? Like keeps your mind sharp with how you're operating.
That day of like the reset, that one has like stood out to me probably as one of the most important days for the success that I've had after it, just because of the influence that I had. Like I've actually got it written up on my whiteboard. It was when I went to the gym, she was like, go to the gym, put some fucking angry tunes on, be there for like 2 hours minimum, like take your time with the workout, don't think about business, don't respond to any WhatsApps. Because I'm quite guilty of like doing client work when I'm in the gym between sets. So, which I know you didn't do. I told you you weren't even on your phone in the gym. So I think I need to incorporate that.
That's my time.
Yeah. And while I was in there, I think you'd sent me this, it was like a 6-minute voice note or something. And I started playing it, and then I was doing deadlifts, and I was like, fuck, I'll just do this set, listen to you. I was like, it was a weird experience.
That's like Retardmaxxing.
It's like borderline ASMR while I'm doing deadlift PBs. I was like, I don't know how I feel about this, but I fucking got the reps in and it worked. So, but yeah, so I came back and I wrote on that whiteboard, like stability is in the day-to-day, not a destination. Because I think I was, go full time in business, then this will be sweet. Make 10k a month, this will be sweet. Get a staff member, this will be sweet. Sign this with the clients, like all that stuff is always what you think is going to bring you that stability. but you get there and you're like, oh no, there's actually a fucking big mountain I need to climb. So I think that in terms of a mindset shift of making sure that the micro habits, the standards I'm setting myself are there every day, that's what brings me stability. So that whatever happens in business, like I don't really feel that phased by it. I like the biggest proposal sent out by like 10x, and I sent it out and they were just like, nah, like that's, we were so far off. And I was just like, okay, cool. Well, I don't do discounts, so that was what the value of it is.
Didn't tell yourself work to it.
Nah.
Like, oh my god, I'm a failure. I'm
Yes. Like somebody asked me about it at an event a few days ago, and I forgot about it.
Yeah.
I had to remind myself about what it was because it's just on to the next thing, on to the next thing. I think just taking that away from it and almost disassociating myself from the success of the business.
Yeah.
As long as I've got the standards for myself and I'm holding myself to those standards, then I'm successful, and then I can bring success into the business.
You want that being like I think as an entrepreneur as well, like, see when you've got too much white space, that's where you can sometimes like have idle hands, make bad decisions. So it's like you always want to be, okay, I've worked 3 hours on the business. Okay, what's the micro habit that can fill this spot before this call to get my energy back up?
Yeah.
And that's like this tattoo here. It's always hammering and Arabic, but just to me, I look at it like next thing, next thing. But it has to be in a way that keeps you aligned.
Yeah.
Rather than just like, I'm gonna work for 9 hours and just slog about. It's like, no, be high frequency, high energy, high performance, and every sprint you do with work should be matched with like a little physical or personal energy raiser to keep you moving, keep you going. So I'm so happy to hear that that's been like a standard.
Yeah, it was classic. Like, it was a wild time leading up to it, I think, for the few days. And then after that day, woke up the next day and was just like, I think that was the most productive day I've ever had, was the next day. So I was just like, boom, up, six, walk, steps, everything, like every box was ticked. And then I think that's been like my biggest week.
Pretty badass move as well, sending out like a proposal and being like, this is what I stand on.
Yeah.
That's confidence.
Yeah.
It would have been so easy to just be like, that's too big a number to send someone. I'm gonna have that down and try undercut.
Yeah. That was on the phone as well. I remember sitting there, I was just like, this is a fucking wild number. I'm gonna say it. It was just a long pause, and I was like, don't talk. Like, first one to talk. I was like, don't talk.
Oh man, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I love it though. But if you could say maybe anything to someone watching this that's potentially, looking to work with me, they're operating pretty heavy in business, an entrepreneur, they're even #busy professional or some shit. What would you say to them, or even a future you or a past?
Past me, I think you need to work out how much you value your time and your mental energy. And if you actually value it and you see the level of productivity that you can have currently, imagine what you can have with someone in your corner who's able to support you with the stuff that is taking up your mental energy and your time. Because that has been the biggest thing. Like, I couldn't imagine going back to making a fucking workout plan and a meal plan and that. Like, I'm just like, that is out of my head, and it allows me to do so much more. So I probably can't put it into a percentage of how much energy and time it saved me, but I wouldn't be where I'm at physically and probably productivity wise within the business if it wasn't for like that support and taking that aspect out. And I make it feel good, look good. Love it. Cheers,
Killer, mate. Killer. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next one.
In this next video, we're running through the 4 M's in which men are motivated by: understanding what it is that actually triggers you, that pulls you towards action, what you value, and how to unpack that so you can remove all the friction, the stress, and the distractions so you can actually start operating from the lens you need to in life. The thing is, so many men are distracted. They don't know what they want. They kind of know what they want, and they get lost running the wrong race and putting all their energy and time into the wrong buckets. In this video, I want you to walk away from understanding exactly what you value, why you value it, and why it's going to help you with your goals, with your body, with your business, and everything else going forward into 2026. I had a lot of fun filming this. It's another one back from the Bali podcast studio, and I hope you enjoyed the quality, the tonality, and all the little lessons I have to share. See you in the next one, guys.
There's a secret to long-term discipline that no one actually speaks about. And I'm going to unpack it in this video today and give you the absolute sauce. So listen up, lads. If you have been someone that has said to themselves I want to achieve X by this date here in the fastest, smoothest, most sexy way possible and feel great doing it. Cool, you've set a goal. That's number one. But the biggest thing which people miss from actually being disciplined and showing up every single day is not just setting a goal, but is actually having a deep rooted level of consciousness and inspired intention behind setting the goal itself. You have to understand what your why is. And I don't just mean, why do you want to lose a bit of fat, bro? I mean, why do you want to become the most undeniable, savage version of your human self? You really got to get deep. You got to go 10 layers deep in the onion, pull it all the way back to the root. It might be a sense of lack, a sense of low to no status, respect. It might be a sense of you want to be appreciated more. Because there's four M's in which guys are motivated by. I'll tell you right now, we're not going to spend too much time on it, but it's either one, money. You want to have a fuck ton of money. That motivates you. Two, you want to have mastery. You want to be the most status respected driven guy ever. Like, look at me. I've got all this stuff. I've mastered all this stuff. Number three, you wanna fuck, mating. Your fuckability goes up. And then number four is mobility. Being able to travel, location, freedom, all that kind of jazz. So you got to understand what one spices up your life. You got to understand which one drives you, which one motivates you. Because I got very, very clear on what drives me, what motivates me, what pulls me. And I've been the most disciplined version of myself since I was about 16 years old, and it only gets better year after year. I've never missed a workout in the last 10 years. I've never went so far off my diet that I've been disgusted with myself. I've never slowing down. I've only gotten better. Every single year I've gotten better and better and better. Every single year. And it's not because the motivation side. It's not because the discipline side. It's because I am very, very clear on the inspired intention behind the goal itself and the deep level of consciousness behind the day-to-day processes. So many guys have a start point, have an end point, and see all this kind of grey, murky shit in between. Like, imagine you're in Gatwick Airport right now, right? You're playing to fucking Ibiza. You're playing to wherever the fuck you're going, Miami, Dubai, Bali, is delayed 12 hours. The Starbucks queue is mega long. The AC broke in Gatwick. It's busy. It's stressful. It's sweaty. You've got enough discipline and motivation to wait out 12 hours in a fucking horrible, busy airport because you know the destination. You know the destination is going to be so rewarding once you get there, right? But so many guys set this goal, let's say. They've got their start point, but see this bit in between, this process bit, they don't have a real level of consciousness, a real deep level of inspired intention to get really fucking good at the next best move. Because every single day you're going to be hit with triggers, hit with issues, bills, emails, arguments, problems. Life is life, guys. I don't think you've noticed, but it's pretty fucked up out there sometimes. But hey, I don't pay too much attention to it. But the thing is, you've got to realize there's a level of consciousness you need to have with your daily blueprint. And you should only attach any of your self-worth to the daily process rather than the outcome, rather than the start point. But the process is where the fucking gold is found. Think about that analogy of the guy digging through a cave. There's two of them. One's on top, one's on the bottom. And the guy just gives up before he's about to strike gold. And the other guy on the top is just digging, does not give a fuck. Because the guy who loves walking will walk further than the guy who has to walk. So if you feel like you have to force yourself to be better, you're coming at it from the wrong way. You cannot fix your life, the one that you hate, right? You can't do that. You have to work in the life you want. Because if you fucking spend all your energy and time stressing about what's happening in Gatwick Airport, guess what's going to happen? You're going to forget to work on the next best move during the process to get in that airplane and get your holiday. True? I think you agree with that. I'm sure you could agree with that, right? Whereas so many guys, right? So many guys will just set this goal, and then switch off thinking it'll happen one day real soon, and they don't really have any clear-cut system, clear-cut actions, things to actually follow through on day to day, week to week, month to year. There's no roadmap, there's no phase, there's no system behind the action. And it's no accident that in 2025, it is harder to have a fucking six-pack than it is to make £1 million. Deep that for a moment. If you actually have six-pack abs, you're a top 1%. A top 1% human being. That's how rare it is. And I have no idea how many humans or people or he, she's, this, that's, who's, what's, purple, browns there are in the world, right? Wherever you want to, identify as. But if you've got six-pack fucking abs, it's pretty fucking rare to see. So you got to realize, right? The thing in which you're missing is not the goal. The goal's fine. You got to have a crystal clear goal of what success looks and feels like, but you need to remember what behaviors, thoughts, beliefs, actions come before that from your current moment. Because if you're stuck in the position you're in right now, it's because your mindset is fixed. You've got a paradigm issue. You have a lens issue. You're not thinking clearly. You're not taking the right actions. Your thoughts are diluted with the wrong emotions, the wrong inputs. You're behaving inaccurately on a day-to-day basis. You're chasing pleasure instead of purpose. And I'll tell you right here, right now, brother, there's about 6 months in it, 180 days of your long life. Let's say you live to 90 years old. That's a good time to tap out. You live to 90, 180 days. 180 simple fucking days of just process. Day in, day out, day in, day out, day in, day out. You could become the most undeniable version of yourself and then think about you could live summer for the rest of your life. Because right now you're in winter. Right now you're in hell. You're in the fucking clouds. Nothing good's happening, right? It's shite. And like a wave, it always comes in and comes out. It's always ever flowing and going. But I tell you what, you can position yourself in summer year fucking round. Life's always summer for me when you're in shape. So guys, if you enjoyed this, if this hit home, if this made you think a little bit differently, you rate, you comment, you subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one, brother. Let's get it.
So next up in this video coming, guys, we have a sit down testimonial and breakdown with my amazing client Lewis Ritchie over in Bali as he describes the before state, the current state and the after state, where he's going, everything he's done within his journey so far with me. It's a sit down, it's a raw talk, it's me and him just shooting the shit, but it's hopefully going to give you an insight to where he was, what he's now doing, how he's now making 5-figure months, and how he's looking the way he's currently looking with all of the lessons, the teachings and the coaching I've taken him through over the last 6 months. Guys, Lewis is one of my favourite clients. He's an absolute operator. He's a great fucking guy. And if you're anything like Lewis, there's always the opportunity for more men to join the program. So if you resonate to, let's say, Andrew previous in the course, or Lewis currently in this part of the course, then it could be a really well worth opportunity. Dropping me a DM either on Instagram or hitting a link below, and me and you can chat about what we now need to do for you to get you moving forward at pace toward the person you want to become. I will see you in the next video. Let's get it.
One more time. Mr. Lewis Ritchie.
How are we?
So guys, this is one of our awesome clients, Lewis. I'm Lewis as well, obviously. No, I don't know what the word would be. But anyway, Lewis has been working with us for, I don't even know how long now, like 8 months, 7 months?
7, 8 months.
Yeah, when Lewis came on board, we were just chatting back and forth a little bit on social media and stuff, and he was working over in the mines in Australia. Is it FIFO or FIFO? FIFO farm. And yeah, it was maybe not in the best spot lifestyle wise, chasing cash, drinking the beers,
Always.
living the crazy lifestyle. And since then we've built a amazing connection, got some seriously cool results, and now you're kind of living the freedom lifestyle out here in Bali, which is epic. I just want to kind of ask first and foremost, like, if you could rewind back to where you were before coming on board, describe that a wee bit.
In terms of where I was when you first messaged me?
Yeah, like physically, mentally, energy-wise.
Yeah, due to the type of work that I was doing, it was just very physically, mentally draining. It was 184 hours in a fortnight, working up in 45-degree heat. And then you've got nothing else really to do there besides drink and sleep. So it was just a bit like the money was really good, but the lifestyle itself was quite unhealthy. So
Yeah.
golden handcuffs.
Golden handcuffs, okay. And like, talk to me about like physique, body image. Was it something you were like aware of? Where you're like, I'm actually not too bad. I'm fine. I need to bulk up anyway. I need to do this. What was like the beliefs you had installed?
It was kind of just like denial.
Oh yeah.
Because when I was like obviously growing up and stuff, I always struggled to put on weight. So then when I started to put on a little bit of weight, I was like thinking that it was healthy, but it wasn't due to the fact like I just put on a bit of pudge, a bit of puppy fat, thinking that I was like, oh, like I'm putting weight on, but the eating wasn't healthy, the drinking wasn't healthy, lifestyle wasn't healthy at all. So it was just complete denial, really.
No, sweet, and you know, 20 plus pounds later, it's like maybe having a coach could be a good decision.
Yeah, 100%.
I love that. So since being on board so far, what do you feel like has been the most uncommon win you've had? Not like, oh, I'm in much better shape, I've lost 10 kilos of body fat or whatever, but like,
I think self-belief.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, you've done really well in terms of being like the driving force behind the mentality aspect of it, because at the end of the day you can't drive me to the gym.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And it's always been the little seeds that get planted in my head every day, the talks, the phone calls, the Zoom calls, everything. It's just everything just helps build up.
I love that, man. I appreciate you saying. And then from the physical component as well, how do you feel in your body image now compared to where you were?
Confident, happy, excited for future growth. Just looking forward to it, really.
Fuck with that. And let's say you're speaking to either a version or a guy that's kind of like you know, caught up in the golden handcuffs, chasing the money, but the lifestyle is not what it wants to be, and he's like in that proverbial cycle. What's maybe one thing you would say to a guy like him?
Just need to take action.
Yeah.
There's like yesterday was the best day to do it, so why not do it now?
Yeah, like that, like plant the tree 30 years ago, best next time's now kind of thing.
100%.
Nice. And with that as well, what would you think, like, if you could maybe give yourself a previous bit of advice, what would that now look like?
In terms of fitness?
It's more life, like, because you're operating pretty high performance at the moment. You've got the training business, you're training every day, you're living out here in Bali and stuff. Like, was that always on the plan?
I think it was always on the plan, but because I got sucked into the mines and the lifestyle so quickly, and time develops on so fast, you kind of forget what your goals are, because you've got such the consumption of money coming in, and everything's sweet to a sense that you just get detached from your goals and what the end goal is. Whereas when got in touch with yourself, it's just been a complete 180 in terms of like life goals, aspirations, and general.
I love that, man. I love that. And do you think even like it was like comfortably uncomfortable back when you were in the mines, back when you were doing all that?
Yeah, it was a lot of being naive in terms of telling myself that everything's okay when realistically it's not, because you're just going to detach from everything that you truly do want.
Yeah.
And then taking action is the most important thing you can do.
Fuck with that. If you could say a couple of nice things about the program, what comes to your mind just about being inside, having a proximity, working with me, all that kind of stuff?
First and foremost, the relationship we've built in such a short period of time. You're not just a fitness coach. You're a friend, you're a mentor, you're a mindset coach, everything that comes under the one umbrella, which is why the program is so beneficial for anyone which is debating coming on board. In terms of what you provide is beyond beneficial to someone who's successful, someone who's not successful, someone who's not in shape, someone who is in shape. It's the mindset behind everything which is going to be the driving force.
Yeah, a lot of people always think I just need training plan, nutrition, need some habits, but it's never like an information thing, it's always an implementation.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, the only way to change someone's behaviour with implementation is to change the belief, you know? So it's like, if you doubt you're going to be able to pull something off, like if I said to you, like I tell you right now, in like the next 3 months you're going to be even further along your journey, going to look unrecognisable because you've now chopped the fat. And it's like, when you're at the start of the hill and you're looking at the top, it's like, fuck, can I even take that first step? To have fear that, well, if I put energy into this or invest in myself and I fail anyway, you know, so you got to change that belief so you back yourself relentlessly with everything you do, and almost have that kind of like unfuckwithable mindset, like bulletproof mindset to be like, anything I put my mind to, I can conquer, I can achieve, I can do, I can fucking take this to the top, non-negotiable. And that will start bleeding into like every other aspect of your life, because I think fitness, getting in shape and stuff, it's not an end goal, it's just a standard you have for yourself. And once you've kind of cracked the nut with it and you're in that flow, then there's no reason as to why you can't transfer those skills, that mindset into everything. You know, business, relationships, life, social network, whatever it might be. With that for you, like what's next for Lewis?
What's next is 5-figure months. Really, really good shape in terms of physically. Mindset being as clear as can be, pretty much. General happiness, content with myself. Looking in the mirror, being proud. Looking back on who I was 12 months ago, just making baby steps.
Nice.
6 months ago, different person.
Fuck yeah. I love that, man. And is there anything you want to just say finally to wind this down? Because what you've said so far has been absolutely savage.
Just like a quick note to anyone who's really sitting on the fence about coming on board. It's a decision that's pretty much vital in terms of your future success and beneficiaries. It's a non-negotiable, pretty much.
Fuck yeah. Non-negotiable. Bro. My fucking man. My fucking man. Good stuff. Nice one, bro. Appreciate it.
So in this next video, it's a little sneaky sleight of hand. This is going to be something that not a lot of coaches will share, but this is a 21-day fat loss accelerator that is pretty fucking brutal. I'm not going to lie, it's more tactical, it's more punchy, it's more straight to the point. In this video, right, I'm going to run through the exact blueprint you would need to implement over 21 days to pull off anywhere between 7 and 14 pounds of body fat like that. It's not for the faint-hearted, it's not sustainable, and I tell you what, it fucking sucks. But if you've got some weight to lose, a holiday coming up, or even a trip or a suit that you have to, you know, be looking sharp for, this is the exact blueprint. I'm sharing all the sauce. This is exactly what to implement and do. There's no gimmicks, no weirdness. It's just like, this is the raw shit. This is like, I'm not hiding anything here. Just take this, implement it, run it. You'll lose a fuck ton of body weight very, very quickly. Trust me. Hope you enjoy. Short and sweet. See you in the next one.
Right, motherfuckers. What's happening? So, Liam, Scott, and Callum. Liam, Scott, and Callum, and me. This guy right here. We're going to run something so savage. So savage come Monday. Right? And you got to be a disciplined motherfucker to do this. This is not a baby back bullshit, fucking I can't do this because this, sustainability, this, that, and the other. If you've got fat to lose, let's lose it. Let's rip it up. Let's bag some quick motherfucking wins and take this all the way to a place you never thought possible by going all in on the discipline, all in on the growth habits, all in on doing the craziest shit you've ever fucking thought of doing, and making some huge progress in every aspect of your life. Guys, this is the fat loss insanity protocol. This is going to be the hardest diet you've ever ran, but it's going to most likely take off about 16 pounds over the next 21 days. and get you into an insane level of fitness and shape. It's going to be fucking challenging. You're going to have to track your calories, your macros. You're going to have to hit the training, hit the growth habits, hit the supplementation. Everything's going to have to be dialed the fuck in, right? And I'm going to run through my protocol, and then I've built each and every single one of yous out your own bespoke one to follow, because it will vary. So my initial body weight is 185 pounds. Times that by 10, that's initial starting calorie deficit of 1850 calories. TDE, my current total daily energy expenditure, is 3,200. So the daily deficit is going to be sitting at 1,350 calories already. And then we're going to be doing 1,300 calories of daily activity daily, which is going to put us in a 2,650 calorie deficit. Times that by 7 over the course of the week, that's equating to about 5.3 pounds of fat loss per week. Okay, because it takes 3,500 calories burned to lose a pound of fat. So we're pretty much going to be losing shy of a pound of fat per day. That's how aggressive it's going to be. My initial macros are going to be 220 protein, 45 fat, 140 carb. We need, guys, this is the thing, you need to be hitting 20k steps per day, which is going to equate to another 1,000 calories burned. 15 minutes of HIIT every single day, equating to 300 calories burned. And across the course of the week, that's an extra 2,100 calories burned on top of the 7,000 calories burned from steps. And then the deficit, that's why we're going to be losing so much fat so quickly. Lifting, you're just going to be on a 4-day per week program, training hard and heavy between the 6 and 8 reps, 2 working sets. Every single day, 5 litres of water, 7 grams of electrolytes or salt coming into your diet, good quality salt, pink Himalayan salt. 1,000 milligrams of caffeine, so it can be, sugar-free energy drink. It could be black coffee, anything. We're going to max out in the caffeine for 21 days just to see us through, because you will need this. I normally have that anyway, which is fine. Omega-3, we're going to ramp them up so your joints and tendons don't get sore when you're training. Multivitamin to essentially cover the gaps that we might miss in diet. We're going to be pushing about 10,000 IUs of vitamin D plus K2. Magnesium glycinate on a night time to flush fatigue and recover, and then a pre-workout before lifts if essential. My daily meal plan, eat between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. Right, so a big fasted window in the morning. 2 whole eggs, 5 egg whites, turkey, bacon rashers, 1 apple, 1 banana, handful of blueberries. Done. Breakfast. Lunch, chicken, 200 grams grilled, and that's dry weight, so once cooked. 125 grams of prawns as well, dry cooked. A diced up pepper, and like a full broccoli. I'm just going to fry that all off together, make a big meat and veg meal. You can have as much leafy greens as you want, just to buff out meals. No calorie dense sauces, salt, pepper, or like a sugar-free tomato sauce or low fat mayonnaise, if even. Meal 3, 300 grams of fillet steak, 250 grams of potato, 1 slice of sourdough. That is your meals done for the day. That is my meals done for the day. Okay. Mindset and non-negotiables. Discipline does destroy cravings. It will be tough the first couple of days, but once you get into it and you're seeing results, you will stick with it. Abstinence is always easier than moderation, guys. Remember that. You don't want to go half in, half out. Just delete the thing from your life that's causing the most stress and go all in on this, and stay the path and your cravings will disappear, trust me. But hit macros every single day to the gram, and no deviation or snacking. This is only 21 days of your entire life that we're going to go as hard as fucking possible to bring in some insane results. 7 to 8 hours of sleep minimum per night. I'm going to track weight, steps, and our mood daily. And we're going to run the adaptation, the momentum, and the shred phase, taking 5.3 pounds off per week and taking it all the way to the top. So guys, it's going to be hard. This is not for pussies. This is not for babies. I will adjust all of your programming, all of your cardio, all of your alignment to make this happen. Let me know if you want me to make a group chat. Just respond to this video saying group chat. I'll get you all in it, and it can be like me, Scott, maybe Ryan, Liam, and Callum, and we can run this all the way to the top as a mini team and just fucking smash this. But it's going to be hard, guys. 20k steps per day, 4 weight training sessions, HIIT training every single day, hard calorie deficit, supplements, plenty of caffeine, This is going to fucking crush it, man. We're going to get so shredded. It's going to be beyond belief. So let me know below if you want me to get all this set up for you, ready for you. But guys, this is not sustainable. If you were to try this longer than 21 days, you would not make it. Depending on rate of fat loss, we might be able to have some refeeds. But come Monday, I'm starting this, you're starting this, we're all going in, all in on this. Non-negotiable. We're going to bring it as hard forward possible as we can and make magic happen, guys. This is going to be fucking insane. Insane in the membrane. No deviation. Full spectrum discipline. This is not for babies. This is not for people who aren't ready. And you guys are ready. So I want to bring this forward and just fucking send it. Get some insane results, massive wins, and then get you all into a growth phase as soon as possible off the tail end. But I think we can make some magic happen with this, guys. So give me a fuck yeah. Let's run this forward. Any questions, let me know.
So in this next video, guys, we're running through how to become disgustingly confident in 90 days. This is a blueprint, this is a protocol, and it's also a little bit of a story time about me, my transformation, my journey, and everything I've put in place to rewire my mindset, build an unstoppable level of confidence, build my physique, and operate really optimally, we could call it, with business, relationships, and life all together rather than just sacrificing one or the other just for the greater good. So guys, I really hope in this video you walk away with a lot of confidence knowing that if you take this blueprint and install it and just think, if I relate with Lewis and he's pulled it off and he's just a bag of meat and bones like me, then why can't I do it? That's the confidence I want to install. So guys, take on board everything I'm saying in this. It's a really simple, straight to the point 20-30 minute lesson. I really do think it's going to be massively valuable for you in your journey, especially going into 2026 if you're just looking to level up in every aspect. And I know for a fact it's going to have a massive impact on you, your health, and your life going forward. So I hope you enjoy. See you in the next one.
Boom. Guys, brothers, hope we're good. Hope we're having a phenomenal day today. So you made it through the introduction. You're in for a treat today. There's going to be some raw sauce for you. I want to give you the exact mindset required to become someone that you would actually admire, someone that you can look at and say, you know what, I'd look up to him, I'd listen to him. Not some pathetic slouch of a entrepreneur, business owner, employee, or man that has muffin top rolling over his shorts, brain fog, gut stress, lacking clarity, mission, purpose. Even though the bank balance is looking nice, you lack that depth, that fulfillment, that deeper sense of purpose in your chest that you know you want. And that was me for a long time. Things were looking good from the external, but internally I was destroyed. So I want to actually give you the frameworks and the mindset required to become someone in which you would be truly proud of being, the guy that your younger version self would look up to. And I want to kick things off with a brief introduction because there's a version of every single man that terrifies his own comfort. The one who's built, grounded, sharp, not for show, but for self-respect. The version of you that just leads from the front with clarity, purpose, over panic and chaos. So this is going to be a story of a man, aka me, who took everything that once controlled him and made it his weapon. All of my pain, all of my stress, all of my anxieties, all of my setbacks have now become my biggest purpose, my biggest lever to pull. Because without all of the experiences in which I've been through, I would not be who I am today. I would not have the wisdom, the stories, the lessons, or the coachability. And I would not be where I want to be. Because everything in which has happened in the past has shaped me to become the man I now am today. And looking at me, I'm quite happy with how things are going. I've got the business, I've got the misses, I've got the travel, got the location, time, energy, financial freedom I've always wanted. And I'm only 27 years old. I would say I'm quote unquote killing it to some extent. So with that being said, I wasn't always like this. I wasn't always this tall, dark and handsome chap. I've only just recently got a tan. I've been living in Bali for a year and being a pasty white Scottish guy from the UK, I never thought I'd get a tan, but now I've got one, but I digress. For a long time, I was very productive. Productivity has always been a high value of mine, but I felt very empty. I was successful, but extremely scattered. I was making good money, but was riddled with vices. I was pulled from pillar to post, and I didn't really like the way my life was going. On paper, the numbers were good, but my life was just noisy mentally. It was scattered all over the place, and I felt like I wasn't really leading myself the way I would lead my clients. And deep down I knew it couldn't go that way for any longer. There was even a period of time where I was high every single day for probably a couple of years straight, all to the point that I actually fell asleep at the wheel driving my car and nearly killed myself and put other people at risk. I didn't have a photo to share on this slideshow, but in previous videos you might have seen that if you're tuned into the channel. And I'm speaking to you, brother, right now. You might not be in as bad a spot I was, using and abusing drugs, hiding from the reality of the life you should be living, always cutting corners, always, achieving success to some extent, then self-sabotaging and selling yourself short. Like, that was me in a nutshell. Always winning only to lose, always getting lean only to get fat, always making the big business move only to burn it all down the next day. The thing was, I was working purely from validation rather than vision. I kind of knew what I wanted, but I wasn't 110% clear, and I cared way too much about what other people thought of me. And I will be honest with you guys, I built results on fumes. I literally was living off Monster energy juice, bagels and ham, and cannabis, nicotine, for years. And I realized, right, if I was truly going to become someone that builds an empire, sets myself free, frees my missus, my family, provides, leads, nurtures, creates a platform for guys to win, I couldn't build that being a broken operator. I'll go back a slide there, jumped ahead of the gun. So I stripped everything back. I pretty much burnt my business to the ground, and I burnt myself to the ground off the back of that car accident because I just couldn't continue going the way I was. It was a big wake-up call. I call it a rude awakening when, if you are religious to any point and you operate from above, then you understand that, God's plan is always the right plan for you. So I had a big calling that I knew I needed to change, so I did change. And I didn't want to do it with hacks or trends or chasing dopamine like I was before. I just needed truth. I needed routines, I needed structure. And that is where I actually built the Peak Performance Project, which is my current business now. And every single morning, from embodying what the Peak Performance Project is to me, I became someone that is relentless, that is disciplined, that is in shape year round, has a high performance business, relationship, life, incredible network, high performance guys around me, solid systems, teams, making good money. None of this would have happened unless I had been through what I'd been through. And you'll see me every single day in my Instagram stories if you do follow me. I will drop some wisdom and some AM push-ups at a random time, probably between 4 AM and 5 AM. And I don't do this for discipline. I do this for me. I like to switch my mind on before the world runs me. I like to get ahead of the curve. And this is part of my TD5 system, something we install to all of our individual VIP and CEO clients' lives, which is a 5-step habit system, which 10x's your productivity, your focus, your physique. So there will be a link below in the description. You can grab that if you want. But I always like to optimize for peace. Peace of mind is the highest goal you can set in life, hands down. And when the world's asleep, you're at peace. You're ahead of the curve. And that's where the real work gets down, right? That's where you become the version of yourself that you've been missing. Because it's in those quiet hours when there's no distraction, that is when you can find your purpose, your meaning, and really take some time for yourself to align yourself, get clear on your mission and vision for the day, for the week, for the month, for the year, and do something that not everyone is willing to do. And there's something about those early hours where you actually have that peace of mind, that freedom, where you can really sit with your thoughts and decide what kind of day you're going to build, guys. And I think early wake-up times are absolutely essential. When it comes to training, I train with a nice varied approach, like a hybrid bodybuilding running guy. Do you know what? I just do what fitness really should be. Build a strong, lean, sharp physique. Run, do your cardio, eat a balanced diet. It's actually very, very simple what I do and what I preach. And this is the physique I operate with year round. Mostly training 3 or 4 days a week. It's a great feeling knowing that what you're going to see later on in this slideshow of where I started and where I'm at now, you'll be like, no way, this guy must be in gear, this guy must live in the gym, this guy must only eat chicken and broccoli. It's not the case. Like, for me, the gym isn't even my therapy, like all those other chump bodybuilders talk about, like, gym is therapy. It's not really the case for me. It's about alignment. It's about building the man behind the business and seeking discomfort, knowing that that's feedback, and it's never punishment. I don't hate my body. I actually love my body. I love that I have limbs. I've got lungs. I've got a heart. I've got a head. I can move freely. I've got some niggles and knots and some aches and pains, bit of a bad knee and bad shoulder and stuff, but I love pushing my physical ability. I love building my body to be sharper and stronger because it dials in my mind. And I really do believe if you have a soft body, you're going to have a soft business, and your decisions will be led astray far too easy. And that's where a lot of guys lose. They've got this great external life, the cars, the watches, the business, but they confuse fitness with vanity. They don't actually like themselves. They think, oh, it's going to take too much time, or I don't want to be too lean, or I don't want to be too big. They see these random phrases or statements which don't actually back up what is relevant to them in their own life. And I don't do what I do to look good for others. I do this because business is a blood sport, and I like leading from the front, and the stamina, the fitness, the strength in which I've now garnered allows me to perform at the highest level in every domain. And if you want to compete in life, you better be fit enough to run the race. That is a standard I believe in. And the world wakes up, right, every single day. And for me, the morning is the main thing. Win the morning, win the day, win the day, win the week, win the week, win the year, so on and so forth. Every single morning I wake up, I do not check my phone, right? I have a nice, clear, deep work block, make sure my systems are aligned. I lock in my clarity calls with clients for the day. I make sure my business isn't a hustle. It's more of an extension of my discipline. Like, my body is my business is my body. Both of them go hand in hand, and you don't have to be a PT or coach. You can be an entrepreneur, an exec, you might work a busy job, whatever it might be, but most men try to build their lives on chaos. They think doing more is better. I'm actually the opposite. I think doing less is better. Doing less done better is more at the highest level. And I build on mine consistently. You know, you can't scale through pain, you can't scale through noise. If your system's broken with your body, it's broken with your business, your relationships, you're always going to try and make a quick exit. You're never going to stick to it. And you can only scale when things are in peace and flow and have solid structure. And that's why, more than anything else, guys, you need to optimize for the simplest, most friction-free system possible to scale everything in your life simultaneously across the board. Because you don't just want high performance in one or two areas, you want it in every single aspect, and a rising tide will essentially lift all ships. And when you are the guy that is winning, you're feeling good, you're clear, you're sharp, solid headspace, really good quality standards in every single aspect, you will notice a massive ripple effect every single day on how you operate. The respect, the status, the attention in which you will garner from that will lead to massive, massive success in everything you try to do. For midday, for me, it's lunchtime for many, but it's more time for me to recalibrate. I always break my day off, or break my day up, I should say, with walking. Your steps are absolutely essential. So many guys sleep on them, and if I was to look at your weekly average steps, you're probably hitting about 4 or 5k a day, which quite frankly my gran does more, and she's in a wheelchair. You want to move. If you've got legs, move. Energy and motion is emotion, right? Energy and motion is emotion, right? That is how you get your emotions high frequency. When you're moving, you're clearing your mind, you're pumping blood, you're digesting food, you're assimilating the macros in which you're taking in, and that's where the ideas come in, guys, right? You want to be doing this without distraction. Yeah, listen to a podcast or an audiobook from time to time, but try take time for peace, for silence, for headspace time. Because guys are always trying to like clusterfuck themselves with all sorts of inputs, whether that be, let's say, for example, more podcasts, more self-development porn, more audio this, audio that. It's not an information thing, which is the issue right now. It's implementation. And for me, I'm just chasing better. I know exactly what I need to do. I know exactly who I need to be. I just need to do it at the highest level now. And you might lack the clarity on who you need to be, what you need to do, how you need to get there. Hence why you struggle to compound all of the benefits of living the life you truly want. And clarity, guys, once you've built that, that's where the confidence comes from. And it won't fade. It's just going to fortify over time because you are now showing up as the man you want to be. Every single day, guys, right? You have to check in with your mission. Every single day I check in with it and it looks like this. I'm just going to pull my journal up and I write a page every single morning. I don't care about metrics, right? The thing is, in business, numbers are important. 100% numbers are important. Sets and reps are important. Macronutrients are important. But see, if you are not the man that can manage the metrics, the macros, the training, the sets, the reps, all of this stuff, you're never going to pull it off. So I always check in with me, my mission, my vision, who I need to be, my identity, because that's what's going to keep me dangerous. When you're dangerous, high energy focus, you will always pull off the hardest task no matter what. And it always grounds me and reminds me why I started this, right? And why I'm never going to stop, why I'm relentless every single day. Like I was out for breakfast the other day with two of my other mates and one of my clients. And one of my mates was like, Lewis just never stops. He's always just go, go, go. But like, not in a busy way, but just he's always aligned. He's always on point. He's always nailing what he needs to nail. Because my mission, right, it's not just fitness. Fitness is a part of the bigger mission, but mastery, self-mastery, because there's 4 M's in life, guys. Money, mobility, mastery, and mating. That's the 4 M's which men are motivated by. For me, mastery is the biggest motivator. Money, yeah, it's great to have. Mating, yeah, it's great to have. You know, having some 10 out of 10 checks, that's part of the process. Mobility, yeah, travel, I've got that. But mastery, becoming the very best version of me, mastering my art, my craft, and really being a leader of the space, that is what I want more than anything else. And that's why I'm here to serve every single day. Because you don't need another coach, right? Another plan, another dopamine hit, another discipline challenge. It's like you need structure that builds freedom, simplicity. As I said before, a frictionless system. That is what the peak performance is all about. That is why we operate in the way we operate. Because it yields results at the fastest pace possible in a way that many, many other coaches would never even consider of doing. In the evening, this is where I tend to wind down, guys. I have dinner with my partner every single night, lovely Amy. I'm getting married to her next year. We've been together for 8 years now. It's all about presence, though. So many entrepreneurs, business owners, busy guys is essential. Like, they're always getting to the end of the day completely butt-fucked by life. They're tired, scatty, they can't sit and be present with their partner. And then over time, they find themselves getting further and further away from the woman that they love the most, and then they break up or they get divorced, and it costs them thousands and thousands through a collapsed marriage, a collapsed relationship. So much time, energy, and money wasted because they couldn't show up as the man they needed to be for the things that truly matter. And you might think doing more is only going to get the relationship better down the line when you finally get to this next point, but it's not the case. You got to live with the wish fulfilled now and be him. Be him today, because that masculine energy without depth is just noise. It's always just going to be a mask that you're wearing, and you'll never build the body or the business you want if you can't hold presence with the people that you're loving the most, the people you're doing it for. Like, I pretty much do everything for her, for my family, to give back, and that's why everything has to be full spectrum across the board. Your physique, your purpose, your productivity, your performance. Alignment is not balance, it's control in every single aspect of the area. And that's where you need to be operating from, guys. I'm telling you this. Before bed is very, very simple, right? This is where you're going to take some time to write down 3 simple things. And this is something I always do. You've got your on-ramp for the day, right? Your AM alignment, your process. You calibrate yourself to have a killer day. But then your wind-down process to rejuvenate, unwind, relax the mind. This is essential, right? because your life is like a bookcase. All the books in between the bookcase will fall over if the shelf's not in check. So the front and back end of the day is absolutely crucial. So you got to get clear on one thing you're proud of, one thing you could have done better, and one thing you're never going to tolerate again. Standards in business, standards in body, standards in life are non-negotiable. My standards are extremely high, and every day that I close each and every single chapter, it's not with dopamine, scrolling my phone, numbing myself, it's with direction, knowing what the next best action step has to be. Because just like, we know this, guys, tomorrow doesn't start when you wake up, it starts the night before, and that is a really solid productivity system. When you can just plan tomorrow, today, that is just going to clear your mind and get you so dialed in and driven for what's to come. And that way you're going to go to sleep like a fucking man who knows what he's about. That's what gets you up early, because you know where you're going. You're not waking up scattered looking for your socks in the morning. You've got everything laid out the night before. Your supplementation, your electrolytes are set, your gym clothes are in the morning, your gym bag prepped and packed, with your work clothes sorted, your meal prep. Everything's winning. You're just organised, you're just an absolute unit. You just move through life at pace. And we know ourselves, right? This was me when I got engaged. I was hitting 6 figures for the first time, multiple 6 figures. This is me now, continuing to still hit multiple 6 figures. A couple of years later, just a completely different specimen and beast. Jacked, hard, fit, athletic, clear-headed, weaponized in every single aspect. This was me numbed, soft, dumb, lethargic, hated how I looked, hated how I felt. Same guy, different man, right? And motivation was never the thing I needed, right? I just needed to be rebuilt, okay? And I saw this in myself. I was riddled with chaos, and now I've got clarity. I was all burnt out and fatigued, now I've got purpose. Because the world doesn't need more fit guys, right? It needs more men who fit their mission, men who are aligned, right? Men who are done operating below the potential they know they're here to fucking be, to serve. You gotta rebuild the body, reset the standard, and reclaim your fucking edge. And this is what the Peak Performance Project is all about. Mastering the core 4, your physique, your purpose, your productivity and performance, and becoming someone who's undeniable in every single aspect. Living true to the North Star mission and vision, and deciding you're done playing it small. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this little presentation. If you do want to work with us one-to-one, there's going to be a link below in the description. I'm sure there's plenty of value and a little bit of an insight to me in my life, some of my backstory, some of my message. I want to help as many guys as possible before I'm gone, and I work at speed. If you want to take things to the next level, hit that link. We can chat on this phone and see if you're a good fit. We'll just go on WhatsApp and just go back and forth a little. If it's for you, it's for you. If not, no stress. I'll give you some information to make sure it's a valuable conversation we have anyway. But I'll see you in the next one. Much love. See you soon.
In this video today, we're going to be running through the 12-week blueprint on how to build a world-class physique. I don't really think I need to sell it any more than I just have. It's a simple, straight to the point, 12-week mission that you can install, which my current clients install. The frameworks, the roadmap, and the blueprint exactly as needed, laid out for you, bit by bit, so you can plug and play it and achieve world-class results. I hope you enjoy this video. I'll see you in the next one.
Oh yes, chaps, welcome back to another educational. This one is going to be a bit of a deep dive here. I'm going to spend the time with you running you through the exact blueprint and what you guys need to run with when it comes to becoming undeniable in 12 weeks. Guys, there's nothing better, right? Waking up in the morning, looking at yourself in the reflection of the mirror, seeing a lean, jacked, athletic physique, and being proud of the man in which you have built. Guys, if you want to make more money, be more fuckable, have more status, have more respect, you need to become confident. How do you become confident? Well, you follow through in doing what you said you were going to do. But a lot of you guys don't even know what you need to do. So I want to give you the sauce today, so you're crystal clear on exactly how to build a world-class physique. So you have the confidence, the aura, the charisma, the conviction, and the certainty within yourself. So you can live life in your own terms and just win across the board. Guys, building my physique has been hands down the best thing I've ever done for myself, my business, my relationships, and my life. And I know you guys want to win. If you're watching this video, you want to win so fucking big. But the only way to win is to install the self-worth through the self-work. So I want to run through the exact strategy on how you guys can do that. So first and foremost, who the fuck am I? Why do I have any reason to speak on this subject? Well, I've been helping high-performing men for the last 10 years. I've been a PT, I've been a coach, I've owned a gym, I've worked online. I now live between Bali and Dubai, running an online coaching business. I live life in terms. I've been in the best shape of my life, year on year, month on month, day on day for the last 2 years. And I've found out a very simple strategy on how you guys can plug and play my system and end up looking like some of these savages. You know, because if you want the mind, you want the habits, you want to dominate in all areas of life, well, this external outcome in which you see from these physiques right here, that's just the byproduct. If we can rewire your thinking, get you into the most high performance habits possible, and allow you to become more productive by tapping into your purpose, being clear on where you now need to go, how you need to operate day to day, then you will win in the highest fucking level. But look at all these guys, everyone has ripped six-pack abs. That's literally phase one. That is literally what I'm going to run you guys through here. And whether you have 30, 40, 50 pounds of fat to lose, you can see some of the bigger guys down the bottom right and up here. That is minimum. Like that was 100 pounds of fat loss, 75 pounds of fat loss, 35 pounds of fat loss, 100 pounds of fat loss here. The rest of the guys were having, you know, maybe the 20, 30 pounds of fat loss from a mid physique to just a world class physique. I don't care where you're at right now. You not being in the shape you want to be in is holding you back more than you think. It's literally dumbing you down. It's making you more retarded. It's making you thicker. It's making you slower. It's making you less desirable. People are not going to pay attention to you unless you have a physique that commands respect. So if you want to be someone that's listened to, someone that commands respect, someone who leads from the front, then this is the outcome in which you're now looking for. But how we now get there is something I pride myself with, because I do feel like I coach very different from everyone else in the coaching space. But as you can see here, me on the right hand side, soft, doughy, I was killing it in life, but not killing it personally. I'd just been engaged to the love of my life. I was making six figures year on year, feeling good, traveling the world, going on 5-6 trips a year. But I'd let my physique slip. And this is where most guys fail, right? With your physique, if it's inconsistent, it's soft, there's excuses every single day around training, food, you lack discipline, then your body will reflect that. With no purpose either, you're drifting, no clarity, no real standards to lean against. You guys, you'll never rise to the level of your goals, but you're going to fall to the level of your standards. If your standards are shit, don't second guess yourself. If your body looks like shit, it's as simple as that. Then productivity, busy, right? You guys are just busy, flapping, cutting corners, rushing through the day. Busy is not effective, right? You're wasting energy and you're distracted and you're full of procrastination because you don't have a real simple system to follow daily that allows you to win across the board. And then performance, right? If you can't sustain focus physically or mentally, no amount of discipline or resilience will allow you to reach that. You need to have the sharpest mindset possible. You need to have high quality energy, and that comes down to the nutrition, the energy in which you correspond through the habits, and essentially how you navigate day-to-day life with a state of assumption in how you operate in each and every single day. So guys, pillar one has to be your physique. You need to build a world-class physique, and we do this through hybrid strength, physique, and conditioning training. I only train and get my clients training 3 to 4 days a week max. You do not need to be training like a bodybuilder. You do not need to be eating at a Tupperware. You do not need to be smashing push-pull legs, fasted cardio, all this shit. You need a very simple, repeatable strength building program that gets you strong, conditioned, and builds a really masculine, athletic physique. You want the traps. You want the big delts. You want that round, thick chest, tight waist, thick abs, athletic legs and strong arms, really masculine forearms. And you'll never be able to achieve that if you're just always hammering all this volume, junk volume, burning yourself out, full of injuries, needing days off, burning out, and then giving up. So we need a simple, frictionless system, 3 to 4 days per week. Nutrition has to be simplified. You need to be focused on performance I see so many guys diet down to get in shape, and they're like fainting when they're in the gym. They're exhausted. They can't get a pump. They're inconsistent. You need high performance nutrition systems implemented into your day so your hormones are regulated, you're fueled for performance, you're building muscle while staying lean, and you're in the world's best spot. We like to run through a recomp phase with every single person. And a lot of guys that I work with will stay the same weight, but in 12 weeks' time will look completely different. Because if I clicked my fingers and said, right, whatever weight you are right now, let's say it's 85 kilos, right? If I said you're going to be in that exact weight in 12 weeks' time, but you're going to be ripped to the bone with abs, vascular, stronger, healthier, would you take that? The answer most likely would be yes. So it's not always just about weight loss. It's about getting you in a position where you're recomping the physique, dropping the fat, building the tissue in a really systematic way that doesn't smash your energy through the floor and have you tanking your hormones and your performance. Then we need to understand the main anchor behind this, right? Your physique is the front cover for your discipline. If your physique, guys, is soft, weak, feeble, people just know straight off the bat you're not the guy you say you are. There's no way in hell people are going to allow your words, your actions, your daily behaviors, your ideas to even come to fruition if your physique is terrible. So you need to be building the physique if you want to have the life you want to be living. Pillar number 2 is purpose, guys. You need to be clear on your mission, vision, and purpose. You got to clarify the standards and direction in which you want to operate and go forward with in life. If you want that lean, athletic, jacked physique, you're hybrid, you're not carrying stupid amounts of mass, looking like a fucking condom full of conkers, looking like a mad bodybuilder, croissant with legs. We need to realize, like, who do you actually want to be in this? Where do you want to be? Who do you want to become? Because that identity shift in which you now need to go through is absolutely crucial. Absolutely crucial. So stop being the old you. If you want to be a new you, the old you has to die. So that's why we have to have non-negotiable systems in place every single day for you to show up like the man you want to be rather than who you currently are, which is going to change the identity in which you currently have and allow you to move forward in that assumed state of, I am this level 10 version of me. The old me is not who I am anymore. I do not tolerate those standards. I do not operate with those habits. I only operate with these high performance habits in which the new version of me would have. And that's how you have to think. So purpose creates your power. Without it, you will be drifting, guys. You will never reach the level of success that you want because you are drifting. Pillar number 3 would be productivity, right? This is running through the core 4: physique, purpose, productivity, and performance. Productivity, you need to have the structure in check. Your me work, we work, and be work principle for body, business, and life. If you want to have full access to that, I will link it in the description below and send over the training. But that is my unique mechanism when it comes to being more productive. So you can habit stack your personal development, your business work, and then your growth work every single day to become undeniable, get more shit done, and have amazing energy every single day. So your sleep, hydration, and focus blocks of work are the most effective and efficient and potent they possibly could be, so you're not wasting time on distractions. You need to realize, guys, productivity is not about doing more. It's about doing the right things at a high intensity. So less done better is more potent than doing more done worse. It's as simple as that. I'd rather do 1 to 3 high leverage actions every single day for my health, wealth, and happiness, rather than 10 to 15 things at a shit level with no real tangible outcome. Just being busy. It just doesn't work that way, guys. Then number 4 is performance, guys, right? Sharpen your execution. Resilience under stress, no drop-offs and pressure rises. The thing is, when you guys are building your business, you're maybe entrepreneurial, you maybe got a relationship, you've got all the things going on. What might happen is when life hits you with a curveball, you get stressed, something bad happens to you, you drop the standards with your body, right? We don't want that to happen, right? Your body is everything. It is a vehicle for your success. If your body drops off when life gets hard, that just shows that you're a part-timer. You know, you should be in the audience rather than the arena. So you want to be someone who can hold the standard consistently by implementing this frictionless system so you can operate like the man you want to be. Because if you were who you wanted to be now with the physique, the money, the outcomes, the status, all of this good stuff, would he fold? Would he bend? Would he break when life gets hard? No, he fucking wouldn't. So you got to be resilient. You got to operate at high speed without burnout. So every single day you should have your actions laid out for body, business, and life. What are they? Operate, smash them, tick them off, nail them at the highest quality standard possible, then move on. If you find yourself having more time back, good. Then you can regulate, then you can chill out, then you can reflect, then you can lateral think. And that's going to put you in a great space and place to think, how much more can I now do going forward? Rather than retreating and falling to your own baseline, or old baseline standards, I should say, where you end up procrastinating, having a wank, having a smoke, having a drink, or just doom scrolling on social media. Because performance is a compound effect of physique, purpose, and productivity stacked. Your physical and mental performance is absolutely everything when it comes to living a life in your own terms. If you're not performing like the man you want to be, then don't stress yourself out thinking, why am I not where I want to be? It's as simple as that. You need to become him now. So month one, right, is stabilization. This is where we have to lock in the foundations. Your health, your hormones, your alignment have to be brought into check. So you look the part, feel the part, and operate at the standard you would demand from yourself. The truth actually is, guys, your body will always follow where your mind goes, right? And if you don't have a clear understanding of where you want to be, how success looks and feels, then it's going to feel invisible. You'll never see the change. And that's why we need to have this frictionless system embedded into your life so momentum kicks in and you'll want to keep pushing forward at a fast pace, because success loves speed, but you can't go fast without subtraction. So you have to remove all the bullshit that does not serve you. And none of this is going to happen if this stabilization phase is not nailed properly. It has to be handled first. You have to lay the foundation, stack the pillars, then add the decor. Almost like a Greek Colosseum. So if you try build from a shaky surface, shaky ground, everything's going to collapse. So make sure the foundations are solid and you create a body and mindset that can never be broken. I believe that massively. Month two is about purpose and productivity, the building phase. So we've laid down the structural habits and systems that drive your life forward. This is where productivity stops being a buzzword and becomes a standard. I am very productive every single day. Because here's the reality, right? Without clarity of standards, habits, routines, and rituals, you're going to mistake being busy for being productive. And that's how men drift. They're just stressed, pulled from pillar to post, always relying on motivation. And when it fades, they fall into the old bullshit behaviors. Procrastination, it eats you alive. You end up failing, falling short, and then you end up giving up. So we want to make sure this phase is nailed so we can eliminate that. We install the frictionless, simple, repeatable habits and systems that you can run daily without thought. No burnout, no stress, just routines that are going to sharpen you, sharpen your standards, and allow you to hold yourself to the high regard in which you believe to be true. Because that's when the habits are going to stick, and that's where the real momentum will come together. Month number 3, closing in on the 12 weeks, performance. We got to accelerate where your body goes now, right? Body composition changes. We shift into overdrive. Performance becomes the new standard, both physically and mentally. And the first 2 phases compound here: stabilization, built through the foundation of building, installed through the structure. And now you can ascend into an undeniable man, the character in which you've always wanted to be. The guy who does not miss, the man that you've always looked up to. You became the man you would admire, and you're giving him back to the world, because every area will be leveling up at this stage. In life's a mirror, not a window. You're not looking out anymore. You're validating yourself through the internal wins, through the hard work in which you're putting in, and you're operating like the man you've always wanted to be. The mirror, how you see yourself, how you speak to yourself, it finally reflects the standard you've been living by every single day over the last 90 days. Because a man that commands respect, guys, he operates with a solid physique, clear direction, and ruthless execution, will build you an undeniable presence in every single room and aspect that you walk into. This is just a meeting from one of our Brotherhood link-ups in Glasgow when I was back in the UK. We got some of our top performing clients together. We were just masterminding, chatting business, body, lifestyle, relationships, finances, and just shooting the shit. This is what happens when you're sitting in a room with 5, 6, 7 jack guys, you're all bouncing ideas off one another. You've got a strong, solid brotherhood, and that's something we promote massively inside the project. And right now you can have 1 or 2 options. You either stay stuck, wasting years being average, or you can execute this system and become undeniable over the next 12 weeks. The answer is for you to make, guys. It's very, very simple, very, very clear. And if you're ready to dominate with your physique, your purpose, your productivity, and your performance, DM me Undeniable or hit the link and I'll walk you through the exact system personally and we can see if you're going to be a good fit. So that's all from me today. I hope you have an incredible day. And guys, let's fucking go. Let's fucking get it. You know what you now need to do. The system is clear. And if you do want help doing this with me one-to-one personally, I will install this system into your life, bespoke it to you, and run you through the exact process so you can become the man you've always wanted to be. I will see you in the next one, guys. Much love.
Up next, we're jumping on the Miro board, the Miro board. All you agency owner bros out there who know exactly what it is. Anyway, this is a full breakdown on how to build a Formula One body, a highly effective, highly efficient, high performance physique that can last in any and every single domain and aspect. When you're winning in business, you're thriving in body, you're killing it in relationships, and you're feeling good in your life, your confidence is through the roof. Think about what an impact that would have in your business if you were just 10x more confident. Well, guys, I'm giving that to you for free today. I hope you enjoy this breakdown and this little story and all of the lessons that you can take from it. Any questions, always drop me a DM on Instagram. I'm always happy to connect and shoot the shit on it. But I hope you're enjoying the free value. We're nearly there. Let's keep plugging on.
Yo guys, hope we're all good. Thanks for tuning in to another video. So today I'm going to run through what I now believe to be the only way high performing men can rewire the inner code. And I mean like really reverse engineer all your psychology, crush limiting beliefs, destroy any inkling of doubt or average in your life and become an absolute weapon in every single aspect. So brother, you know yourself, you were not born to be average. You were born to be undeniable. See, when you were a wee boy and you wanted to be like a superhero, or you used to watch like your Rambo or, Arnie films and stuff, and you were like, yeah, I want to be like that. Just an absolute fucking badass across the board, performing like a G in every single aspect, personally, professionally, physically, psychologically. Like, I want to actually run you through one of my systems today and give you absolutely everything, all of the sauce, all of the knowledge. And it's called the triple threat system. And it's not a challenge, it's not a hack, it's not a little shortcut you can apply. It's a non-negotiable operating system, right? That's going to build your body, take control of your mind, and put your lifestyle in a position where everything you now do commands respect across the board. Because you don't just want high performance in one or two areas, you want high performance across the board. And if we can apply this and not just make it more theory based, we can actually forge a transformation in your own life just from this video alone, based upon everything I've now done over the last 10 years, which is going to put you in a place where you can have undeniable results in your life in every single aspect and steal all of the things that work extremely well, not only for myself, but for my one-to-one clients. So this is definitely part of a full spectrum performance system. I'm going to just give you full access to today. It's just going to turn that overstimulated mind, that inconsistency in which you're now operating with, and get you into a walking, talking weapon, call you a fucking ultimate athlete across the board. So we're going to dive in, right? Because step number one tends to be understanding the blueprint, right? You can have everything you want in the world. You can have absolutely everything from the outside looking in, but see, if you are trying to build an athletic physique, you've got to master it, right? You want to be complete, full 360. You want to have everything. You don't just want to have the watch, the car, the status, the chicks. You want to have a rock solid physique. You want to be someone that walks into a room and is massively respected. But why is it you cannot seem to get it right yet? Well, quite frankly, you can't out-train your fork, right? Because right now you're trying to train like all these 20-year-old kids, these YouTube and TikTok influencers, and trying to eat 6-7 meals a day like a bodybuilder, and it's just not feeling aligned. It doesn't feel like you. And the last thing you want to be doing is living in a spreadsheet from day to day, right? It just doesn't work. It's boring. You're not a bodybuilder, so why are you trying to live like one? We need more than anything else leverage. We need a system. We need to get you in a position where you understand the ins and outs of how the process will actually work, so we can get you moving forward at pace. So the gym itself will always be building the frame, building the tissue, developing the physique, but the kitchen defines the weapon. Most men in life are either, training like an absolute savage, but eating like a fucking slob behind the scenes, smashing down like bowls of Cocoa Pops, Rice Krispie square bars, pastries, donuts, anything to get the calories in, bro. Or you're either eating clean as ever, you know, like absolutely emaciating yourself on rabbit food, looking like a marathon runner, and you never touch the weights. You've either got a completely flawed approach to it in terms of you're overeating, turbo bulking, or you're like skinned Indiana Bones looking like an absolute creature. We want to strike the balance between both so you can, one, not only build a lean, jacked, athletic physique like our client over here, Cami, who's been with us about a year and a half now. Guy's an absolute savage, as you can see from what he's built. He's got the aesthetic proportions down to an absolute T. And again, we want to be able to master the lifestyle as well. So we're not living like a bodybuilder, guys. You work 60 hours a week. You want to be able to chill out when it comes to weekend. You want to look beach ready. You want to be able to rock into any beach club and feel phenomenal in your health, energy, and performance and enjoy yourself. You know, and you don't want to just marry yourself to the gym. You want to be a full 360 kind of guy. You want to have that jacked intensity in the gym and have that kind of lean, athletic look, but you want to be able to go running. You know, you want to be able to go move. You want to be able to perform as well, because fuck being a good-looking loser where you have the physique but you can't perform either. It's all about balance, and I really do understand this from the last 10 years of coaching so many men, that you need to have equilibrium across the board, otherwise you will burn out, and otherwise you will sell yourself short. So with this system, more than anything else, we want to get you into the less is more approach, when it generally comes down to 3 sessions per week, only fueling your body with real food, walking your 10, 12, 15k steps a day just for fat mobilization, fat loss, staying lean, staying healthy, blood flow, cognitive performance, etc. And then run when it makes sense. Like, we don't have to program you to go run triathlons or marathons straight out the bat. We just have to get you moving like an athlete performing. Because, like, think about it, back in history, you know, men lifted weights or rocks or boulders or whatever it was. They went hunting, they ran, they foraged for, you know, animals and berries and so on and so forth. It's like, you eat real food, you run, you lift weights, and you make sure your rest is absolutely dialed in, non-negotiable. It's super simple. Like, the system I actually get my clients operating with and working with is idiot proof. It's almost retarded how easy it is. But the reason why you guys are failing so much is because you don't have a simple system. You put too much importance on the things that don't actually matter, you burn out, and then, you know, you base your self-worth off how much you're doing rather than how little you're doing better, if that makes sense. So we got to make sure we're tracking the quality of your inputs, not the quantity of your obsessions. That's going to be a frame that I want you thinking of, right? Because a powerful body is just built from simplicity, right? Simplicity is always going to be the ultimate sophistication. And your food is not just fuel, guys. It's the longest relationship you're ever going to have. And if your relationship with your food is absolutely gubbed right now, you'll never be able to learn high performance, because you're always going to be riddled with guilt and shame and always doubting yourself because you can't seem to stick to your diet. So we've got to learn how to train like a man with purpose, and we don't need stupid little apps. We just need standards. You don't need to be jumping from program to program to program trying to find the golden bullet. We generally need to zoom out and look at the lifestyle from a grandiose component and think health, wealth, love, happiness. How can we have amazing relationships, eat amazing quality food that fuels and nourishes us, enjoy beach days with your friends, with your homies, look the part for business lifestyle, but have a jacked, rigged up physique that looks insane, and go through a transformation that turns heads in a matter of years, guys. I'm not saying matter of months, I'm saying a matter of years, but with my system, this guy on the left was training 6-7 days a week, trying to eat like a bodybuilder. This guy on the right runs once or twice a week, lifts 2 or 3 times a week, and just blasts whole food every single day. Don't even weigh in right now, don't even track my calories right now. You know, and I'm in the best physical component of my life. And it allows me to just have a jacked lean physique for any time I'm going out day tripping with the guys or the girls. I've got an insane physique and strength and performance inside the gym. And we implement this to all of our single clients' lives so they can build the physique of their life, the physique of their dreams. So we'll dive right into this and make sure you are understanding this the Spartan way. Because aesthetics without ability is just insecurity in disguise. Understand this, right? See, when I was training like a bodybuilder, I was the most insecure version of me.
because I knew I couldn't perform. I couldn't move, I couldn't adapt. I felt too rigidly stuck to like a meal plan or a strategy or a push-pull legs workout. It was taking all my time, my energy, and what would happen was I'd be overtraining all the time, so I'd be burnt out, I'd be tired, I wouldn't be able to show up for business or life, and then I'd binge in my diet, and I'd just feel awful. I just keep going round in these horrible spirals. And you got to think, what do Spartans do? They're simple. They only used a shield and a spear and wore like a fucking loincloth, no armour. They were just tactical. They had multi-dimensional performance, and that's what we want for you. We want to be building you from the ground up, training your body to dominate every single aspect of life. And it's not just a flex, like, look at me, I've got some muscle. You gotta lift, right, in life. You gotta lift in life to survive, protect, and command, because if we can get you properly dialed into the 3 days per week strength training, moving daily, mastering your joints in terms of your mobility, your health, your recovery and performance, you will be ready for anything in which you put your mind to in life. And I know that's going to have a massive correlated effect with body, business, lifestyle, relationships, anything. And I don't care if it's running, boxing, playing paddle, house sprints, walking with a weighted vest, whatever it is, but just stop training purely for the mirror. The minute I moved away from just looking at myself, all aesthetics based, and just started training for life, like the battlefield, being fit for purpose, being ready for fucking everything life throws at me, my whole outlook changed. My energy changed, my physique changed, everything just started moving at the pace and rate I've always wanted, because I was now operating in alignment with who I wanted to be. Because fitness will always bleed into every other aspect of the rest of your life. And you gotta be in that kind of mindset that it's not just a 12-week thing, it's a forever thing, you know? Because if you go out, you wake up and train, you travel, you adapt, your life should be mobile, athletic and sharp. You should always have a standard up your back sleeve, up your fucking back pocket, whatever it is, so you're just always ready. Because Spartans, they didn't prep to get ready, they just stayed ready. So that's what we do, we stay ready 247, 365, built for anything, ready for anything, and looking at the bigger picture of our life, looking to operate from a place of peak performance across your purpose, your physique, your performance, your productivity, every single aspect dialed in using a very simple system. So the Formula One lifestyle is where we really put the umbrella over everything, right? Because you don't need monk mode, you don't need to lock yourself away and do six months of like chicken and broccoli. You just need mastery, right? I see too many guys locked into these fucking extremes, and they go up and down like a yo-yo, and they are fucking dictated by their emotional state. They're either in a monastery or they're in Ibiza, like living the crazy party high life, or they're locked away like little cave dwellers, never going out and socializing, or they're smashing the chicken, rice and broccoli like an absolute bro, or they're dirty bulking like Rich Piano would, and they feel horrible. They got brain fog, they got gut rot, they're farting all the time, and they're just scatty and ratty all over the place. And then they're ditching between like hustle and hedonism, trying to keep up with the Joneses, or getting locked away and just grinding on a cable like I've touched on. It's like, that is not a way to live. This kind of like hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold. You can have balance. And that's why most men will just fall apart and never reach what they want to reach. They think they're going to get results only when they hide from life, and it's completely wrong. It's the worst way to approach it. What you actually need more than anything else, guys, and this is it's a big one, it's like you need a lifestyle that can hold under pressure, a system that is bulletproof, so you can travel, eat out, go to festivals, run marathons, build size, and still look and feel elite. You want to be across the board, because a Formula One driver doesn't guess what fuel goes into the tank, neither should you. So why do you think you're going to be able to get elite level results if you're not having elite level inputs? It's simple as that. So the blueprint is very, very simple in what we need to follow. 90% of the time is real food. 10% is more fun, flexible life food. So dinners, drinks, whatever you're doing, but 90% of the time, whole nutrient dense food, single ingredient coming from the fucking Mother Earth herself. It has to be the case. Fruit over sugar every single time. If you can fill your palate with watermelon, pineapple, apples, bananas, berries, all this good stuff, and drive protein in first and foremost every single day, you will smash through cravings like no man's business. Eat what's natural. The only reason you have cravings for these bad quality foods is because you're currently eating these bad quality foods, and it's like a dopamine cycle. You have one, like say if I had cookies in the house and I had one cookie, all the cookies would be in. It's as simple as that. It doesn't say I don't have cookies. I have cookies every single week on a Friday night when I'm chilling out. I fucking love it. But if they're in the cupboard all the time, you're just going to stay in that loop. It's all about environment. So you've got to make sure your environment is built for success based upon what is in your cupboard, what food you're consuming, and what you actually tolerate as a standard for yourself. Then we've got to build your personal menu. We want to have 5 to 10 meals that you can rotate week in, week out that you love and you've mastered cooking. Right? Meal prep should take 25 minutes max, 2 times a week max. And I say that because you do not need to live in the kitchen, nor do you need to batch cook all these stinky Tupperwares that you bring to the office. You want to have fresh, whole, good quality food, standards in place, maybe a fasting window so you're backloading your food, good quality, high nutrient dense meals. Literally touch of a button away, you can microwave them or just eat them fresh from the fridge or just cook them up on the go. Like, it does not need to be overly complicated. And that way you can travel without stressing about the food you're consuming. You can fast until noon roughly every single day. You can walk a lot, hydrate, lift when you can. Like, this is how I operate. Literally, it's so simple. Like, this morning I woke up, put a Neville Goddard on, done my journaling, had a bone broth, had my electrolytes, done 6k steps for 7 in the morning, came back, worked for 3 hours, had like a sugar-free energy drink, and finished off work, went and done my cardio and went and done my bodyweight workout, which took 40 minutes. Had a nice big breakfast of chicken, rice, sourdough, eggs, all the good stuff. Hydrated like mad. Now I'm back in the office working, I'm back getting the job done, and then I'll train tomorrow. And the routine will roughly stay the same. But see, when you're only doing 3 workouts per week, you've got so much more flexibility, you've got so much more malleability in your week to be like, if you miss a day, it's fine, because you only need to do 3 lifts in a week to actually build an elite physique. You don't need to be doing 6 or 7, because like, see, when you're doing chest day, if you miss a chest day, it's another 7 days until you do a chest day. Then you say, I really want to do chest, so you do chest on a Tuesday, then you miss a back day, then you hit your legs, and then you miss a leg day, and it just goes on and on and on. You're always chasing your tail. But if you're doing 3 full body lifts per week, you're going to get stronger week on week, and even if you miss one, you've still hit everything already in the last 24, 48 hours, so you're cool, right? And then we don't need to calculate everything. Right, we just operate from a code that we can live by 365. Once we dial in your non-negotiable strategies with your nutrition, with your routine, with your regimes, you will never be flip-flopping between phases again, because you will hold a lean, hard, athletic physique 24/7, 365, that will become a permanent lifestyle that will allow you to show up to the office, to social life, to family parties, events, whatever it may be, without stress. Because it's a permanent lifestyle. You know your habits, you know your regimes, you know how to live the life. And that puts you in a spot where it's like, right, you are beach clubbing it, eating good quality whole foods, you're out for drinks with the missus, you're enjoying yourself, looking sharp, you're not thinking. Like, I used to go out on a weekend and I'd be like, that's me ruining the next 3 or 4 days. You know, I'd have a couple of drinks, I'd have guilt and shame, I'd binge eat, I'd wake up hungover the next day, and I'd just not know how to get back on. But see, now, because my standard, my solution, my strategy is so simple, it's literally just like, it's part of the plan, it's part of the lifestyle. I don't look at my peak life thinking, oh, I don't drink when I'm winning, when I'm at my peak state. Like, I'm allowed to have some fucking drinks. If I want to go out and have a couple of old fashions, a couple of beers with the guys, I can 100% have that. It does not impact my progress. It's actually part of my progress, because it's like, if I can't go out and have some drinks or eat a meal out, then there's no way I'm going to sustain that long term. And there's no way I'm going to have the fun life that I want to live that's going to influence every other aspect. And it wouldn't be authentic to me if I was telling other guys to do one thing when I'm not doing it myself. Like, it has to be from the source. It has to be authentic as hell. And when we apply all of this, the Formula One lifestyle all comes into place, and that puts you in an incredible position to just operate from the place you want to be 24/7, guys. Like, every single day can be the best day of your life. It can be summer every single day when you're living this lifestyle, because you're lean, jacked, athletic, your energy's through the roof, testosterone's on point, you have fun and fulfillment dialed in every single week, and you don't ever feel like you're dieting, nor do you feel like you're this or that. It's like you're just in flow with everything. And we want to obviously, destroy the monk mode myth, right? So to be real with you, and I can wrap up just off the tail end of this, I can imagine, I definitely can. But you don't need to vanish to become powerful, right? You don't need to disappear and go monk mode. You literally just need to operate at a high level inside your own life right now. If you want to go out good, go out, enjoy yourself, but you got to wake up the next day and fucking earn it. You got to wake up every single day and earn your treats, earn your rewards. Like in business, you don't get the big payouts if you're not doing the big work. So don't expect to be having big nights out without putting big work in prior to it and you're still not getting results. Like, you need to be in a position where you're still playing the game on such a large time horizon without extremity, so you're not stressing yourself out. Because see, if I say I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life to being the fittest, healthiest, strongest version of myself whilst enjoying my life, there's no stress, there's no importance. I can literally just live each day as I want based upon the standards I now hold day to day and what I would teach my current clients. Because when the game is longevity over this extremism approach, you literally just feel great every single day. You literally just operate from a place in space where you're in the exact position you've always wanted to be in without stress, and you stay lean without hiding. You're not having to wear weird different clothes every single season or month, like you're wearing jumpers during summer to hide your fucking tits and stomach, and you know, you feel awful when you train because you're over bulked and you've got no cognitive performance or energy, and you build all this strength but you pack on 10 kilos of fat along the way. You need to cut it down, and then you have to go on holiday, so you have to do a rapid fat loss diet, and you're just here, there and everywhere. Like, you want to be in a position where you're building strength without burnout, staying lean without hiding yourself. You want to have that longevity in the forefront of your mind, and you want to be able to travel the world while staying locked in. You want to look good, feel good every single day, every single place that you now go. So every man needs a North Star goal, right? And it can't ever just be, I want to lose weight. No. It can't just be, I want abs. It needs to be something with gravity. It needs to be a time-based goal, like I want to achieve X by January the 1st, 2026. You got to set a challenge, you got to set a mission, you got to be crystal clear on everything. And when you have a clear goal, your habits align, your training, your food, your sleep, your recovery, your identity, all of it sharpens. I tell you that. Because you don't have to have it to be it, you have to be it to have it. And every step that you take every single day will move you towards that. If you have a simple, frictionless system, great accountability, a strategy and plan in place that moves you forward at pace every single day and puts you in a place and space in your heart and head where it feels aligned, when you're not spread from pillar to post, when you actually have a network of high-performing guys around you that G you up rather than drain you, you've got an amazing woman by your side, you've built this elite physique, you've got locked-in non-negotiable habits day in, day out, you're not chasing validation from the outside in. You've got it through that internal integration of your baseline standards that are just allowing you to kick ass day in, day out in life and just kill it every single day. You're not chasing anymore, you're attracting. You're just this guy that has it all across the board every single day, anytime, any place, anywhere. So guys, I will see you in the next one. I'm always looking for a couple of new clients to join the team. We've got 3 out of 5 spaces have been taken for the month of August already. If you want to connect, you want to get to work, and you want to build something absolutely class going into the end of the year, we can put 16 weeks of absolute strategy together and hone all the way in and take it to the top. There's going to be a link in the description. Just crush that, and I'll teach you my exact blueprint on how we get our clients into incredible shape, how they can live their lifestyle, have amazing relationships, eat incredible quality food, train like a savage in the gym but look like an operator in business, have their running performance dialed in, go through a massive physique transformation, live with more purpose, be more dialed in, have more productivity, and just become an absolute weapon in every single aspect. Much love, guys. See you soon.
Next up, we have a full breakdown on how I've been helping 9-to-5ers and ambitious men that are operating extremely hard in their career, how to build a world-class body. So guys, this is a full bloom educational breakdown on the 9-to-5 framework that I've been using with my current clients so they can optimize their health, energy and performance, not only in work, but with body, by essentially doing less, done at a higher quality, improving their energy so they can think sharper, make more money and do better in business, but then have more time back for their life, their relationships, and generally just not burn themselves out along the way. So guys, I hope you enjoy this video. Pen and paper out for this one, and I'll see you in the next one.
See you soon. Yes, brothers. Hope we're all good in the hood today. Welcome back to another video. Buzzing to dive into this one. So, I'm going to run through the exact roadmap, the exact blueprint and strategy in which you now need to be following if you work a 9-to-5 and you're spread from pillar to post. You can't seem to lock in on your physique, and you know you want the energy. You want that peace of mind. You want that elite physique. You want to have that element of sanity, knowing that you are showing up and being the man you said you want to fucking be, rather than letting the external world pull you. The thing is, right, your career, the money in your bank account, how you operate in business, when you sign in, clock out, that's not your identity, right? That's not your identity. That's a part of your identity. Just showing up to work, clocking in, leaving at the end of the day, going home, having your dinner, watching some TV, and falling asleep. That's not a life. And that agitation, that quiet agitation you have in the back of your mind every single fucking night, knowing that you could be so much more, be so much more, become so much more. It's destroying you internally. It's like committing mental fucking suicide. So I want to run through the easiest way possible on how you can get your shit together whilst working a 9 to 5, build that elite physique. So we'll dive right in, right? This is where you're at right now, most likely. So we got to fix this system, right? And write this down as we go. So pen and paper out as we do this. It's going to be fairly long, this training, by the way. But if you're overthinking your workouts, you're going into the gym, throwing spaghetti at a wall, trying to see what sticks, then you've failed before you've started at a rate that you're already trying. By having no structure whatsoever when it comes to what you actually now need to be doing in the gym is not only going to waste your time, your energy, and your attention, but it's going to stress you out because you have nothing to scale, nothing to progress with, nothing to actually build on week to week to week. And if you're ambitious, if you're driven, if you want to see success in your physique, your body, then of course you're going to want to see the numbers going up. You're going to want to see yourself getting stronger. You're going to want to have something to follow because you want to be competent. You don't just want to be going into the gym to waste time. You've already came onto this video because you're lacking time. So why are you fucking wasting it when you go into the gym? Then from there, copying fucking influencers. These guys that are all on Retardmaxxing, shredded on Instagram, packing full of supplements, trying to sell you their workout programs. Guys, these people are paid athletes. They get paid to do what they do for a living. They can afford to do 3 workouts a week and quite frankly do random fucking workouts, you know? Don't fall into the trap of thinking that's what blew this guy's physique up. Even like your high rocks athletes, half of them used to be like professional CrossFit athletes or bodybuilders before they started running about with their t-shirt off. So like, don't think doing high rocks is what got them that physique. Don't think that what they do now got them where they're at now. It's not the case. I've been training for 10 years, right? A lot of my physique development and strength gains have came from bodybuilding and powerlifting. I don't marry myself to that exact way of doing it anymore, but that's what all of my gains came from. So it's like, call a spade, you know, do what it says in the tin. You know, if you want to have a really elite physique, you want to have a structured strength and hypertrophy program that is scaled over time, that doesn't leave you too thrashed and trashed every time you leave the gym. You want to have a good pump. You don't want to be, you know, beaten up every single session. You don't want to have injuries, inflammation. You want to have a clear, structured program to follow and bespoke to you. No structure in the week at all. So again, you just wake up and say, take me away, world. Take me away on an adventure. You know when you're working, but you don't know when you're training, eating, sleeping, having downtime, having time off, times with friends, time with family, time with your missus. You don't know when you're doing your recovery. You don't know when your next training session is going to be. It's very all over the place. There's no real structure to the fucking week. And no wonder you feel overwhelmed. You're stressed. And every single weekend it comes, you want to go escape. You want to go hit the town. You want to go have some beers. You want to go out for this dinner. It's like you've not warranted or even, you've not warranted doing any of these things because you've not actually put the work in on you. And then that leads you into having this kind of all or nothing mental pattern, which is like, if I'm not, 100% dialed in, sticking to chicken, brown rice and broccoli, I'm training 7 days a week, then I'm not doing anything. It's like, bro, that's not the case. I only train 3 times a week. And I've got a far better physique and strength than 95% of powerlifters and bodybuilders, and I have a high functioning operational business that I show up for every single day with excitement, and I work like 10 hours a day. So like, you don't need to have an all or nothing mindset. You just need to have the mindset.
the mindset of a champion, the mindset of a guy who can win, that will find a solution to his issues and actually gain the clarity and or the accountability which will move him forward, because you need to be in the proximity to those who have what you want, who has the body you want, who has the energy you want, who has that just life that you want. How can you get closer to them? Can you invest? Can you buy their course? Can you pay them money to consult you? Can you join their coaching? Whatever it has to be. This is what I've done for years. The world rewards those who invest in themselves, because you buy in. You buy into your own results. You actually put your money where your mouth is. So it's absolutely crucial to get that clarity and gain that accountability. Your fitness system must run even when life doesn't. So guys, as I say, I've been doing this for 10 years now. I've never missed a workout. I've never been unmotivated to train. I've never found myself in a place or space, despite how packed my calendar is, where I've not managed to do something. That is why with every single one of our clients inside the program, we always build a contingency plan. We don't just have the plan A, but we have a plan B and C for, let's say, they're working, they're traveling, they're networking, they're going to events, whatever it might be. We've always got a strategy and system, right? Because doing a little bit of something is always going to be a whole lot of nothing. And you got to look at your fitness as the key, maybe call it the key to every other aspect, because you can't outweigh your level of your success will never outweigh your level of personal development. That's what I'm trying to say. Life's a mirror, not a window. It's like, stop looking out at all the reasons as why you can't do it. Look in and ask yourself, what can I now do today to move me forward by 1%, right? This is how I always play it. Because when you can just tonic your body, get a little bit of movement in, whether it be a walk or a jog or some push-ups, some squats. I always do a dirty 100, right? See, if I'm traveling, I don't have access to a gym, and I'm like, I need to move my body because that like anxious energy builds up inside me and I need to release it. 10 squats, 10 push-ups, 10 rounds. Or I'll make sure I just double up my steps. Or I'll go a jog or something. But the dirty 100 always seems to be the best, quickest, lowest friction bit of workout or exercise routine you can do anywhere. You don't need any equipment. You don't even need running shoes. You can just get it done. It takes 10 minutes, 100 reps on squats and push-ups. But you need to have a really clean-cut, organic, authentic system to follow, which is structured around your life, that complements it rather than complicates it. Like, fitness isn't an A to B, it's a lifestyle, and you need to have that embodied. Otherwise, you will see yourself become your own biggest limiting factor, and you always sell yourself short. You'll always try find an excuse. You'll always lean against the easiest path rather than taking the hard path. And you know what they say? It's like, take the easy route for a hard life, take the hard route for an easy life. It's, in for a penny, out for a pound. With this kind of stuff, it always will be the case. So you need a simple, repeatable operating system that turns average into fucking physical competence, right? You want to be disciplined, you want to be high value, you want to be a leader of your own life. And that's why I created the 4 Ps. And I don't mean the actual program's 4 Ps, which is physique, purpose, productivity, and performance, but I've broken it down into an even smaller, more bite-sized system for this video today, which is going to be the plan, the push, the plate, and perform system, right? We'll dive into this as we go, but if you can structure your life off the 4 Ps, guys, you're going to find yourself in a world-class position to really start moving towards your goals with speed, with confidence, with a higher level of energy, and with a lot less pressure and stress. Because, guys, when emotions are high, intelligence is low. If your system complicates your life more than it currently is, then you're going to always find an excuse to not do the work. So we always have to put you in a position where your system allows you to operate better and gives you more confidence, more energy. Almost feels like weird if you're not doing it. So what we have to look at here is setting out the foundations first and foremost, which is clarity and structure. If you don't have the clarity, you won't have the confidence. If you don't have the confidence, you won't have the action. So key points to understand here is you're going to be lifting 3 times a week. A day on, day off approach. Call it Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Call it Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. It doesn't matter. It does not matter, but probably 90% of my clients train 3 times a week and they love it. Because
They know when they can have push days and pull days. And what I mean, I don't mean push workouts and pull workouts. I mean days when they're going all out with body and business, days when they can just go all out in business or family and they can pull back in the training. So you have more time to recover, your appetite's not going crazy, you don't burn out, and you can actually stick to it, right? So you're talking about 40 minutes, high intensity weight training sessions with a nice 10 to 20 minute HIIT session at the end for your cardio, whether that be, some bike sprints, some tempos, some ski erg work, some row erg work, some bike erg work, wherever it might be, something to pump the blood, oxygenate the body and brain, improve your fitness with your heart and your lungs, because guys, your health is everything. Not just the physical that we're going to build with the 3 lifts per week when we get extremely strong in the core lifts, but you need your cardio in there. Not only to chop body fat, guys, it's more than just chopping body fat. It's going to come down to the competency, energy, the blood oxidation in the body that allows you to think clearly, perform clearly, feel that your HRV is coming down and you're getting fitter, you're getting more stress resilient. This stuff is super important because that will allow you to operate better in your career, in your business. Every single day, non-negotiable 8 to 10k steps. 8 to 10k steps a day, guys, will roughly burn around 350, 400 calories. So if you're only walking maybe 2-3k steps a day, and this happens to be the case for a lot of guys, if you can 3x that, take it all the way to 8 to the 10, you will become a fat burning machine. Therefore, you can eat more calories, you'll have higher energy, your digestive system will thank you because you can actually assimilate the food through movement. Because guys, if you use it, you gotta lose it, and the only way to lose it is to use it. Think about that. And then you can have pre-decided training days, right? You make the intention at the start of the week. Make a fucking intention at the start of the week. When are you going to train? You know when you're working. You know when you're eating. You know when you're sleeping. When are you going to fucking train? Lock it in. Make it a non-negotiable. Okay? Then morning routines, guys. You can steal my TD5. There will be a link to that below. It's called the Savage Productivity Blueprint. Steal that. It will be underneath the video in the description. I don't really need to dive into the morning routine right now, but there's like a little Easter egg in there for you which will show you how to structure your morning routines. Very, very simple strategy though. 30-minute morning routine is all you need. Wake up, take a piss, weigh yourself in, hydrate, caffeinate, look at your daily plan. I've always got my daily plan written out on a journal. I'll take 10-15 minutes to do my AM assumptions and alignment, which is my mindset work. I'll meditate for 5 minutes with my pre-recorded personal meditation I made for myself, and then I'll read a book. Right now I'm reading Seduction by Robert Greene. So you can really build a world-class morning routine and fill your own cup up first, right? This is the thing, see with your morning routines, guys, it's more down to a headspace, it's more down to peace. Instead of just waking up reactive and falling into the day and letting it take you on this wild quest, which is stress, like anxiety, feeling all over the place, having no time for you, feeling burnt out. Morning routine changes the game. It puts you back in the driver's seat, which is so crucial. Then from there, push, right? Strength fixes 99% of problems. I don't know what happened there. I think I had a stroke for a second. But you want to be lifting 3 times a week, okay? 3 times a week is key. It can be your push-pull legs. It can be full body 3 times a week. It can be upper or lower full body. It doesn't matter. For instance, here I've just put on a push-pull legs, right? That's probably going to be your best entry level for recovery and for aesthetics, first and foremost. I'm not going to show you the plan. It's non-essential, okay? Because everyone's specific and needs a bespoke one, but focus points, right? 4 to 6 exercises or 4 to 6 lifts per session. Short, sweet, high impact, high intensity, low to minimal volume for recovery. 45 to 60 minutes is all you need. You're going to track weights and beat last week's. Progressive overload is key. If you don't know what you hit last week, how are we going into this week knowing we're beating it? Always got to be performing with the mindset of do better than last time. If you're not improving, Something's going terribly wrong. Whether you're doing too much volume, not enough intensity, or you just train like a fucking bitch, or train like a confused YouTuber, as I put down here. Like, stop copying all these influencers, guys. Like, that's the last time I'll say on it, but train like a fucking man with a bit of purpose, and it will make a huge difference to how you look, how you feel, how you operate, and the direction in which your results go in. From there, plate. You got to stop dieting like a Karen, like a woman that's always like trying to lose the last 5 pounds, right? It's not the case. Fuel your body for performance, right? When you're eating whole nutrient dense, simple foods, your body will partition the nutrients differently. It's not just calories in, calories out. Like, yes, macros, protein, carbs, and fats will influence how your body looks, but your micronutrients will influence how it feels. When you not only look good but feel good, you perform better. Therefore, you operate at a higher standard. Your skin will clear up. Your cognition will improve. Your strength, your fat loss, everything will just start going in the direction. It'll go off the charts. Your testosterone will be ripping. And then you're going to have more drive, more energy to live the life you want. So keep it super simple. 2 or 3 meals a day to make sure you're spacing your meals. You're not snacking too much. You want to keep autophagy nice and high to make sure you're doing a cellular cleanse, getting rid of any clogged up food that's caught in your digestive tract, so you can actually, have an empty digestive system, which is going to allow new cells to regenerate and whatnot. This is something I'm always super considerate of. You can have some snacks, but keep them protein or fruit based. I would recommend something easy to digest that's actually going to have more ROI and bang for buck. Protein target, very, very simple. You're looking to find your body weight in pounds and then times that by 0.8 to 1%. That's as simple as you have to keep it, guys, right? Maintenance calories, you can find your TDE maintenance calories online and then just subtract 300 from that, and that's your initial starting point for your deficit. 80% of your food comes from the trees, the seas, the ground, or a field. Whole foods, right? None of this processed garbage, all that slop. Clean it up out your diet and you will feel instantly better. And have a repeatable meal, right? A repeatable meal system which will keep you aligned and in check. Because guys, if you're taking longer than 10 minutes to make a meal, something's going terribly wrong. I mean, there's something that's going so fucking wrong that no wonder you can't stick to it. So you want to be able to have quick, easy 10-minute meals. For me, the way I eat, very, very simple. I have a chicken, rice, and sourdough meal. I have a steak, potato, and sourdough meal. I'll probably have another chicken and potato meal at one point of the day, and some fruit, and that's me. If I need to have more, I'll maybe have a whey protein shake, 2 scoops with some semi-skim milk. Keep it easy, But guys, simple scales, fancy fails. If you are always, and I mean this, if you're always finding a reason to not do something, you'll find it. And when you want to try be some Michelin star chef, when you've literally got a finite period of time every day, no wonder you're always going to say, I can't do this, it's too hard. It's because you're overcomplicating it. Have a meat source, have a carb source, a little bit of a fat source, and some sort of seasoning or sauce with some veg. It's life. It's very, very simple to do this. So stop overcomplicating it. Perform, right? You want to obviously be optimizing to be a high output man, get more done in less time. So your high performance habits are going to be built on simplicity, right? And you can't have a simple life if you don't have the simple habits locked in. So sleep rhythm has to be the same. Keep a consistent wake and sleep schedule. Guys are really good at doing this Monday to Thursday, but Friday to Sunday, they're out in the lash, they're escaping their reality, they're running away, they're staying up till 2 in the morning, sleeping until 12 in the day. Their diet goes out of dodge, they get super dehydrated and it takes them 3 or 4 days to fill out again. And it's like, right, let's cut the shit here. Wake and sleep schedule's dialed. For me, it's about 8:30, 9 o'clock till 4 a.m. That's my sleep schedule. So that's what, 7 hours? Probably just shy of 7 hours. Hydration, 1 litre of water per 20 kilos of body weight. I'm sitting around 88 kilos right now, so I have about 4.5 litres of water. And I make sure that I have electrolytes with
maybe 2.5, 3 litres of those because I'm sweating quite a lot. And the electrolytes will obviously keep you sharper because of the potassium and the minerals and electrolytes and the hydration formula itself. Morning movement, try get a 15-minute walk in the morning. I would probably, if you're working a 9 to 5, train later on in the day. Or if you're like me, my morning circuit right now is when I'm going out to the gym. I'm in the gym for 6 a.m, remember guys. I'll walk to the gym, which is like 4k steps. I'll train, I'll do my cardio, then I'll walk the loop back, get my breakfast on the way home, and I'll have done, I think we're at 11:30 today, I've done 12k steps, a workout, 30 minutes of bike cardio, had my first meal, and I'm now chowing into my main levers of work right now. Caffeine window, after 90 minutes. I have a wee coffee in the morning, I'm not going to lie to you, it would be unauthentic. But if you can delay that caffeine intake for the first 90 minutes and get some movement done, you're going to feel a lot better and minimise how much you're on your phone on a morning. It'll help hugely as well because dopamine is what's destroying modern men. And if you're waking up in the morning going on this fucker and, TikToking it, Instagramming it, YouTubing it, whatever it is, you're just going straight into like stimulus. It's like waking up and having a wank. You feel like you've achieved everything already before the day started. And then you feel horrible the rest of the day. Nothing weighs up to it. Daily non-negotiable list, 3 items, right? Again, in the Savage Productivity Blueprint, which I'm linking below in the description. Make sure you go back to that, guys. I do run through the 3Bs framework, the body, business, Bosch, and framework. So run through that, guys. Grab it whilst you can. It will teach you how to build out your baseline non-negotiables for life, business, and health. But guys, this one isn't about doing more, it's about removing the chaos. Doing less better at a higher level is always going to be your best approach. And this shit works, man. This shit works. These are some of my studied up clients. Do I need to really say much? But 3 lifts minimum, simple meals, daily habits, a body respect, and a life you can control. All of these guys look better than 95% of coaches and PTs out there. Because they follow this system, something I've tried and tested for 10 years and helped hundreds of people install. It's very, very easy. Very, very easy to do. But guys, if you're not following through in this process, then obviously you'll just stay inconsistent. You'll be repeating the same bullshit cycle year after year, month after month, day after day, to the time that you just never feel confident in your body again. You feel soft, weak, lethargic, reactive, and keep breaking trust with yourself. Like, you need to fill this identity gap right now, which is keeping you where you're at to where you want to go. And you're filling it with excuses right now. You're filling it with doubt. You're filling it with one day, real soon, maybe I will. And it's like, at some point, you have to decide who you want to fucking be and just go for it. I knew this when I was 16, who I needed to be. I knew what I wanted in life. I just said, you know what, I need to become this guy. It was like GTA. I was like character design. I'm going to get these tattoos. I'm going to build my physique this way. I'm going to work this way. I'm going to do this. I'm going to have this business. I got very, very, very clear. I became obsessed with productivity. I became obsessed with nutrition. Became obsessed with physique. Became obsessed with business. Like, all of it. I just became so obsessed with it all. I was like, now I'm going to structure around the life that I want to live and make it part of the plan rather than a part that I need to add to my life, which is already a shit cake. Is going to stress me out even more. So it's, again, building in a system that works with you rather than against you time and time again. This is what's going to happen if you actually implement it though, right? You're going to get lean without obsession. Like, I stay sub 10% body fat year round. Super high energy every single day. Same with my clients. I don't really have any doubt or self-trust issues anymore. I used to when I didn't follow a system like this. But when you stop quitting on yourself and do what you said you're going to do, you're going to be more confident straight off the bat. You're going to look the part in the bedroom, in the boardroom, in the office, whatever it may be. When you're out on your nights out, you're going to look fucking tremendous, right? Building a really solid physique, guys, is one of the biggest desires people have in life. It really, really is. Women respect you more. Other men respect you more. You earn more money. You'll have better sex. You'll be able to go on holiday stress-free, knowing you look like a fucking Chad. Like, do I really need to continue on this list? Because it just makes simple sense to me that being in shape is a prerequisite to the success you have in your life. your level up is going to show people how you see yourself, and you become the man who follows through, which is maybe one more important than anything else. But guys, if you want this blueprint built for you, there's going to be a link again below. You can, drop me a message on WhatsApp. You can inquire to work with me one-to-one. Super simple. We'll dial in your goals, your schedule, your life. We'll get crystal clear on who you are, what you want, where you need to go, and how we operate inside the program. Personalize everything across the 4P structure, not only with what we've ran through today, but physique, purpose, productivity, and performance. We'll make weekly adjustments, make sure we're moving at pace with daily accountability, training, nutrition, habit systems dialed, high performance transformation from tip to toe. So it's very simple what we do here, but simple doesn't mean easy. And when you have the accountability, the proximity, and the support, it makes life a hell of a lot easier. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this little run through. Hopefully you can walk away with a lot of actionables, but let's get it, let's go. Need anything else, let me know, and I'll see you on the next one. Let's get it.
So, what'd you take of that then? 5+ hours of free value from me to you. I'm currently just sitting up here, winding down the last block of work of 2025, and I just wanted to have an open invite for you guys. If this content landed, if it resonated, if it sounds like you're in a position where behind the business, behind the mask that you're wearing every single day, that you're quite not operating at the level you want, you know you can be better, you want to build a physique, you want to have that elite lifestyle, you want to live in alignment with purpose, you really want to operate at the standard you've always wanted to. This is your calling, guys. There's going to be a link right below this video, which is going to take you to another video, and then another video, and I'm kidding on. There's going to be a link below to a video. Give it a watch. If again it resonates, you'll want to speak to me one-to-one, you can fill out the quick link. It's going to take 2 seconds. We'll chat on WhatsApp. We'll unpack exactly where you're at, where you want to go, and how we can best get you there. Guys, if it's a fit, I'll take you on board and we can get you moving forward in 2026 in the best way possible. But from me to you, have an incredible new year. Have an amazing 2026. I really look forward to seeing you on the inside if the opportunity does feel right for you. But guys, as always, destroy average, become undeniable, have an amazing one, and let's fucking crush this. See you soon, guys.